Stocks back in the green here this morning to kick things off 2 days in a row back to the upside to begin a brand new week for a new year. It's all things AI, Nvidia, Intel, AMD, among many others. Adara was very busy yesterday keeping track of everything that was happening at CES. We'll get more of that coming up today on the AI front. Meanwhile, Trump saying he's going to start meeting with CEOs of U.S. oil companies on Venezuela specifically. Natural next step here. Not a lot of detail around that, but we'll touch on that coming up. Lucid and Uber wants to watch potentially here this morning, unveiling at CES a production-ready version of this autonomous vehicle made by Lucid, operated by Uber, that's already on the streets, or a version of it already on the streets of San Francisco. So here comes Uber on the autonomous front as well. Speaking of Elon, Tesla back to the upside here once again this morning. Also, pretty good look yesterday to start a brand new week for a brand new year here. Here we are back higher again this morning. You had a busy day yesterday for sure.
Oh yeah, I suspect it will only be busier because, guys, today at 1 p.m. the show floor open at CES, which means all of these companies can show all of their products. There are, I believe, around 55 notable public companies that are at CES. There's going to be an infographic for that at Exit TTV Research. I've scheduled it to post right before the show floor opens. So please keep an update there, because I have been updating it very much with regards to CES this week. But yeah, I think, Brendan, it's also interesting. You mentioned how we've got Uber and Lucid coming after Tesla. Nvidia is also taking a step into the autonomous vehicle game as well. CEO Jensen Huang, during his keynote, one of 3 major post-market events at CES yesterday, we did have Jensen Huang saying, hey, look, our first NVIDIA-related autonomous vehicle, it's going to be on the road in the U.S. in Q1 of 26. So within the next 3 months. So it's a really interesting look here.
I was having a conversation with a friend of mine this morning about this, and I said to him, we're scratching the surface here as far as this autonomous ride sharing goes. Like, we don't even know. And he was trying to make the case for Tesla, and I simply said, easiest thing to do, just open them all until something is clear. And as you said, NVIDIA could very well be involved in that conversation coming up as well. So yeah, CES continuing over, the next 3-4 days here, but most of the headlines typically front-loaded as far as the show is concerned. So what a day it was yesterday, though. Again, AMD, Intel, Nvidia, among many others, with multiple product launches. Brand new line of GPUs from Jensen during that keynote speech. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I caught bits and pieces of it, a bit of a highlight reel. But Jensen's stealing the show again. Yeah,
once again here, there were actually some people at X who were live tweeting this entire thing. Lots of updates from him, but it's interesting. Analysts were kind of split. B of A really liked it, and Raymond James said he promised a lot, but they really did not make any indication as to how they're going to deliver. So that, I think, is also really interesting. Jensen talking a lot about demand, but apparently not really showing that they're going to be able to meet it necessarily. So Raymond James, the skepticism there, I do think, is of note, though they maintained a $325 price target. So
overall, the market shrugging off, as we said. The entire energy theme or headline yesterday around Venezuela, some of the oil stocks that we saw gapping higher yesterday faded that initially, but did come back later in the day. Pretty flat here for a few of these this morning. There's Chevron right now in the pre-market, not really doing a heck of a lot. Again, President Trump saying he's going to begin meeting with CEOs from US-based oil producers to talk about Venezuela specifically. A lot of analysts this morning quick to write and quick to note that this is going to take years to even scratch the surface on, and quote unquote hundreds of billions of dollars of investment, to bring anything out of that country, but a potentially massive market.
And I think what's interesting, too, with that Venezuela story is yesterday we had reports from oil industry executives, I think at least 4, basically saying, hey, Trump is not in talk here with any of these companies as of yet, right? Nor are they in talks specifically with Venezuela. And I think those companies were, I believe, Exxon, definitely Chevron, and the last one was ConocoPhillips. So those 3 could certainly be on watch. And now Trump saying that they are going to be in talks. We might get more updates from Trump today as well, because he's scheduled to speak at 10 a.m. at a GOP members retreat. So maybe not market related, but with Trump, literally anything can happen.
There's a Canadian twist to this as well. Canadian energy companies across the board down 4 to 6% on the TSX here in Toronto yesterday. The type of oil that Venezuela has the reserves in, very, very similar to what comes out of the western portion of this country. So the energy sector in Canada taking that as a bit of a negative, that the U.S. going to focus investment-wise into Venezuela, potentially anyways, instead of anything to do with Canada at this point. I mean, they haven't really had any conversations, I don't think, Carney and Trump in months, it seems like anyway. So interesting turn of events anyways for the energy sector. Our market here in Canada, this side of the border, we've had many conversations with Rahim Alani about this as well. He's going to come by tomorrow, give his take on this entire situation and maybe provide a few opportunities or a few options as far as the smaller end of the market cap scale where we might benefit from that. But interesting turn here for the Canadian side of things, guys, on the Venezuela front. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Well, I mean, obviously, we noticed here in Canada what Brendan was talking about, but I mean, most people probably wouldn't have seen that Enbridge got hit and a couple of Canadian names got hit, but there was also a sell the news event on the U.S. oil names. But we're right back. I mean, you just go back 24 hours ago, and Chevron's pretty much chilling where it was before. I mean, not exactly, but pretty close. We're right at that like 165 area that we were at previously. But what happened yesterday was just a whole lot of sell the news in the first half an hour, and then just kind of a recovery to get back to where we were at the start, and we're just sort of still sitting there. I mean, when you're talking about numbers like 50 billion in necessary investment over like a decade to get back to like 1 million barrels a day, and then to get to their max capacity, you're talking 3x that. Like, there's a long road that needs to be plowed here to get some substantial returns. And then there's still, of course, that risk of like what happens. Nothing is settled yet. There's still going to be some risk for companies investing there. Some guarantees from the U.S. might end up helping. So yeah, they'll be in play. But I'm not looking at some of these names the way I was yesterday, especially like even like a Halliburton. But certainly CES gave us more of the same, which is the AI trade, which is the chips, which is the memory names. And we're seeing that, like, we already saw AMD and Nvidia come up with essentially saying they're coming out with some new chips. Nvidia wanting to do an autonomous push. You're also seeing some individual names in that ilk trying to move around, Uber and Lucid. So I think you're going right back to the well to what was good yesterday. And then don't sleep on some really big time movers like SMR had a huge rally in yesterday's trade. Some of the defense names did very well. SoFi was very much in play. It was a kind of broad bullish day, so I don't think you want to be just too focused on a single sector. The market's kind of flat, but we're having another strong day to start the year. So I don't think there's anything that changed too much overnight with CES, but so far so good.
Yeah, no, I don't think the oil trade is going to be a trade. I think anybody that bought yesterday is going to have a hard time selling at higher prices leading into the next couple of weeks. I just think it was a little overdone to the upside there. Venezuela is still, the production capabilities are bad. Their systems are so degraded over the last little while. There's going to be a lot of infrastructure, capital requirements in there. So I like Valero possibly being able to refine, as Brendan said, some of the oil coming from Venezuela is a little bit of heavier style. So, learning all of this in the last couple of days. So it's going to be hard to get some profitability out of that country for now. We'll wait to see what winds up happening. I'm not really on the oil trade. I mean, yesterday we had the banks. We had so many things moving around yesterday. But like CES has started this week, right? So here's Nvidia. It was up at 192, sort of 193 at the beginning of the week, and then now CES is here, and all we've done is sort of drift down. But we got the keynote last night, and apparently, here we go, new chips coming through. Here we go. Thank you, Mr. Randy. New chips coming through that apparently are going to improve speed, improve, efficiencies, but it's going to come with a higher price tag. So will all of those hundreds of billions of dollars of CapEx that have just been spent over the last couple of years, are there going to be hundreds of more billions coming for these new chips, or what? Like, what are you going to do with the old ones? Going to put them on sale somewhere? But 190, 50, somewhere in here needs to break before I get too excited about Nvidia. So I'm not super excited about this one today, although maybe I should be. Let's just see if we can dip down into somewhere where there was some support there yesterday. I mean, we all knew this was going to happen, that there was going to be, new talk of chips, and Jensen was going to speak. When you think he was going to speak anything bad, nice downside move there. And yeah, we're floating up a little bit. I'm still cautiously optimistic about today. So So I'm going to be thinking about a short around this 190.50, 191 area, and just tell it to prove me wrong. And if it does, then yeah, we can punch out. But I'm thinking short in and around that area for Nvidia. And then the long that I like Palantir long. Palantir upgraded at Truist. So yesterday was my biggest trade. We waited for it for a couple 10 minutes or so, was able to pick it up down there, and the rest was history. So we'll see if we can get something else going today. I'm going to be a little bit earlier of a buyer at 175. Let's see if it goes through. I mean, I marked down 174, but we'll wait to see what ends up happening right here. So yeah, pretty good overall. Said hockey last night. Bitcoin's 94,000, by the way.
It had some trouble at that level. There's some overhead resistance in Bitcoin at like 94.4 to 94.8, which it had trouble getting through yesterday, but it was a good long into it. We also have some small cappers moving around here. Just see one CYCN therapeutics company. They're higher. They announced an expanding strategic collaboration with MedSteer to advance closed-loop anesthetic platform, I should say. So this one actually had that news in the aftermarket yesterday, so you can see the spike up, but a good continuation, just broke the high of the day. About 17 million shares of volume, probably a bit of that came on this dark pool dump, but still solid volume on CYCN, not terribly fantastic on the daily chart, as you can kind of see here. Usually it kind of gets a bit of a rejection, so watch out that 250 level, as there's some small cappers moving around here a little bit, which if that's your cup of tea, then there's always something moving for you. That's why one of the reasons we come on early. I saw in the chat someone said, market open earlier today? Well, if you haven't been tuning in for the last little bit, we now start every single day at 8 a.m. So more time to ease into the open, more time to look at what is moving, some small cappers, go over the big names that are going, also get you the economic data when it does come at 8:30 in a more live fashion. Yeah, so a lot of things to watch here, and this is just one of them, the CYCN, yada, yada, yada pharma. Never that bad of a catalyst. A couple of pharma names were moving yesterday. I remember Derek was talking heavily about the Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly going in different directions on their pill play. So let's head on back to that. Lots to cover, including the CYCN potentially. We'll see how that one goes.
A few other things moving around here this morning. I'm just keeping an eye on Joby. Joby Aviation had a huge day yesterday, back-to-back, actually, 2 nice days in a row. The week that Sharif is off, he's a big fan of this one. Pretty flat here this morning, but there was an announcement late in the day yesterday. They're saying its first CAE-built flight simulator is going to be installed this month in California to train electric air taxi pilots. They're expecting FAA qualification as a level 7. I have no idea what that means or in reference to what. Level 7 training device with a full motion level C simulator coming later this year. So Joby Aviation up huge yesterday, back-to-back pretty good days here on the back of that. Did you see their name at CES? I didn't see any CES-specific headlines, but I was almost expecting some of the eVTOL headlines to come out of there, too.
Yeah, that's why I was just reading through, because apparently they're at CES. I scrolled through like the CES website of exhibitors. I didn't see them there, but there are obviously hundreds and hundreds of companies. But yeah, I mean, this coming out here, at least in a press release earlier today here about Joby preparing for its first wave of air taxi pilot training. So CAE could be another way to play this, guys, too, because this is also publicly traded on the NYSE and also TSX, so likely a Canadian company, so nice look there. But again, this kind of goes on here with this driving theme here at CES. We know we have, of course, Nvidia with the AV theme, but then Uber and Lucid as well. Now Joby here, with air taxi. So I think there's a lot of different ways to play CES. I think a lot of them will end up being vehicle or flight related, which is kind of an interesting look. And yes, Sharif is not here for this. He's a fan of Joby, but our Joby, or Joe and Obi, is also here for Joby Week. So full circle, I guess.
Well done. You've had clearly more coffee than I have at this point this morning. Lockheed Martin with a couple of good days here this morning as well. There was a couple of analyst notes on this one this morning. Some of the defense-related stocks popping up over the past couple of days for obvious reasons. Friday and then yesterday we got the gap higher on LMT all the way up to 516, breaking out of its recent range. But if you set aside the AI trade for a second, you set aside the energy trade, there's a lot of economic data to come this week on the employment side and a lot of overall global macro concerns still. Obviously, a lot of people looking at these types of plays.
Yeah, I think if you go back to employment data for a second too, tomorrow at 10 a.m. we're going to be getting JOLTS job data. Then Friday at 8:30 a.m. Brendan and I will be giving you NFP data. So those are, I think, the two biggest job headlines to watch out for, without a doubt. But going on this defense play, I mean, we talked about this yesterday. I believe Joe was mentioning this yesterday. Boeing's been strong as of late, getting some contracts here. Lockheed signing a framework agreement with the U.S. DoD this morning to accelerate the production and delivery of a missile segment enhancement interceptors. So I think the fact that we're getting these headlines plus the ongoing theme here of these geopolitical concerns, we heard some Russia-Ukraine news this morning around 7:30 as well. This type of stock definitely going to be on watch today.
We haven't really had our yearly discussion yet. You went over what happened last year as far as what we picked and who came out on top of that. Haven't really had our yearly discussion yet as far as themes are concerned. But given that there's no clear indication that this type of theme is going to go anywhere this year, something that might be interesting going into the next couple of months here at least.
Yeah, well, even like Boeing was one of my plays for last year, and BA actually did pretty well last year, and that's, I think you could argue, in that defense play. This LMT for myself personally actually kind of looking pretty promising. They got beat up a lot in the middle of the last year, so I think certainly something, at least for myself, to watch. But yeah, I think we talked a lot about that space theme. That's another way maybe to play defense, and I think that's probably another theme that will show up as well. But yeah, if you guys missed it here with our Jimmy Carter picks from last year, I can certainly drop that in our chat here, our Trader TV Live YouTube chat, and I will, because Sean, Neil, Joe, in that order, coming out in the top 3 of last year's picks. Palantir, the top stock by far of anything that anyone picked.
Any of these, if you go to a daily chart, this is Lockheed Martin on a daily time frame here. These things did not do well over the past year or 12 months, 12, 15 months anyways, going back to 2024 even. But we're right at significant levels here on the daily chart for Lockheed Martin, guys, just as a overall theme going forward into the next, I don't know, quarter, 6 months kind of thing. Something that's kind of been in the back seat, with AI leading and tech leading. That being said, I mean, I was looking at the NASDAQ versus the Dow, obviously at record highs, and the NASDAQ versus the S&P even this morning. Tech not necessarily leading, but AI specifically still the narrative that everybody wants to talk about. Something like an LMT in pretty good shape here right now.
Yeah, look, all these defense names are in pretty good shape. I mean, look, military spending worldwide is not going down, so you have that. Then you have the modernization of modern warfare with drones and more autonomy. So you're going to have that build out is pretty much everybody. And what's good about that, obviously for the companies, I don't want to get into the whole, is it really good to build things of destruction? But what's good for all of these companies is you have all of the major players and major buyers like the U.S. and Germany and a lot of Europe that are be looking for those upgrades. So absolutely, I tend to like the some of the drone plays a little bit better, and we talked about AV for the last few days. And just to juxtapose Boeing and LMT, one thing about Boeing's kind of already made a very nice bounce for some other reasons, and then it's kind of catching this wave as well. But that recent deal they got, like the I think it was F-15 Israel deal, that's a very small amount of revenue for them, and it's really not going to make that much of a difference. But this is a story that's been working for a while. Whereas Lockheed is just sort of getting out of the doldrums and is kind of in that first stage, looking for potential breakout here. They've languished a little bit, but there's a pretty key break on Lockheed. Just the last time it got away from this sort of 480 resistance, it completely and utterly failed at 520. And this was at a point when, well, a lot of things were pulling back, so there was a lot of weakness. Boeing pulled back in that range as well. But it's lagging this move just a little bit and has some room to go if it can take out a 520. That said, I'm going to kind of prefer, more drone-related plays when it comes to this. That's why I like AV. But there's so many of them that are currently either trying to break out, in Lockheed's case, Boeing's kind of already gone there, or something like an AV, which made the break yesterday, and today you're just looking for a little bit of confirmation. So I think this is a theme that's going to work this year because, again, you have enough long of a time frame, you're not decreasing the spending, and if you're in the right segments of it where you're looking at upgrades and you're looking at a sea change in the way that military action is taken, if you're in the right places like drones, then I think you're good to go for this year.
Right, here's the Fed, CME Fed rate watch 2.0 right here. So we still do get, this is for January, so we still are getting 83%, 84% chance of no cut, but there's still 16% chance of a cut. So we talked about looking forward into the year. You know, if you go all the way over to December, you know, that's where it starts to get a little cloudy, where we're looking at between 2 to 3 cuts by that point here. So, you know, for the year, I think you have Fed on your side. And right now, today, it looks like we will open up to close enough to a silver all-time high, as some of the, we just talked about a little bit about oil and some of the natural resource plays, while silver is right here, right now. Also, GLD is opening up here as well, not quite near all-time highs yet for gold, but we're getting there as well, looking at that 415, 416 area. So that could easily hit today. We had GDX and whatnot going yesterday. So in the year of magical investing may be over for 2025, where we had a lot of, you know, huge names, the SMRs, the Oklos, Rigettis, quantum plays, you know, drone plays, things like that, that were starting to go real hard. We'll see if they can do that again this year. We started off yesterday with SMR, and over the last couple of days, that's been really hot starting off the year. Gold, silver looks to also keep the trends higher here. In what's been working continues to work. And in what an environment should still be the same. I mean, earnings have been real good lately, and with the last little earnings session, Robinhood, I think, is a good example of the rebound that can happen in crypto that can lift, you know, all ships here. So Robinhood's getting a good lift. Yesterday we had another great trade with SoFi, as that's trying to break through $30. We'll see if they can get there today. This could be on watch. Not up today, although relatively flat. It is flat, right? Yeah. So SoFi yesterday, you know, was doing nothing, and then you could have had that whole, like, instead of looking at oil, which went sort of downside, and we talked about all the chip names, you know, we keep on talking about how great some of these financials are. SoFi continues to work out as well as Robinhood. So, you know, in a rebound in Bitcoin and a rebound in the overall, you know, strength of, I guess, U.S. dominance, we'll see some U.S. banking system continue to go higher here right now. But we have upgrades and downgrades hitting, options hitting right now with his namesake, is Joey Options.
Good morning, everyone, and happy Tuesday. A lot of activity in the options world yesterday, so let's take a look at some of the names that were trading higher. Now, mind the strike prices. Meta's correct, SMR, IBIT just mixed up here, but we can work our way around that. Let's get right into this. So at IBIT, Bitcoin continuing to climb higher yesterday. Guys, a rebound off of that $78,000 low, continuing to climb, touching $94,000. We're going to be looking at that $55 strike price. That's going to be expiring next Friday. Now look at the open interest, guys. 72,000 contracts currently open at that specific level, with substantial volume, with 36,400 contracts being open and closed at that $55 strike price. Now, as for new scale power as well, guys, SMR putting in another decent session, climbing higher. We're going to be keeping our eye on that $20 strike price, with 6,000 contracts still currently open and 5,880 open and closed on the intraday session. Now, out of the bigger names, Meta relatively strong at that $670 strike. And once again, that's going to be expiring next Friday. Open interest sitting around 6,260, and then the volume relatively light around 1,940. But keep an eye out on Meta for breaking through that previous resistance zone and entering the gap area. Now, as for some more options activity, we're going to be looking at Nvidia. Jensen speaking at the Keynote yesterday. So we're going to look at some of the contracts. It's going to be exactly at that $192.50 strike price. Substantial volume. Now, we talk about this name quite often. It's one of the higher liquid stocks, especially in the options world. Now, what I want us to focus on is the open interest and the volume, because we've seen these call walls before. We're somewhat in a consolidation zone, so keep an eye out on this level as potential resistance. Yesterday, we went high of around $193, but then we sold off aggressively from that point. We can see our bid and our ask is relatively tight, only $2 spread there. And our delta, considering we're slightly out of the money here, relatively high around $3.05. And then gamma exposure, relatively cool, but 0.043. That's a substantial rate of change in the rate of change, i.e. your delta. Maybe a little bit confusing. Your at the money IB sitting around 42.3%. But there's one thing that I really want us to focus on, and it's a little bit difficult to see here on this picture. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull it up over here. This is yesterday's intraday session. At the peak of this contract's value, we were at $4.15. And then we close roughly around here. So that is going to be a 65% decrease in the contract value alone that expires this Friday. Now, did NVDA drop 65%? Absolutely not. But this can just show you the decay within the contracts in a single intraday session. So as for the options writer, that's a substantial return. And if you're buying at that peak, that's a tough hit to sit through. Keep an eye on some of these names and the power of theta, also the decrease in implied volatility and the increase, which can help you a little bit. But this is the full effects of theta decay, guys. 65% decrease in a contract that expires this Friday.
Always good insight there by Joe, and great point, especially with that Nvidia yesterday. Huge reversal, but yeah, essentially rendering those worthless. But SMR 20, there was a point, literally while Joe was talking, that SMR looked like it was going to break $20. We got to $19.96 just now. A huge day yesterday. All of this, I mean, anything you could want to say positive about it outside of the first. Outside of the first couple of candles, like right before the open, and then like that first candle at the open were a little bit red, but they held that pre-market support. And there's only one thing that I have concern with. It's like your day one, day two, and then day three. So everything about this screen continuation, like there were good trend lines in like IBIT and silver, that's fine, but this one was the one that got missed yesterday. But because it's day three, I want to be sure if you lose like the top, and I might say like more like 1925 instead of the absolute high, but if you lose that high and fill in and off the, especially even off the open, that first 15 minutes, don't want to be fighting it, because then it looks like a back end trade. Like a false break of 20 off the open could be that day three setup for a bit of a dip buy or a pullback day. So you want to make sure you're holding that prior high, and if not, there could be a bit of a deeper retracement trade. We saw that in some of the chip names yesterday. If you were trying to trade oil, thankfully wasn't really, then you would have been trying to catch a falling knife. Eventually there were bids to be found, but if you're in too early after that rejection of the breakout, sometimes like the first 5-10 minutes is not the best place to be trying to catch that bid. You've rejected such a strong move to the upside. That was certainly the case with Nvidia. As we said, it was like CVX gave you the same thing. SMR, it has some threat to do that today, as strong as it's been.
Yeah, I have SMR written down here on the note today. So we're going to go long around that $18.75 to $19 area. So it's on here. It's on the note. You can go find it. I really like this stock. The way it's acted the last couple of days. Obviously, you can see the trend is quite nicely cooking to the upside, so I like that $19 mark. And, the name that we did recommend, I recommended a couple of minutes ago, was Oklo, and that was a couple of days ago, because we just had bounced off, and we had talked about potentially some themes that could have been happening for 2026, and just the fact that these were beat up so much, and just like that AVAV, you bounce cleanly off that 200 period moving average. So buying this name at $73, $74, and now seeing it at $94, $95, you've got a huge move already in Oklo over the last 4 or 5 days. So I am wondering about some exhaustion in here, but up 5%, I can't be worried about that. If it's up 5%, I think it continues. So it may not rip off the open or anything like that, but dip by $90 for Oklo would be awesome. That's yesterday's closing price, and similarly for SMR. And then, a name that just continues to climb higher, SanDisk, Micron, Western Digital, all these names continue to work here as well. A couple of days ago, yesterday we had a dip down opportunity as everyone was talking about the price of RAM and where storage and memory and all this was going. And then I don't think we got too much reaction from CES that's affecting Micron here today. So up 1.5%. Nice to see that movement there. And we'll just wait. Micron reports the last. They're we're not worried about Micron's report or anything. I'm just worried about the demand for these GPUs. And if they stay high, then so does Micron and SNDK, SanDisk, of course, a spinoff from Western Digital. That continues to work out too, WDC. And all had a nice dip down yesterday and all up there today. So this seems like a great buy zone here, 268. We're not going to get to that today, I don't think. But yesterday we didn't think this was going to happen either. So let's be patient and see what happens with SNDK, Micron, and all of that. Economic numbers at 8:30 back at the desk.
I think actually coming up at 8:30, but just wanted to give everyone a heads up for what is to come. Not only today, but over the next couple of days. As we said, it's going to be a backloaded kind of a week here as far as employment data is concerned. But that's a look at Tuesday right now. Marked down 945, really the only one that's coming this morning that's going to be meaningful. December S&P Global Services PMI, it's a final print, so could be market moving. And then after the close, we get the API crude oil number, which is then compared to what happens on Wednesday when we get the actual energy data. Coming up tomorrow, and ADP employment change will come out at 8:15. We'll bring that to you live. Remember, 8 o'clock start now. Make sure you're with us. We'll bring that ADP number to you live. As I mentioned, ISM data at 10 o'clock right across the board. We get JOLTS as well coming up at 10 o'clock tomorrow, the Wednesday energy data. But the big day going to be Friday. We get the non-farm payrolls print for December. It's good just to have things back on schedule once again. Here we are in January talking about December non-farm payrolls. Good to see.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's really good to see. But I think the thing I've noticed as well, and I'm just saying this so people are careful, there's a lot of discrepancy between the different websites that cover economic data in terms of what's coming out when that I've only noticed since the shutdown has kind of come back. So, what I do and what I would kind of recommend doing is look at all the websites and just come up with a general consensus, like everything that I'll put either on our watch list or on X at TTV Research. That's kind of how I get that. So you can always trust us as well. If I'm not sure, I'll just put tentative. But yeah, I think it's nice that we're having some return to normalcy. I would like to see, though, a world where we get all of the economic calendars kind of back on track. That being said here, I think the economic data, we've got 3 pieces of jobs-related data, ADP, JOLTS, and NFP coming over the next 3 days. I think with jobs being such a concern here, employment specifically being such a concern for the Fed, that is going to be key. Now, we've heard it from the Fed. They've been pretty clear, both in the minutes and from individual comments, that it's likely we're not going to see any further rate cuts until later in the spring. I think if we do get any kind of jobs data that's out of order, that could maybe be the thing that pushes them to move forward. So I think that's certainly a metric to watch.
There's always been a want, I guess, or need for some of these numbers because they all typically come every month at the beginning of the month in consecutive order in that way, as Adair just mentioned. There's always been this desire for these to be correlated some way, somehow, some when, but they're just not. So any data we get on Wednesday, Thursday has nothing to do with what's going to come with the non-farm payrolls on Friday. When it comes to the scheduling aspect of it, I think that will slowly trickle through and get back to normal as we get further into this year after what has been just an absolute mess for the past 6 to 8 months, I guess it's been, with the government shutdown. That being said, though, here we are again talking about government funding coming up at the end of this month. They're going to have to come up with another package here to continue. Yeah,
I was just going to say that's a real risk here that we get another shutdown. Now, we've had, I think, of the 6 government shutdowns over the past 30 years, 3 of them have been under President Trump, and the last 2, so the one that we had here and the other most recent one from his first term, they've actually been good for the market. The market seems to like these shutdowns. Those were also the 2 longest. So from the market perspective, maybe not the worst case scenario. However, from the functioning of the government and the numbers perspective, certainly not positive, especially as we're just getting back on track from that October 1st shutdown.
Mark this one down. Coming up at 11 o'clock, I just saw Lisa Su, AMD CEO, Lisa Su going to be on Bloomberg answering some questions about her presentation from CES yesterday. This one got hit really, really hard right out of the gate yesterday, mainly on the Nvidia headlines.
Yes.
AMD and Intel to the downside. Nvidia did initially rally, but did give most of that back and then came back late in the day, as we said. But AMD pretty quiet here again, guys. Lisa Su coming up at 11 o'clock on Bloomberg.
Yeah, that'll be one to watch. And we're going to talk a lot of it about the chips, but I just want to circle back to what you guys were saying about the government shutdown or potential government shutdown and the funding. One of the things that you are probably going to pay attention to, or at least the markets are going to pay attention to with regards to any new deal that gets made, will be the extension of some of the ACA. If that does happen and they can get a good resolution there, then I think that bodes really well for a stock like UNH. Good news, UNH has been kind of back on track the last couple of days. Bad news, this is exactly where it failed before. Okay, well, not more or less where it failed before. Exactly the price would be like 388, but it's the 200-period moving average. So it ticked into it just like it did back in October. The distinct difference was the strength with which it's doing it, because we're right back up. Instead of a rejection and then lower, we basically bounced off it and are retesting it today. There's a very good chance that this, like UNH might finally break the 200-period moving average today, if not today. Certainly, you can confirm that tomorrow, but looking pretty strong. And that said, yes, it's on the verge of a breakout. Absolutely, that looks like a nice little, if you can take out 350, head back into those 380s, but you do still have the looming uncertainty with the extending of some of those ACA benefits. And again, that could end up being, it's a true potential headwind. Like, it's not one of those, oh, it's only bad if it doesn't happen. No, they could get a nice little bump if it does. So that's not till the end of the month. I think more pertinent will be the early break potentially here today. But that's very different from when we got into there the last time. That was kind of an obvious rejection and turnaround that ended up, I mean, it sold off for like 8 days in a row after it hit that line. So that's one that should be on watch. As said on AMD, that was nasty yesterday. You don't see topping tail candles that are that bad. I got 226 marked down for myself here. Whether or not we get up there, it doesn't really take much. If you think, well, it's too far away, well, it's pretty much exactly the topping tail candle that happened in yesterday's trade, and it would give it a bit of a head and shoulders look. So ultimately, that was a lot of selling, and it rejected the 50 period on that selling for AMD. So I'm going to want to see this thing close above the 50 period SMA here, which will be above that 226. Otherwise, I'm only bullish if it dips into support. Like, I mean, I'm looking for rejections first, just given the way that this acted yesterday off the open.
I saw that story about AIG earlier there. So you are getting a little bit of a move down here as their CEO looking to move away. Was $84.05 down to 81. Basically no volume at all, 17,000 shares. Yep. So yeah, I did see that one. And if you're looking at insurance names, I mean, Berkshire, here it is right here. This has been sort of a sleeping giant, I think. It's still a $1 trillion name. Like, let's not, forget about that one too much here, as the markets across the world at all-time highs. And Berkshire, of course, nowhere near all-time high right now. So we go from that story there about insurance over to a major insurance player here with Berkshire, meaning that they own a lot of insurance and a lot of financials as well. So I'm a little bit surprised that this isn't going. I guess maybe just sitting on all that cash, need to deploy this somewhere. So I actually like Berkshire in and around here. I can't remember if that was one of my 2025 picks, but I like it. I'm not sure if I like it moving forward too much. I like Affirm. Ooh, thank you.
I like coffee.
Randy. Yeah, coffee's a good one too. Affirm yesterday, wow, 75 up to 81, really breaking out. So, we got to get our 2026 picks in, because before these stocks really start to break out, I got to make some plays over here. So, yeah, I really like this break right here on Affirm of 81 and change. So, this name could start going upside here as we see about the consumer strength. We see about credit cards, this buy now, pay later stuff seems to be working out for Affirm, and we're just going to see if it can continue its move a little higher. If you bought it last year at the beginning of the year, you did okay. I mean, you're in here around $60 to $65, closing out around 75, so just up just about 10%. I think Affirm has more in it this year than that 10%. So let's see if Affirm can get going at some point, looking like it's could do exactly that very soon, breaking through this $81, $82 mark. So I like Affirm. PayPal just released their sort of buy now, pay later type of stuff. You can do, I was just noticing because I bought some stuff using PayPal, you can do I didn't do it of course, but 4 installments as well, interest-free installments it's interest-free for PayPal. So this could be also an interesting area. So a firm breaking the top, PayPal right here, right along the bottom here at 58 bucks. You know, we've seen that managed, that's too low. This is the level right here. I don't know why that's not drawing. Can I only draw one line here? Anyways, right in there is what we're looking at, not that line, but there it is right there. So I think 58 bucks for PayPal looks pretty good to me as well. So there's a couple different financials there. We went from Robinhood to SoFi, names that have been pretty hot over 2025 into 26. And now we got PayPal and Affirm both looking interesting to me as well, both for different reasons. PayPal looking like it's trying to hold on for dear life, and Affirm looking like it wants to break out. So I like both of these names at current levels. If this breaks through 57 or so, then we can get out of PayPal. But yeah, PayPal and Affirm, interesting levels for both of these names as well. So, all right, man, it's 8:40. Thanks, Randy, for coming through. I mean, Randy still likes his Rivian, I guess, and some of those energy plays. But again, yesterday, like the only way to make money on the energy plays yesterday was, unless you waited for that dip. Yeah, no, there was. But you know, yesterday getting in off the bell, and I'm just going to wait to see what happens today.
We're good.
Yeah, Valero was good. I mean, most of these names were actually fine. It's just they had this dip down pretty aggressively right there off the open. XOM lost $4 to make it all back. And the same thing with CVX. So we'll see if there's something today. Like today, you're not opening up with as much hoopla, obviously, as yesterday. Yesterday, we had guys here getting coffee, talking all about CVX, and you know, couldn't wait to get long. And I told him they were gonna eat his breakfast. I don't know if that actually wound up happening, but there it goes all the way to the downside. So I know yesterday was a little bit of a rough day trading some of these energy names, but we'll wait to see today if XOM can take some of those highs out. And then I mentioned yesterday Valero and how much I really thought that this name, you know, could benefit. It had the same kind of fate. Well, actually, it started at 10:30. Valero actually winds up in and around, look how choppy that is off the open. Wow, I didn't even realize that. But we'll see if Valero can get going as well. Like that's a huge break spot right there, as they got to bring this oil back and start to refine it a little bit. So we'll see if Valero gets some contracts or not. But, you know, this could take years. And, you know, the stock market is a long game, especially in energy. So going to have to wait to see who's anointed some of these winners early. But, yeah, people putting all these random names in the chat, that's great. I mean, we want to look at DVLTs, this drug stock. We actually have that in that's biosciences, Hover. Right? We actually have that and Hover as well. We have all these, most of these in our watch list, so you guys can go double check those. And
that Hover is not moving.
No, Hover's not doing anything. No. That's like another one of those. Is that what I
think it's one drones, of those smaller, like drone plays. But no, just one last one back on, if we're just before we go back to the desk on energy, like you really had to pick your spots because like some of the energy services names were pretty strong, but you did have to be patient and sort of wait for, like there was a trend break on Halliburton, there was a dip that tried to fill in the gap, it didn't really fill in the entirety of the gap, but then afterward it bounced, it held VWAP, it retraced the highs a couple of times. It's a $30 stock that gave you, you're going to get $1 there twice. You're going to get a $2 move off of the lows. I don't know how exciting they are today, though. Just none of them, like every single one of them that I've looked at this morning is more or less exactly where it was before. Like that's, if there's a theme that you think is emerging, like look at the defense plays. How many defense stocks that worked yesterday or had extra volume yesterday are trading at the same price they were 24 hours ago? Probably none of them, right? And how many of these energy names are trading at the exact price they were the day before? A lot of them. So that really tells you that for the day trade, they might not be the best. I mean, who knows? If Halliburton breaks out 33 today, I'm sure I'll go over to it. But until then, you kind of got to go where to the bread's being buttered with some more volatility. And one of the ways you might be able to do that, I don't know, we'll find out in a quick little second when we see some upgrades and then downgrades with Joe.
See those.
Welcome back, guys. And yeah, we're going to start things off with some downgrades to Neil's request. At the top of the list here, guys, we have Crown Castle by New Street Research getting the downgrade here, guys, going from a buy to a neutral with that price target set at $93, slightly negative here in the pre-market section, roughly around 0.1%. Now, as for Shopify, going from an outperform to a peer perform, price target set to $185. You're down 1% this morning by Wolf Research. Honeywell as well, guys, getting the downgrade to $220. Slightly positive here this morning, but going from a to a hold by Vertical Research. Now, as for Uber, guys, Melius going from a hold to a sell, up 0.8%, closer to 9, but price target set to $73. Those are going to be your downgrades. Now, as for the upgrades, guys, we have ASML, Sharif liking this name, slightly negative here in the morning, but an upgrade and getting the nod by Sanford C. Bernstein, going from a hold to a buy, target set there. Now, Duolingo, also a fan of Sharif. Bank of America giving it the nod, guys, going from a neutral to a buy, but also lowering the price target, guys. So it's getting the upgrade, but reiterating that target from $301 to $250. You're up 1.6% this morning. Now, as for Intel, guys, getting the upgrade and the nod, $50 is going to be that price target, going from a hold to a buy. And then we have a fan favorite of Mr. Patina, Marvell, getting the upgrade as well too, guys. Positive 2% here this morning. Price target set to $135.
I like those upgrades. One thing about ASML, at some point when China catches up to their technology, and I use the air quotes because they tend to do that when there's like a big monopoly from a Western company in a specific space. Sometimes they'll catch up. How they do it, sometimes a little bit nefarious, but it doesn't matter. At some point, you would suspect if they do get some competition for their little mini monopoly, a good pivot is going to, I think, likely be Lam in that case. I think that you're still looking at pretty years away from that. So for now, ASML is still a good ride. But I think there's some great upgrades. But the one that to me there, it's aggressive call on Uber. Saying $73 here for Uber. And really, if you look at where Uber has been going, I think it was yesterday or maybe it was Friday. Let me just double check. No, it was yesterday. Yesterday, death cross. So that's when the 50 period crosses over the 200 period moving average. It's sort of a signal that, okay, the stock is bearish. I mean, whatever. The way I actually like to look at this, just for myself, is when it flashes that signal, it's like a short entry point, like the next couple of days for some people. So if that is true and you had increased volume yesterday and we get another big volume day here, then I'm just going to if it ends up holding and we end up breaking out that top, I'm just going to like it a little bit more because I know that you've got some short-term shorts that are getting out of it. So, whatever, maybe this downgrade can be a reason why there's a big red and sort of heavy volume day to the downside. But then if it breaks out the resistance points, whether it's yesterday's high or that actual 84 level, which is more like 83.70 now that I look a little bit closer, I'm going to like the fact that you've got some short-term shorts that have probably just entered into some Uber recently, and then you can get a breakout through them. In terms of buying the dip, I think it's still maybe the patience game to be played with Uber, but that breakout just gets a little bit more interesting to me because of all that negative sentiment. And the other thing that I know Brian Shannon would always talk about is sometimes, look for, even if it's downward trending, you can prefer bullish setups when they come in if you've got that upward sloping 200 period moving average. The longer term moving average has still managed to hold its upslope. It's flattening out, but overall, it's not all bad. So yeah, I'll have my eyes on that 84. I don't think it happens today with that downgrade, but certainly on my radar for the next couple of sessions for potential break back into those moving averages.
Man, Joe nailed it here with Marvell again. I mean, I got to get these 2026 picks out here before it's too late. Yeah, I really like Marvell. I think it's a good upgrade. Without reading the upgrade, I could just imagine it's something to do with AI, and Marvell probably going to be is at CES, and we'll figure out. I don't know that to be a fact, but we'll wait to see if there's any news coming out of there. But I just really like the fact that we bounced off the 200 period moving average. We know SoftBank was kicking the tires on these guys as well. I mean, we've made some great calls with Lululemon and Target and Marvell recently. I mean, you could throw a dart at a lot of these names and just pick them, but why not get back into this 120, 130 area? I mean, I'm still looking for this 105 break at some point, and even if you get that, it's still 20% or so from here. So if we can get that, that would be be great. And yeah, we'll look to see if Marvell continues its move higher here. As you know, you need to get more than just GPUs, man. You need to connect all these guys together. The photonics, we talked about the copper wiring and everything. For what Marvell is doing. So I like the space there, competing with Broadcom, and there's competition for sure. And also, I was actually thinking too, this is a name that's going to be interesting. I mean, I think the only way that Netflix doesn't get Warner Brothers is if there's like a $34, $35 bid that comes to, and I'm not sure that that's what's going to happen. So I think this might have been, I don't know why it kind of flushed yesterday over the last couple of days as much as it did, but I'm a buyer of Netflix as well down here around this $90, $91 mark. This is not going to be a pick for 2026. I don't know if it has the action to make that 20 or 30%. I don't know if I love the business, but I just think it's been hit so much. I mean, Netflix, once they had a great quarter, they came out, they were actually up on the quarter, and then all of a sudden, the buyout sort of started and the takeover, and now we're going to wait to see where this eventually lands. So, everything starts up here, 113, 114, then, Warner Brothers happens, and you're all the way back down to $91 in a market where content is king. I don't think them getting more content is a problem, and whatever they wind up paying for it only is affecting them short term. They can raise money, this is not a problem. We already know Larry Ellison is willing to basically fund the whole thing for Paramount, so there has to be some value in acquiring Warner Brothers Discovery and all that. So hoping that Netflix can get off that $90 mark and continue higher as well. So I like all of that. And then I really like today, we're going to go over, man. We have our watch list still to go through, but I liked SMCI down here today on an upgrade as well, so from Truist. So, sorry, was Palantir with the upgrade? But SMCI, I believe, was upgraded as well. It's on the note. But down here to $30. We held that area yesterday. Let's see if SMCI can hold some of these bids. But yeah, the NASDAQ losing patience right now with itself as we're right back into VWAP. So NASDAQ was like, yeah, maybe we don't deserve to be this high on limited news. We'll find out if we can hold that. I also have the TQs on my mind today. We traded 4 or 5 names yesterday. We'll see if we can match that with a little bit more today. So yeah, the NASDAQ heading downside right now, but nothing worth panicking about. We still have the good old AMD and Nvidia talk to hopefully hold us up here. As I said, I'm not super excited about anything with Nvidia long until we break above this 191. So that could happen at some point, but I think looking more short than longs on Nvidia, despite being up 0.7%. So yeah, coffee's pretty good. Bananas are a little too
ain't ripe.
Yeah, what opposite of ripe? Too new? No, what's the word you're looking for? If a banana is not ripe,
it's green. I mean, I just call it green.
Yeah, I guess so.
There's probably an actual word for it.
I think, yeah, I'm trying to, there is. That's why I can't figure it out. But
we just lost a few, I mean, a small amount of the bid here. As Sean was mentioning, some of the AMD and Nvidia just rolled over a tiny bit. Tesla was kind of at 450.
It's now 1% now, eh?
And yeah, now we're down almost a full point here. So there was a little bit raw, unripe.
No, that's funny. Yeah, green is fine.
Those all work, but just maybe a little bit. It's
like, what's the opposite of cold? Uncold.
Uncold. Well, why not?
That's why it's funny. Yeah. What's the opposite of successful trade and unsuccessful trade, right? You can put un basically in front of anything. Yeah, that's
been fishing. Some guy on X said, when Chuck Norris jokes about Will Smith's wife, Will Smith slaps himself. I love the Chuck Norris joke.
Yeah, well, that's
bring them all back, baby.
That somebody was me. So here it is right here. Shout out. I'll put this up. I was just looking through last night and I found this and I was just saying, it was just so funny. There's so many fun. It's like, Chuck Norris is the only guy that can drown a fish. There's like a whole bunch of things like that. But this was just funny. So yeah, or there's like little memes of Chuck Norris, little baby Chuck Norris taking his kids to work before he went to school and things like that. It was too funny. But thank you so much for
University. I feel like when they
fishing.
came up with those.
Oh yeah, the Chuck Norris things are so epic. I mean, Chuck Norris has done nothing in forever. He just the legend just lives on with this guy, Chuck Norris. But he should do some stand-up or something. Anyways, yeah, there's the follow. Go hit me up on X. I'll try to post some funny things every once in a while. So thanks, Ben Fishing. I like fishing as well. We talked about ice fishing there yesterday. Truist Securities also upgrading Lemonade there, just seeing that as well.
Speaking of insurance, we were talking about insurance earlier.
New insurance name there, Lemonade.
Very, very new. They're only 5 or 6 years that they've been around. Well, at least been public, anyways. On Lemonade, is it moving?
Wow, that's a huge move.
But it's huge off the bottom. But somebody on this stock has been liking the sell between 80 and 85. So this one could make another move at some point. But it deserves a watch, I think, because a lot of finance and finance adjacent names are kind of catching some of this strength, and they seem all really good on the chart. We got more breaking news here. Meta delays global rollout of Ray-Ban display glasses on strong U.S. demand support. The
only one buying those, I think, are Sharif. I mean, he was talking about that. I mean, it depends on the Ray-Ban display.
I'm not excited by those.
Delays. Yeah, nah.
I'm not excited.
I'm not. I've already said, like, we talked about that. I didn't think the glasses were, like, the next form factor or anything like that. So, but yeah, there it is. So interesting. Is Meta...
I don't think it's...
We can have a quick look at it. I don't think there's too much excitement. I mean, if anything, it would be the whole... what is it, Warby Parker?
Look, Warby Parker literally hasn't had a print.
Yeah, so that would be the other one. They were moving on that. And Eyes, no, Eyes is not, that's the symbol, but that was not the stock. But anyways, other glass companies there. I think it's a drop in the bucket for Meta. I mean, they've already sort of thrown out, billions and billions of dollars on this whole metaverse thing. I don't think the glasses are the right form factor. I think they're cool, and I think people will wear them, and I'm sure there is a use case for them. I could see, like, when you're working on something and you want to see, I don't know, some ideas. The thing I liked about it was they were showing, like, a mechanic looking at a car or something, like wearing glasses, and it was helping him or her figure out the logistics and what they needed.
There's all kinds of applications in that regard. I just think worrying about the whole, like, everyday people are going to be wearing them as a fashion statement, and then it's going to replace your phone to a certain extent. Like that, you're just not necessarily there yet. People are going to want that when it's going to, like, some kind of contact out of a movie. Oddly enough, Meta actually bounced a little bit off of that. But I think that has more to do with the market bouncing. And we're going to go right back to the desk. It's almost 9 o'clock, but that little dip that we saw overall, you saw, like, Nvidia roll over a little bit, you saw Tesla roll over a little bit, that we actually ended up just bouncing. So this candle is looking like it could even be like a reversal one on the 15th on very light volume early. So so far, the market's first quote-unquote small test has been a bit of a bounce. I see a few people have been putting in USAR. And look, yesterday we talked about resources and how yesterday's move might be good for commodities in general. That was a better place to be strictly than oil. Right, we'll talk some more gold. Silver was a great long yesterday. It's continuing to press highs because that strength is undefeated. The rare earth names, you had MP bouncing off the 200-period moving average. You got USAR as well, which is through the 200, through the 50, and trying to make a bigger move, I think, here today, day 3 play as well. But this is where the juice was yesterday instead of oil. It's just some of these third-day trades, just be careful. Because on the third day of, like, 2 big parabolic moves, on that third day, if you fail an open high, the pullback can be very, very heavy. It's just it's one of those, like, old, like, day trading, not axioms, but there's, like, lots of traders actually short based on that strategy. Like, if it fails the high, the pre-market high right at the open on day 3, then usually they look for a reversion. So USAR would fall firmly into that, but it should be on our watch. Just like silver should be on our watch. Just like gold should be on our watch. And MP. Silver is different because it's like, this is not a day 3. This is a day 2 play for silver. It had a drawback day a couple of days ago. And we get more breaking news. Oh, why not Morgan Stanley? 1.3 trillion files for Bitcoin ETF. I had seen this morning also a Solana ETF for Morgan Stanley, so it's not just you get in line. But
yeah, I mean, it's kind of like we saw that the release of Coinbase was kind of the height of crypto at that time, and when they released iBits there, and some of those ETFs got approved. That sort of signaled a little bit of a top here. But yeah, Morgan Stanley, I think, just joining the group. I mean, there's so many ETFs now. ARCB is, you can get involved with Cathie Woods, Bitcoin, iBit. And just we always look at IBIT, and so now I've even forgot about other ones as well. But there's a lot. BITO, yeah. There's a bunch of different ETFs. So interesting, good for Morgan Stanley to do that. I mean, I think if they can collect their management fees, and obviously they have customers that are interested in getting involved with Bitcoin. So why put one of your own clients in somebody else's product? You just put them in yours, and you get the VIG on that, and you get the management fee and everything. So yeah, it makes sense for me. I think they should all eventually have some sort of a Bitcoin ETF that they can get their clients exposure to. So I think it's great for the space, and I just think it just continues to push the cart forward. We saw Venezuela with a huge, apparently, Bitcoin. We know that IBIT holds the third largest amount, and then MSTR with the single largest amount other than this, what's the guy's name there? Satoshi there. Apparently 1 million Bitcoin, so that'd be cool.
The only thing that concerns me, and I was bullish on IBIT yesterday, it's just a little different at today's prices. Because look at every single time we've gotten up here, we're at 93.7 right now, but just above 94 to like 94.4 to 94.8, that's been this high, like 53.8-ish on IBIT. And we tagged that yesterday, and the 50 period's also going to be there on the daily. We tagged that yesterday and had a bit of a pullback. So I'm kind of looking at that prior resistance level and thinking, well, if we don't break out this top, that gives you a better short setup than it does a long setup to me. So I'm looking for like a pop and fade on IBIT today. And yesterday we're only looking long, and it was great, but today is going to be a bit different for me on Bitcoin. As silver hits some all-time highs, and it's 9 o'clock. Let's get to the desk. Let's get into this rundown. And hi-ho silver, apparently.
Yeah, lots to look at this morning. Let's, as you mentioned, get right into things here. If you haven't done so yet, watch list is below, or the link at least, to the sign-up page down in the description. Top link will get you to that page. All you need then is your email address. Has everything on it in the morning, every single pre-market, anything that's moving around, and why in one neat package. Nvidia and Jensen specifically stealing the show yesterday with the keynote speech at CES. As far as the AI trade as a theme goes, everything was downside initially out of the gate yesterday, and then we did recover a little bit into the close today. Unlimited amounts of analysts with opinions this morning on everyone that was at CES yesterday, and specifically AMD and Nvidia. Mostly positive from what I saw as far as analysts were concerned. Price target increases, pointing directly to, as you were mentioning earlier, the automotive side of things for Nvidia on some of these.
Yeah, one of the things that Jensen Huang, who's of course the CEO of Nvidia, said during his keynote is that there could be an Nvidia autonomous vehicle on the road in the US by Q1 2026. He also announced the company's next-gen chips are apparently in full production, and they will also be offering 5 times the AI computing power of previous models for chatbots and other AI applications. But of course, this was not the only thing of note that happened yesterday after the bell when it comes to CES, because we also had, right after him, we had Intel's Panther Lake launch event. Now, this is Intel's attempt here, I guess, to be back in competition with AMD. Looks like this was mostly well received. Intel was up as much as 1% pre-market. And then speaking of AMD, they were the last event of the night. Poor Lisa Su having to deliver an event at least Eastern time here. Ends at nearly 11 p.m. That keynote also, as far as I can tell, pretty well received. The company unveiling their MI440X, which is going to be aimed at smaller on-prem data centers. They also highlighted their MI455X offering. Tonight after the bell, we get Mobileye, so more INTC.
I don't know if you want to be first in that situation or last in that situation.
Oh, between the three of them?
Whether you'd actually get more impressions leading it off ahead of Jensen or maybe after. I don't know. It remains to be seen. But I mean, AMD, just keep in mind, as I mentioned earlier, Lisa Su coming up this morning at 11 o'clock on Bloomberg as well. So might be a market mover. I just saw this as we were talking about this, popped up in front of me. This is tracking annualized revenue from AI specifically. So shout out to Microsoft and Microsoft Azure leading the way here. OpenAI, parabolic at this point, just in the last little while here for revenue anyways. But as far as the AI trade today goes, no significant, correct me if I'm wrong, no significant additional announcements scheduled for today for any of these big names. We'll see. You'll keep an eye out, obviously, for anything coming out of CES.
I was just going to say Mobileye after the bell, as I mentioned, at 4:45, but they're also Mobileye, so that's more of like maybe an Intel sympathy play, if anything. Tomorrow we're going to have Caterpillar, and then after the bell tomorrow we get Qualcomm, Adobe, and HPQ in a panel, I believe, called The Future of Computing. So yeah, that's more tomorrow, though.
Yeah, we'll see how this theme plays out going into the remainder of the year, whether or not we get an evolution of some sort as to where things go on the AI front, guys. For now, though, still the big ones leading the way in a big way.
Yeah, I want to see, at some point we'll get that graphic up maybe just a tad longer, because I got a brief look at it. I saw someone in the chat, I was thinking the same thing. No Gemini on there? And also Anthropic potentially with an IPO. Anthropic has already said that we will see an IPO for them before they expect to have expecting a faster profitability than OpenAI. They're expecting to get an IPO before OpenAI as well. So I think both those things are pretty interesting for this year for Anthropic. Nvidia. Today, we've already gone over silver, we've gone over IBIT, we talked a little bit about SoFi. The only thing on my list is the chips. And with AMD and Nvidia, it's going to be very similar. First of all, if Jensen's going first, what order would you want to go in if you're the three that have to follow him? Last, man. It's like, look, if someone goes on stage and kills it at a show, like, you don't want to be in the crowd. Like, any comedian will tell you, like, you don't want to follow someone that just absolutely slayed it. Let them be able to have forgotten about whoever slayed that nonsense. Here's what I was at a concert years ago where, like, Beyonce and Destiny's Child were opening up, and it was a Boyz II Men concert, so obviously Boyz II Men's gonna kill it. Man, the group, I felt it was like some group called like Uncle Sam. I'll never forget them. They had the unfortunate, completely unfortunate circumstance to have had to follow Destiny's Child and Beyonce just destroying it when they were coming out.
Yeah.
And they had no chance. Like, they weren't bad, but I mean, shoot, they just got crushed. So it all starts with Nvidia, and they're the most important. But today, you saw the reversal that happened yesterday. Nvidia downtrended yesterday. Intel downtrended yesterday. AMD downtrended yesterday. But the way that they did it was what was the most convincing. Look at that top on the 15-minute at 192. Like, that's very, very distinct. It's like, the wick goes through 193, but it's a very distinct double top. I do like the fact that 188.5, we're back above it. So, like, there's a world where you could still, dip and rip. Like, you could have a constructive long off 188.5, but that 192 and then go over to AMD, and this AMD will be a lower high at 226 because it's just so extreme for it to get back up to the top, and the double top would be more of a head and shoulders. But both of those names look like a bit of a fade the news kind of situation. So 226 on AMD, and that Nvidia, it's 192 to 193 zone for myself. So those are the ones we'll be watching. As far as the longer term aspect, whatever, you're fine. Like, I'm not terribly worried about Nvidia in the longer run, but certainly after what we saw yesterday on that sell the news, I think you want to fade those pops, 26 and 92 respectively.
Yeah, for me, I wrote down here on the sticky note today that we were going to look at some SMCI. So, I like the deal I talked about. The upgrade on was Truist was Palantir, but SMCI, this 30-long partnering with Nvidia here, as far as their liquid cool solutions are concerned. So we did get some notes yesterday from SMCI, and as far as AI is concerned, with news yesterday, a positive story there. I think this $30 mark would be a great spot to get involved with SMCI. I mean, it's been a relatively decent area here. This could even be, this could even be an investable trade here for SMCI if you think there's a couple more legs to go in the server side of things. And yeah, I kind of like this name down here near $28, $29. But for today's trade, yeah, $30, yesterday's low. If we get into there, you're going to have to break VWAP, break the 200 and get there. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but if it does, I think it'll happen right away, like right off the open, where you just get a couple dump, maybe Nvidia goes down, maybe AMD. I don't know, like if some of the names start to get to the downside like they did yesterday, then potentially we catch some shrapnel here with SMCI and able to get logs. So a deal there, Liquid Cool Solutions there, partnering with Nvidia. I like the stock. I like when that kind of stuff happens, and we've seen stock get going, especially when you mentioned the name Nvidia. So we'll wait to see if SMCI goes, but for me, that's the trade today. And then I just mentioned that I'm not too excited about the long Nvidia until we break above this 191 area. So I think we'll look at it and we'll wait to see what it does there. But it's not a short now, and it might not even be a short there. I'm just interested in seeing what it does around this 191 or so area. I could see a run up to there. It's only $1. We could easily go that way. We went 194 down to 190 in about 5 minutes yesterday. So, and then look what happened here. This is a 190.50 down to 187 in about 20 minutes. So, you do have a very, very good opportunity to catch this name on any dip buys. And I think Nvidia, why not, man? I mean, yesterday we had a nice upside trend early before this happened. So, potentially I could see the same sort of execution happening today on NVDA. So I'll just stick with the plan here, wait to see if SMCI dips a little bit. If you like SMCI, then you got to like Dell as well. I just liked SMCI's level from yesterday, and just not as clear on Dell. So I like SMCI, the partnering up there with NVIDIA. So let's go trade some super micro today and with some SMCI. So that's my AI play of the day. And then always trying to pump up the tires on Marvell. I just heard that they were acquiring another small company there. It didn't really do anything to the stock, but Marvell up 2% again on an upgrade. So we like that name as well. Potentially $30 on SMCI, $90 on Marvell. I don't know if that comes, but that's yesterday's close. So we'll see if that can hit on that as well. So I do like SMCI. Yeah, I heard about this. There's nothing happening in Caterpillar stock, but I mean, Caterpillar's
the daily's great, but
breaking highs. Yeah, we'll see if we can get up there into 620, 630. So Caterpillar continues to work out.
Yeah, the daily, I just brought that up in front of me. It's absolutely insane if you haven't looked at that stock in a while. 2 days in a row anyways, straight to the upside. More announcements on the AI front coming along from Caterpillar. Let's talk a little bit about Uber here. I mean, this is getting to a point, Adair and I were just talking off camera there a little bit about Uber's daily chart. It's getting to a point where this is probably a buy somewhere down here around $80, maybe even might end up being a support level. Below that, we get into a lot of chop going back to the end of 2024 and then into 2025. That's $10 lower. The middle of that range, probably about $10 lower. Neither of these stocks really benefiting from this news this morning. Lucid, as you were mentioning, or Uber, probably a lot to do with the fact that this was already known, this deal with the two already known. But if you missed it yesterday, also from CES, Lucid coming out, unveiling a production-ready version of this autonomous vehicle.
Yeah, as we've been saying a couple times here, and as I mentioned in the morning, I think this AV theme is going to be absolutely quintessential for CES 2026. But it's not super clear yet if Lucid or Uber are the types of companies that are going to benefit from it, right? I think maybe the robotics plays, and of course, Nvidia with its autonomous vehicle being teased, that's maybe more where you're going to see that impact. But I do want to mention here the story with a little bit more detail. So introducing this robotaxi prototype, it's going to feature cameras, radar, as well as LiDAR sensors. Lucid basically saying the sensors are going to be a halo structure on the vehicle, so that would be very similar to what Google-backed Waymo is doing. So Waymo type vehicle, we know also Waymo's been having some issues in San Francisco, so that could also lead to some questions and concerns here for LCID here.
A couple people mentioning this one after the close yesterday. Under Armour, Fairfax Financial, all I see really, picking up 15.6 million shares at an average price of $4.53. So instantly $1 and change in the money for Fairfax Financial for Under Armour. But again, Lucid, Uber, kind of boring here so far this morning. But I mean, progress is always good when it comes to a story like this.
Yeah, progress is good. We discussed Uber a little bit, and with regards to the downgrade that they got and sort of the potential for a bit of a reversal that could be upcoming. We'll see if that happens. I mean, that'll be more like not a today play, more of the tomorrow type of play. That being said, Lucid, this has been a fail. I think if you're looking for an alternative autonomy or EV play, and you don't want Tesla, Rivian's going to give you a better opportunity. If you want to go for autonomous and you want something else, like Mobileye's been pretty good the last couple of days. I think that also gives you a bit of a better play than Lucid. I think what can be learned from Lucid is, well, if you, for whatever reason, buy after a reverse split and it happens to go up for a while, make sure you take your profit, because the usual has happened to Lucid. This one just doesn't excite me. It's done what you would expect to happen after that reverse. Meanwhile, I think in terms of alternatives in the EV space and autonomy, Rivian is trying to consolidate here off of prior highs. Like, it broke out the 20 level. Okay, that's good. Kind of a rejection of that 20 level the last couple of sessions, but it's holding. Like, it's managed to hold sideways for a bit. So like kind of a regain of that 20 level could be good for Rivian. Otherwise, you might be headed back into 17. But you know what? At least that one's in an uptrend, right? Like, at least this is an uptrend when you're in a very distinct, unbroken downward trend in Lucid. So I'm not even thinking about touching Lucid with a 10-foot pole. And again, like you said, no volume in there today. Uber is going to be up a point, so that's good. It had that death cross on the daily chart there. You got a downgrade with someone, I forget who it was, saying $73 to their price target. So that's also going to be negative. So when you have that kind of thing stacking up, my point was there's shorts that have entered yesterday. And if they enter today, like if you get a red day on high volume again that doesn't break 80, then you've got 2 days of sellers bunched up in front of this 84 level. If that happens, then I'd look for an 84 breakout just because you'd have the exit liquidity of some of the shorts that got put on the last couple of days. So that's something that I'd look to set up in the next couple of days there on Uber. But today, neither one of those stocks is incredibly appealing. And as I said, like if you got alternatives to Lucid, if you're looking for something that ain't Tesla.
Yeah, I like Uber down in this area. I think I've been buying. I bought at $84 on this dip there. Didn't get anything out. We went up to 92. I don't plan on getting anything out anyways. I like the autonomous factor for Uber. I think they can benefit from it, and I think it's just all an ecosystem play at this point. So we'll see if Uber continues to work. I mean, only up 1% isn't great. I mean, you'd like to see it up a little bit more, but I think there's still a bunch of businesses they could, have the Uber Eats, Uber Freight. We talked about, potentially getting something involved with some of these helicopters and, different deals being made. I mean, obviously it's exciting to see Nvidia stepping into this space as well. I mean, I just think bring down the costs. I think Uber will eventually win. Tesla's going to be the winner in most of this FSD and autonomous as far as driving is concerned. So I really like this stock, but just really taking a 10% move now, almost more than that, from $500 down to, almost exactly down to $450 right now. So 10% down on Tesla, bringing it right back into the 50-period moving average. If you like autonomy and you like that sort of a talk into the 2026, I think Tesla's a buy. I think you can just almost buy it all the way down. All these dips, man, you could just buy. You never know when it's going to make this run again. So I think you just want to slowly DCA into this one this year, and I think Tesla eventually wins, and I wouldn't worry about it in the short term. I think this is a longer-term idea there. We talked about Optimus and all this kind of stuff hitting. Oh, Tesla's on next anyways. So, all right, yeah. We'll go talk about Tesla, and I think, dip buying this year. I like that play for Tesla. Bitcoin right now, is that on there before I talk about that? No, that's 94,000 right now, finally starting to get going here on a name like IBIT, and we talked about them with the most recent news there on Morgan Stanley filing for that ETF as well. You're looking to break 95, though. That's the real story. So we'll see if we can get up to there. That was about yesterday or so. Today's the 6th, right? Yesterday around dinner time Eastern, 6 p.m. or so. That we don't even come close to eating around that time for my family. But 95,000 was taken or close to. We'll see if we can take 95. That would be the next little high there for BTC. Okay, Tesla, let's go find the story before I talk more about it.
Yeah, a number of opinions on Tesla from analysts this morning as well, kind of neutral to a little bit on the negative side, or cautious at least. Also on the back of what Nvidia announced yesterday, Nvidia taking on Tesla in a way as far as this autonomous robotaxi business is concerned. So huge day yesterday, if you missed it, for Tesla back to this 455 area. Giving about $50 and change back here so far this morning. Nowhere near that Friday level yet, though.
Yeah, I do want to get into some data we had coming out of Europe, because beyond these analyst notes, I think one thing that's important to know is Tesla is still struggling here in Europe. Tesla UK December new car sales down just over 29% year over year. Now, I think Germany's more significant because in the month of December here, 48% year over year decline for Germany new car sales for Tesla. But this comes as overall EV sales in Germany increased by 43% year over year. So EV sales are doing really well, but German consumers clearly not liking Tesla specifically. So that I think is super significant to point out.
And obviously the theme of that decline in the automotive side continuing from the end of last year as well for Tesla. But so many people focusing on the robotics, so many people focusing on AI and the autonomous side now for this company. I mean, we'll see this 450 level, guys, important here probably to hold. Otherwise, we could see definitely lower prices.
Yeah, let's do something right here. Let's look at that 500 test, right? So we'll zoom out a little bit. Here's our test of 500 on Tesla, and let's count how many days were good, strong up days, okay? One up day, and that's it, yesterday. Everything else been a sell. So unfortunately, regardless of what you think about Tesla, like it or not, well, if you like buys, when you're in that distinctive an uptrend, you can only look to where you can potentially buy the dip. And then to make matters a little bit worse, we actually breached the 50-period moving average both yesterday and the session before as well. So, both days to start the year, we've been underneath the 50-period. The good news is you're above it for now. But if we lose it again, I think you just look trend short. Like, you're in a tight range. I don't actually have this one on the note today because, as far as I'm concerned, if I think it's a short till it's not, and it's above the 50-period, it's not the greatest setup in the world. So it needs to break back underneath the 444, 445 level. And then if it starts trending down, you can look for a bit of a sell. I think the first spot, other than just, look at the chart and find support here between 380 and 400 is going to be that 420 level, believe it or not. So I think that's one that could be incoming. Again, if we get like, a nice double bottom and then a round or some kind of rounded bottom forms up, that's a bit different. Or maybe we close the 50-period green again today. I could change my mind, but until proven otherwise, Tesla's a bit in the penalty box. And we got Ford. Hey, look at that, Ford. Best annual U.S. vehicle sales since 2019. My guess is Ford has probably moved 10 cents on that headline because it's a $13 stock. And it has moved, it did move. It moved like 12 cents. And now it's up 6 cents on that. So Ford didn't really move on that headline.
Yeah, I saw that Ford exactly. I don't know, all these sales numbers. Ford's going to be a car company, GM's going to be a car company, but Tesla really right now, and as I was just saying, I think that it's just a play for the future of the space, and whether or not, I absolutely love the car. I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's just, they're getting a little stale, I think, right? The Cybertruck wasn't really anything. We talked about how I think they had to lower some forecasts there. Or there was some demand issues there recently for the Cybertruck. And, the Model 3 is basically the same as the Model Y. I know they did a little bit of a revamp there, but we're not looking at it from that aspect. We're looking at it for what's next, what's to come. What are these robo-taxis looking like? What is full self-drive looking like? What else does Elon have in mind for Tesla? What does Tesla shareholders look like when, if and ever, SpaceX gets IPO'd? What does that look like for Tesla? What does, the sort of the power bank generations for the homes look like? There's still the long-haul trucks as well for Tesla. So there are some motivating factors here as far as cars are concerned, but, the Optimus style, the full self-drive, we saw Rivian getting involved with that as well. So I just think you dip by Tesla all year. I don't think it's, as Neil said, once it's in the penalty box, it's in there, but it's not hurt at all. It's just serving a 2-minute miner for hooking, Joe. And then so right into there, 445 or so is the 50-period moving average, and it looks like it could hold. And we only dipped down a little bit. Like, the only time we broke the 50-period, if you're going to consider these breaks, fine, down $10 or $20, whatever, but we haven't spent that much time underneath. We obviously had a big pullback earlier on in the year when every stock had the tariff tantrum situation. Since then, we really haven't been in too much trouble with Tesla. So we'll figure out if this 400 can hold. I think that's really where you start to draw the line on the dip buys. I think you can almost make one now, try to get something in 400, which would be another 10% down. If you're back into there, that's 20%. That's a bear territory for Tesla. So I kind of like that talk. Buy some now, buy some here. and then we wait to see how bad really this name gets. But we know there's a lot of positive sentiment in this name. It's one of the original meme stocks, so I think Tesla continues to work this year. Just need to get some better stories out of the EU and out of China for car sales, and then I think you'll get going. But yeah, I think you got to wait on it. NASDAQ not doing anything, or the ES right now. So let's go back over, find Palantir, and we'll quickly discuss them in SoFi, and then we'll open this market.
Nice little pop here early on this morning in the pre-market for Palantir. Truist Securities initiating the company at buy rating, going to 223, better part of $50 to the upside from where we are currently. If you take out what happened on Friday, not a bad look here. We did gap up yesterday, holding these levels at least, which is positive for Palantir, but positive words anyways from Truist.
Yeah, I was going to say the chart is super choppy, but in terms of like the actual comment here from Truist, basically saying that they think they have significant opportunity to drive Gen AI adoption specifically for governments and enterprises. So they did acknowledge that the company has quite the valuation. To put it mildly, they said that Palantir has apparently experienced material improvement with regards to momentum related to its AIP, or artificial intelligence platform, saying that top line growth already accelerated pretty sharply and could continue to accelerate further. So nice look here. Big fan of PLTR here is Truist. Truist also issuing a positive note on Upstart this morning, guys.
Yeah, given the current macro narrative, guys, or global narrative, I guess is a better way to put it. Probably one that should be on everyone's list going forward here. 170, 175, decent support here for Palantir.
Well, Truist, if that price target had been 222, you'd have me, but it's 223, so I'm out. I like 22, man. Well, what's up with that? Like you have a choice, Truist. You could just simply make it a cool number or not. No, I mean that literally doesn't matter. But I think in terms of defense, you're right about that. I don't have it on my list today. I think it's, look, if it can get through, I was looking at like 178. It was very much a weird inside day for Palantir. I can't remember the last time I saw a stock that was as volatile a previous session before that had that much of an inside range. Like the stock dropped $16 one day to have like a $2.50 range the day before. So in the event that it's calling, it would have to see closing candles on the 15-minute outside of the range, upside or downside, and then maybe you could join a trend. So I'm kind of hands off for a day on Palantir. But as far as the defense theme goes, I think you got to be looking at defense this year. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, I have Palantir written down as the #1 idea on the sticky note today. So yeah, there's Palantir, man. If we get any dip buys, it was yesterday's #1 stock by far. I like it. We hit it one time, and then that was it. So we let it base out, and we actually got it. I probably tweeted it out, but I got it right here at 172 and giving it to about 171.50 or so to the downside. We almost got stopped out there. Went to 171.80s or so, but that was an absolute banger. And we'll just wait to see if we could do it again. I wrote down 74, so here it is right here. We wrote down 74 long. I like the upgrade at Truist. It sees expanded margin, further international growth, and potentially back to yesterday's close. It's up 0.82. Like I was just thinking, as the NASDAQ was coming in, we bounced clean off VWAP, so that stopped that move. But we could still, we were on our way. That was breaking 175 into 174. So I really like Palantir here today. I think it will work, and nothing wrong with giving it a shot down here in and around that 174. So yesterday's sort of the afternoon low. We can give it to 173.50 again, give it like that 50 cents and see if it winds up holding. But yeah, Palantir down here at 174, but it is not a catch a falling knife situation. I don't want to sit here and bid it so we get railroaded. We're going to wait to see what happens in and around 174. I don't need to see a lot, just need to see something. So if we can hold like we did a little bit yesterday, then we can get in. Like I think we got in on like that, either the second move or maybe even this last one there. But Palantir held for us yesterday. We'll see if it can hold again today. But SoFi, is it going to be a long again? I say yes.
Minutes to go before we get the market open here. We'll wrap things up with SoFi. Monster day yesterday. A lot of people were talking about this early on this morning. I was just double checking. It made an appearance on the popular stock board. I don't see it right now, but after the past couple of days should be maybe for SoFi.
Yeah, nice look here. This is also just to look at their quarterly revenue from 2021 onwards. And as you can see, that is a straight line to the upside. On Friday, they basically announced the timing for their next conference call and earnings results, so that should likely be end of this month, beginning of next month. We know they recently, as of December 18th, announced that SoFi USD fully reserved stablecoin. So lots of positive catalysts just on watch for the stock in general, though, as Brendan mentioned, no obvious news right now.
Thoughts, guys, SoFi as we head towards the open here?
Yeah, I like it. And before you do that, just quickly, not much on the locator, but SMR, 450,000 to the buy side, and Novo, 370 to the buy side. Nothing really is going to stand out. It was a small buy and balance on Nvidia if you're inclined, but nothing too big. Super strong day in SoFi yesterday. But the confirmation to me was you blew away the 50 period on the daily. You didn't just break it, you busted through at 28, and then you saw a test of the $30 level. I said yesterday we'd look for a $30 break, but in heck, we're at 29, not 30, so that kind of is what it is at this point. A gap fill is all the way to 28 even, so I want to play for this 29 level. The second it starts holding 29, it's a bit tight. If you lose 29, you could backfill $1. So I think that's too much risk on a $29 stock. So I want to see us close that above the 29 level, take inventory into a possible 30 break. A 30 break would be its own trade, however. As I said, not much on the way of the locator, but there was a small buy imbalance on Nvidia. That went higher, now up 1%. Looking at that 192 as we're going to ring the bell for the second time this week. It's CES week. It's the AI trade back again. So brought to you by AIML Health. I want to shout out to them. Scan the QR code to get more information there. And then, of course, you had a buy and bounce on Nvidia, and right at the open, it starts to sell off. Because why not?
Yeah, it's same as before. I mean, I talked about being relatively bearish on Nvidia, but waiting for 191, which is coming in real quick. I mean, Nvidia just made a move down to 190, right back up to 190.50. Here comes 191 on a shot right there. Look at the NASDAQ starting to go upside right now. I'm waiting for see if SMCI has any ideas down here near 30. It does get to 30.40. We're waiting lower than that, near that $30 mark. We wait for SMCI, and obviously my good friend here continues to make moves higher. And there goes Palantir. I mean, what a move higher right there across the NASDAQ names. Just checking in, JP Morgan still doesn't look like it's open yet. It's not. So we'll wait to see what that wants to do. SMR got rocked. Okay, so SMR is a name I want to buy. Okay, SMR down to 19. That's a buy zone for me.
Yeah, SMR got rocked. It was at $20 maybe like, I don't know, 20 minutes ago, and just got down to about 19, 12. Also, Tesla's getting hit here at the open. So the NASDAQ goes up, led by some of the chip names, but Tesla already catching some strays to the downside. Bitcoin not doing much. Silver, I guess it's not going to get down there. Silver not testing those pre-market lows, trying to break to another all-time high, looks like, on silver. This would be an all-time high right now, technically, because that's pre-market action. But we're not going to get the dip that we want in silver yet. Trying to be patient with it. Yesterday, there was some dip buying opportunities at the open, so not going to get in on that first candle. Want to be patient looking for this dip in silver. It gave us a trend yesterday.
So guys, SMR is not even open, but I'm in it right now. So we are now into SMR. We're long at 42s. We just take some out at 60 right here, and we go a little bit higher as so far so good on SMR. Let's go, man. Nice little dip buy opportunity right there. Not open yet, though, right? No NYSE print. As you can see, no big volume candles yet. So we'll wait for it to get opened up, and there it goes right now. SMR starting to kick higher now into the 70s. Okay, maybe we'll take another piece out here. Why not? Let's get another piece out at 74 if we can get that. So we're going to go 1 for 1 early here on SMR. We could cash it all out now, but let's just wait to see. There it is. We get the 74 fill, so good job there as SMR ripping to the top side. That's a 25-cent winner right there as we go 1 for 1 on the sticky note. We're waiting for TQQs to get in here as well as we go back to the futures. This one, yeah, just nice upside take. Wow, okay, SMR, let's go. Nice move into this level right here as we'll hit the sirens up into the 80s now for Sam Michael Roberts. SMR going upside right there, so that's going to be a good trade, hopefully. Let's go check out SMCI. That's the other name that I have on the board, so we'll wait to see here if this can fill up near that $30 mark. But yeah, man, there it is, a quick 50-cent winner there on a $19 stock with SMR.
Sam Michael Roberts, I love that one. Where did that come from? I don't even know.
Just phonetically way to do it.
Okay, gotcha. I thought maybe this was like an inside joke or something. No, AMD is catching A lot of strays here to said downside. Nvidia lower, but it's Tesla at $440, which is really getting smoked the most. It's heavy action on Tesla and looking pretty nasty. That looks like it was the right idea to short IBIT, but it doesn't matter if it doesn't get anywhere up near your price. Already back into VWAP. Again, I'm fading in front of the resistance on the daily chart. On IBIT, I know it was a good long yesterday, but that's all it is. And so far, still good for silver, but I'm still waiting for it to pull back and let me into the party. NASDAQ looking good, but you wouldn't be able to tell that if you were looking at Tesla, if you're looking at Nvidia, if you're looking at AMD. They're not looking strong whatsoever. So I guess the strength might have to be over in the metals, exactly where it was yesterday. Patience led to this being kind of an easy early win, but I have to stick with that. I'm not taking the breakout trade on silver. The breakouts have not been the way to go on this stock at all recently.
All right, so it looks like so SMR opens up, and we just got some more outs in the 70s and in the 80s. Let's just see how far this name can go. I'm going to hold it for lower, so could wind up being a losing trade, but I was going to wait to 1850 to break and just kind of average in on the way back in. So we're out of a significant part let's get a little bit more here at 61s if we can. There it is, of SMR. Okay, new position alert right now, SMCI. Forget about SMR. Here comes SMCI rolling back in now. So yeah, quite an aggressive move. We're going to use, that's 29 right there, that's 29.98. So yeah, we can, here, we put in our stop right now. Let's go 29.79 or so. See if we do crack through that low on SMR on SMCI, and we'll wait to see if we're able to pick up something a little bit lower. But here we go, man. We're into SMR, we're into SMCI. So a couple S's to worry about right now. But the market's pulling back quite nicely right now. So SMCI, SMR, both pulling, but SMR upside still, SMCI looking to take down that low. So if we break there, we got to consider getting out. I'll average in right there, and then we'll give it like 20 more cents lower, and then that will be that. So yeah, so far, not the greatest on some of these tech names. And we said that Nvidia was potentially set up for a move lower, but it's kind of just barcoding here and not doing a whole heck of a lot right now.
Probably not better than others.
Yeah, it's not. Oh, are others going down? Yeah.
No, I mean, there's a lot of stocks which have gotten just
right.
Like SoFi is gonna. I said earlier the gap fills to 28. SoFi is at 28.2. It just dropped. SoFi just dropped $1 in the first two candles.
Really?
When I'm thinking, okay, well, silver looks strong. Maybe we'll get a small dip in silver to buy the dip, and you're getting a heck of a dip here in SoFi. So I'm sitting in front of 28. If we get it, we get it. I knew silver was going to do this because the second it wasn't dipping, I knew it was going to break out before there'd be any chance of a dip buy. So now I got to look at the volume-weighted average price instead of the pre-market low. Just want to try to find the trend here. Silver is continuously going up, but that is nasty. It's nasty on Tesla. It's definitely nasty on SoFi. But this is almost all the way back in to where we had one red candle at the open. Yesterday was about that 28.3. I was sitting at 03s on the off chance it got down there, but maybe we could bounce off those quarters and we'll start in. So thankfully, we didn't try to buy it too early on SoFi. I'm trying to nibble here.
All right, yeah. I think it's a good idea to start to nibble at some
the market's
of
at
these
the
names.
highs.
Oh, is it? Okay, good. Yeah, I'm not at the highs yet of my names. Yeah, the SMR. Again, we went into the 80s there. We were able to take some more out. So I don't know what that's willing to do right now. The other name that we had on here was Palantir. So and then the futures. So futures are kind of upside. We had Palantir written down as a low take, so that does not go. That goes the other way. Yesterday we had a dip down in Palantir with a relatively strong NASDAQ, and today we get a strong NASDAQ but a strong Palantir as it gets upgraded over there at Truist. So a name to watch out for today is PLTR. Dip buy opportunities now basically created by the 50-period moving average 175.50 into the 200 of 175. So I think those are areas of small little concerns right there as well. Just looking to see what's going on. SoFi, yeah, dipped down into 28. I know we were looking at that one. I like to firm for the year. We'll see if that wants to work. That's not doing anything, pulling back as well. We could check out, because SoFi made the move down, was it a sort of a bank-related issue? No, not really.
Nope.
JP Morgan flat there on the day, so that could be doing something. And then, unfortunately, right now, SMCI doesn't really want to do anything down here at 30. I wrote down 30, so maybe we can All right, we can average in just to a little bit down here. See if there we go, we get some 06s there, but I'm still waiting. I'm gonna get out if this breaks 29.80. So it's not looking great right now. If it wants to go, I'm here for it, but definitely realizing that it's a little weaker than normal. And yesterday we had that feeling on Nvidia, and it really cracked lower on us. So let's wait to see what happens with SMCI. We've got a pretty conservative out at 29.80. So if it does break below that, that's what we're going to do, is look for that. But here come the futures in nicely now as well. So some of the longs got to be careful right now as the futures just ticking back to VWAP.
Yeah, maybe oil is actually going to be better than we thought. So it got filled here at 134 instead of 33. It doesn't really matter. If we lose the local bottom on SMCI, then I really have to wait for this to fill the gap a little bit further to that 28 level. Just tried the first initial bounce that we're able to see. Silver, as I said, is already broken out the highs. So like, you're pretty much hi-ho silver, like you're more or less gone. So I'm going to get one more fill in front of 28, 28.20 I should say, and if we lose the local bottom, fresh low gets made, then I'm going to be out of that. The NASDAQ's rolling over a little bit here, but it is silver in its first dip. I'm going to look for VWAP to come in here because I think you're still catching that falling knife elsewhere. Like SoFi, we were just in, taking a shot at that first long, but it breaks the prior bar out, and it's still all red candles. I'll look for some kind of a rounded bottom or something a little bit better. The strength is not there just yet. So do more of the things that are working, and the one that's still in an upward trend is going to be silver. So I'm going to wait for this pullback to let me into the party here. As I look over, Tesla's still looking all red. That's looking pretty nasty. I looked over at Intel. Intel just broke $39. Remember Intel was at 42 recently? Yeah, getting a little bit nasty across the board. Well, that's a big bounce on Intel. Huge bounce on Intel. I was just there 2 seconds ago. Intel just went about, 1.5%. Nasty.
All right, so nice try there on SoFi. We'll be back on that name, I'm sure. But we'll hit some winners here on SMCI. Right back up there into $30.25. So just trying to take a little bit of one for one there, but looking up a lot, looking more than this. I mean, remember our stop was going to be 20 cents lower. So the fact that it bumps up into the 20s, we actually get a 24 fill there. It bounces off 25. So our first fill is 17s, then we get a 25, and still in the majority of this one, we're getting more and more nervous here about SMR. So I think we'll take a 50 out again as we get lighter and lighter on this name. It wasn't a huge position early because we don't want to be layered into too many early positions, especially if it's not at levels that we were thinking about. So we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening there with SMR. But I think SMCI should be a good look there. All right, so Tesla, we can have a quick little look at this one as that breaks through 440 now and thinking about going lower. But we're doing it again today on SMCI and staying away from some of these other names. If Palantir continues to get lower, I mean, these futures aren't helping out any of these longs, that is for sure. So there's Palantir dropping right into 175. So potentially a buy zone now getting close for Palantir. I wrote down 174, so we could definitely have a quick look over there as well. But yeah, it's giving it up pretty decently now on Palantir. So we'll bid some 174.50s or so, see if we can get something. And then if it gets even lower than that, then we'll look. And then 173.50 as our out. So that's what's going to happen to me if this dips down a little bit more. We're going to get some longs coming through on Palantir. Just going to wait for 174.50. I mean, the market just had a nice little pullback. We wrote down for the market 53.75, I believe it was, 53.50s. So that needs to come in as well. That's going to be around yesterday's closing area. So if we can get some 53.50s, I think we like that on the TQQs there. So I know you're in and out of SoFi, but now you're into IBIT. So let's go see what you're thinking about for the cryptocurrency.
Well, same as we were at the open, which was if it doesn't break out that prior high from yesterday, that's resistance on the daily. It just put in a lower high when the market was curling. So you're looking for things that are showing some kind of an early trend. And if it's going to do that, put in those lower highs, we're going to take it into that high. Silver is the other name. I mean, SoFi just lost all the way down to 28. So it broke 28 even, and we're now at 27.98 over there. So that's actually still looking incredibly weak. But silver looking strong. Doesn't give me the VWAP dip. Might just be in front of the prior high. If I can't get a dip into VWAP, I might have to try nibbling just to try to join the trend in here at about 71.95. but SoFi goes all the way to 28, let it bounce off 28. That's another % down from where we were before. And as I said, filling in almost the entirety of the gap from yesterday. So now it's gone all the way. No green candles yet. First green candle, going to look for that dip buy opportunity a second time through. So we're into IBIT. I saw some people asking about MSTR in the chat. The thing about MSTR was it wasn't giving you upsize moves to the upside when Bitcoin was strong. So I don't know if you would like it today either when you're looking weak. So like a lower high got put in Bitcoin, MSTR is kind of doing the same thing and falling in as we speak. But again, I'm just saying that because I like the short in front of the prior high. We're now down into VWAP, so I took a bid out in front of the volume weighted average price. If we bounce off VWAP, I won't automatically reload this trade because that means it's confirming strength. I want it to break VWAP and get down into 53.25 or so for the next out.
Okay, yeah, SMR falling in, so we're gonna go long finally, and this is why we got out earlier on, and our average price you can see is now at 14, so we didn't actually even put on, we actually have the same amount of shares now that we had in the very, very beginning, so we'll wait to see if SMR can hold these levels. This was a level for me, so I'm gonna be long right here on SMCI and SMR. Neil's dealing with IBIT. We do have numbers at 9:45, but let's just wait to see. Wow, what a good call that was, though, on Palantir. I called 75s. Just stupid of me not to do it. We waited for a little bit lower there, and we almost got him in. We were at 174.50. Oh, that sucks. What a good move there for SMCI. And then there, of course, goes SMR. They're back up to the upside. Okay, let's go over to Adara.
Yeah, we're going to wait here for these S&P services and composite PMI. How many seconds do we have until this come out? Looks like my computer may have frozen, unfortunately, but I can give you guys the forecast in the previous print. Forecast and previous here for S&P Services PMI 52.9. Then we have the composite PMI final previous year coming in at 53. And let me see if I can update this page for you guys. I do apologize. This was working fine 2 seconds ago. But yeah, again, we are expecting basically in line with the prior print when it comes to the services PMI composite. Again, not seeing an estimate, but the prior was coming in at 53. I'm going to see if I can get those numbers for you guys. I'll pull up the Qs. Oh, and all of my computers are malfunctioning. I do apologize here. Here are the Qs, and Qs just pushing higher. And I actually do have these numbers now. S&P Services coming in at 52.5. Just below here, the forecast in previous print of 52.9. S&P Composite also lower than expected, 52.7 as the NASDAQ makes a new high of day. Apologies for the quick malfunction there, and back to the guys.
Yeah, so both those numbers just slightly underneath. Silver continues to make a new fresh high, but I saw that the second the market started bouncing, I'm like, okay, we'll take another leg out. VWAP actually gets held on IBIT here. So as I said, if VWAP holds, then no reload because it's going to be in an upward trend. And if we get to the low of the day, that's going to be the target. That'll be right around here at 53.15 to 53.20. The interesting thing is as the market catches steam, Bitcoin is heading down. So Bitcoin was strong early, and when the market was bouncing, and now all of a sudden the market's continuing to bounce, and it's starting to fall off a little bit here. Tesla's still looking incredibly weak. SoFi, this time a little more patience. Does it have a bid at 28? I mean, possibly, but doesn't look like it yet. Still red candles here as it continues to fill in that gap. All the way down at 27.7 is where we were 24 hours ago. And that was around that low. So 27.6 to about 27.75 is the range. Either we can get some green now, or we just be patient looking for our second shot. We're able to get back here in IBIT. But I want to be patient before we get into that SoFi trade. And same thing with silver. Silver looking incredibly strong. As the market is on some fresh highs. Now we've got some buying coming into SoFi.
All right, yeah, I mean, I like SoFi down there. We do have a good trade, man. I mean, SMCI, we'll go 2 for 2 today. SMCI, we got some out at 45. Like, that was quite a good take there for us, all the way back up to the 200 period moving average. And then even SMR went for a little bit of a jog up into the 25 mark there. So able to take more there. But yeah, this could drip out. We did write down 1875 as our levels there for SMR. So we're going to wait to see if we drop below 50s right now. That's going to be my stop. So I'm just willing to take less shares on this and just see if it wants to go. I mean, we got a great take early and then another good one late. but will it hold on as we break now below $19? So we wrote down 1875 initially, so I'm going to load in if it gets into that area. So we'll just be patient, and here it comes right now for that. Okay, I don't want to just miss this by a couple pennies. All right, we'll buy a little bit here at 80, just in case we don't get to 75, but we're there waiting. Oh no. We had a much bigger order waiting at 75. Hopefully we did not miss it, but it's only 4 pennies away, so it'll probably come in right now. Oh, almost got it. We are almost long there. There it is now at 75. So watch out now. 1850 is our clear out zone here for SMR. Winning trade could be turning into a losing one, even though this market is still blasting higher. Let's go over to Neil for a read.
The market is blasting higher right now, and if you're looking for excess opportunities and you're a savvy Canadian trader, then maybe take a shot at Beta Pro 3x daily leveraged ETFs. They've got built-in FX hedging. You can tap into the NASDAQ 100 and the S&P 500 as well. You get short-term amplified moves and a minimal currency risk. So if you're bullish or bearish, doesn't really matter. The ETFs are built for you, active day traders, to make and take on the markets. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Scan the QR code you see out in front of you. Shout out to Beta Pro. So 1 for 2, although really flat on the day, but it was 2 shots on SoFi and 1 shot on IBIT as we came right through the lows. You're still not even a green candle in sight. As the market goes higher, though, Bitcoin went all the way down to the low and is starting to bounce. So got it to target. Now going to look for that next opportunity in IBIT. It might be a short lower high. It might be just waiting for it to potentially bounce all the way back into the top. So again, like don't want to fight too much. But silver, which is still on the radar, here comes an actual dip into silver. The pre-market high was 71.9, so about the 72 level in VWAP would give me a couple of entries, potential entries to get into this trend. It gave you trend for like 3 hours yesterday, so if this is the first available dip since the open, then want to make sure we take our shot if we are able to get it. By the way, Nvidia, about $1.50 from that resistance at 193. Nvidia just went high at daybreak.
Okay.
Along with the NASDAQ.
Yeah, we're doing pretty good right now. There goes SMR. We were able to clear some out near that 19 mark, and that's right where it is right now. So again, our written down level of 1875 seems like it wants to hold. And we only have 2 trades today, and I'm very, very proud to say that we definitely followed exactly that note. Thank you, Andre, for that. We have SMCI long at $30. That's where we're long. We've got SMR long between 1875 and 19, and that's where we're long. And we are almost higher than where we were yesterday just on these 2 trades, but anything could happen at any time. It's still 950. So let's look for a little bit more. I just want to say, like, if you're riding and you're sort of copy trading those trades, those are the ones that we're in, listed there on the sticky note completely for free. All right, so that's what's happening there. Trying to find some more opportunities. I mean, the NASDAQ and the ES are both like screaming right now to the high side. So I feel like these longs could be okay, but I'm a little disappointed that they're not moving as much as I feel like they should be, considering what this NASDAQ is doing. And there goes Nvidia, so maybe it can help lift all of this. So we said that we'd want to see what, we weren't going short, and actually that top that we had sort of suggested, 191, 191.50 or so, was good until now. And there goes the break higher. Let's go, man. We're almost at, I mean, I'm at the high of the day for myself now, but we need to get going. I think we can get a lot more than where we are. We'll take another SMCI fill. But here comes Nvidia straight there to the upside. You know, the market always goes with Tesla as well. So we'll see if Tesla now wants to get going, down 3%, trying to bottom out in and around here. Not a horrible opportunity. I'm already hella long and cashing in. So I think we'll hold off maybe a little bit. I'll take out some more SMRs here. Hold off on any more longs. Let's let the ones that we have really try to work itself out, right? I mean, okay, Micron higher, Broadcom probably higher as well. We had Intel on our watch list a little bit there today, and we looked at that yesterday around $40. That looks a bit weak, actually, breaking below 40. But yeah, I'm just waiting for some of these to pop.
AMD.
Yeah, oh yeah, AMD is I don't like AMD as a stock.
AMD is looking rather poor. As like, Intel looks strong by comparison. I'll leave it at that, because both those are not doing what Nvidia is doing to set upside. Like there's Nvidia, and we said you don't want to follow Jensen. It's like, I was trying to think of an example. Like, I don't know, Chappelle, like would you want to get on stage after Dave Chappelle? Probably not. I don't think you want to do that either. And it looks like both those names, Nvidia and AMD, sorry, Intel and AMD looking pretty weak. Trying to add to this, and the trend here, it kind of is what it is. It's kind of a top line trend on silver, which will be, there's your open, sort of ignore that stuff, and there's the break of the high, so there's where our support lies. So I'm just gonna play it on top of this trend line. But it looks like it's a scalp range of about 40 cents, 35 to 40 cents. We'll scalp out the top and then buy back in on trend, because this is a ways away from where I was intending on trading this stock. Like, I didn't want to be necessarily long at those highs. I thought we'd be getting a little bit more of a dip buy. So I'm going to scalp the inside of this range, and if we stair step up, that'll hopefully keep the risk tight. And wow, SoFi still refusing to catch a bid. There's a few stocks that won't catch bids. We showed you guys AMD. We've talked about Tesla underneath 440 bucks, but SoFi has now actually filled in the gap. Bit of a capitulatory candle, but not the biggest volume, so I can't call it like the biggest volume candle of the day, but it is a pretty nasty bottom there on SoFi, down 5%, everybody, and still not a single green candle on the 3-minute, not one.
Yeah, maybe there's some news or something on SoFi there, Dara, that we can think about it. So I don't know. Yeah, we're at the day's high for myself here with SMR. I mean, that was a real good trade down there. So yeah, that's
zero news on SoFi.
Okay, zero news on SoFi. So down 5%. I think that might be something. Yo, what's up to Real Gary F? Are you the real Gary F? Are you the real Slim Shady? AMZN, he wants us to quickly look at here. So yeah, nice move there for Amazon, straight up, man. I mean, you know, for me, I've chosen sort of in the retail space some more beat up names rather than Amazon, but I really like Amazon for other businesses. But the problem is, I said this yesterday, it didn't really do anything in 2025, so maybe it is a sleeping giant, you know, just willing to wake up. Like, it was actually reddish or just flat. This is where we were last year at this time, and this is where we are right now. So Amazon didn't do a whole heck of a lot for the year of 2025. Obviously, it had its ups and downs, and you could have, you know, cherry-picked there or there. But yeah, we'll wait to see if Amazon does have another big year. We're looking for AWS numbers to continue to grow, and you know, the AI trade to continue to work, because they put a lot of money into that as well. We had that Hello Alexa thing. We talked about a little bit about that yesterday with SIA. So that's something to be considered as well. All right, SMR is pulling back, but right now we have a great trade happening and brewing up now in SMCI. So good bottom takes over there. And again, we'll just keep talking about it, because every day we're putting this out. You can go back over on my account and see all the notes that I've put out. And, you know, every day they're right there, so it's easy to see what I've been looking at. And there's SMC 30 to 32. There's SMCI $30 range is what we really wanted there. So that's what we had marked down. Oh, that's maybe, yeah, that's SMR. But we wrote that down right into there, $30 long, partner with Nvidia. So I kind of was going with something other than Nvidia right there. We just got a 39 fill, and so far so good. But yeah, SMR, like, we've made money on it, but it just keeps on kicking tires and then heading right back lower. So this is back into that 1875 mark again for SMR. We could lose if this drops below 1850. I'm out of this one. I don't think we'll average in. Maybe I'll take something at 60s, but SMR right now giving back a little bit of what we made there in the pre-market. This was up to $20.50, guys. So you're actually down 10+% here from the highs.
Well, the last 3 days have been insane for that stock.
Yeah, exactly.
Look, don't forget about Oklo as well. Like, it's not. Look, I know we always talk about the stocks that get traded, but you have to remember you have an entire sector.
Yeah, I love Oklo.
Right? So like some people might be in Oklo, which I think is holding up a little bit better here, because it's still 2% to the upside. So like this might be one that if you catch a bid in the space, it's just a little tiny bit stronger. So just to quickly, and then as that continues to go here, I didn't hit save. That's fine. That's my mistake. So when you draw trend lines in P-Pro, you have to hit the save button. Otherwise, when you flip stocks, they're gone. But this is what I'm looking at now for SLV. We did bounce off the top of the trend line, at least initially, but there wasn't a chance to buy back in. But I'm going to play this channel. Like, if it gets back into the top, get to the bottom, go for the long. It gets to the top, take it out, and just try to go with it as long as it does. And if we break the channel, look for VWAP down back in. But I can tell you, IBIT as well doesn't what are you going to do? I thought with the strength in the market, you'd bounce off the lows and we'd be looking back at that high. Bitcoin is not following the NASDAQ, everybody. The NASDAQ continued to push higher. You just broke the low of the day. So yeah, while the short worked, I'm a little surprised that we didn't get a bigger bounce when the NASDAQ broke out. So I guess we're back in that range of Bitcoin doesn't care what the NASDAQ is doing. It's going to do its own thing. And if that's the case, then I'll just look for these lower highs and short the next available lower high that we do get. SoFi continues to go lower, now 27.5. I see no end in sight. So I'll stick with trying to buy the dips here on SLV as that one continues to go. Fresh all-time high here. Gold's probably doing good too, but I promise you it ain't up 5%, that's for sure.
All right, there goes, good trading there on silver. We held out for SMR, now that's back. SMCI also ripping highs. We're close to our high. But look at Western Digital, man. Wow, up 9%, breaking through here as that just keeps on going higher and higher and higher. And its friend, SNDK, I'm assuming, is the same thing. I mean, they're all going. Micron's going. SNDK is now up 20%. I'm not sure what this news was on SNDK, but straight up 20% right there. And wow, this one is motoring. Yes, Adara.
Micron was reportedly talking about that memory type of growth coming forward. So I think that could just be a good look for the sector. It was actually on our watch list this morning for MU.
Yeah, Micron, yeah, for sure. And there goes SNDK and Western Digital and Micron, I could assume as well. All just absolutely motoring. A big congratulations and an awesome to everybody in the chat that have been on. I mean, I know a lot of you guys on this one for quite a while. So a big congratulations to everybody was on Micron earlier on. That is for sure. I'm going to get some more out on my AI play of the day, and that was a $30 long spot there on SMCI. So that was a good take there. I'm offering some 43s. Maybe we can get some there. I don't know. But that's a nice upside move, just bouncing off the 50-period moving average there as well. So, all right. I mean, it's been a pretty productive morning, I would think, so far. I hope you guys are enjoying the show. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Our community, you guys are the best. And going over to the desk to see the best. It's Adara. Find out what segment she's got here at 10 a.m.
Happening now.
What I have for you, Sean and Neil et al., is a very, very green market for this happening now. Here's the NASDAQ, this 15-minute chart here, second 15-minute candle, making a nice breakout to the upside. Of this comes as we get lower than expected S&P PMI data. We also had some Fed speak this morning. Fed's barking, talking about the importance of watching consumer sentiment, but saying that a cautious environment could actually influence growth. Now, meanwhile, Fed's Byron saying growth is going to be influenced by monetary policy stay too tight. Once Fed's Byron pushing for a bit of dovishness, though he did say as of late that he's not sure if he's going for a 50 basis point cut at the next meeting. Instead, perhaps just a 25 basis point cut. I want to mention as well, speaking of people talking, at 10 a.m. we are set to get comments from President Trump at a GOP leadership retreat. If there is anything market related, I will keep it covered for you guys. We'll certainly be watching that event. Let's talk here about Nvidia, much of the market near intraday highs. Now, Nvidia was in watch here after CEO Jensen Huang gave a keynote address at CES 2026. Mentioned among other things, their new products, strong demand, and autonomous vehicles for Nvidia. Then we have here TSLA, Tesla, unfortunately, the opposite of Nvidia and the market at intraday lows after we have Germany and UK with strong sales declines here for Tesla's new vehicles. Let's talk here about LMT, Lockheed Martin. Last but not least, a bit lighter volume on this one as there usually is for this stock, but nice push up here. And there is a story for it. U.S. Department of Defense here signing framework with Lockheed Martin for the acceleration of production and delivery of some missile segment enhancement interceptors. So nice look for LMT and the defense space. But before we send you back to Sean and Neil, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics. Millions of concussions. 0 approved therapies. Origenics, trading on the NYSE as OGEN, is advancing a new standard with its intranasal brain-first approach to concussion treatment. With an $8.9 billion market on the horizon, Origenics is positioned to drive what comes next. So see what's ahead and book a meeting today. Thank you very much to Origenics, and thank you to Sean and Neil.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome, Adara.
SNDK's got a 7% short float, by the way. That's a decent size short. I know it's not double digits, but a decent size short for the size of company that it is. I think some of that is going to be squeezed, what we're seeing, and why it's 20% versus, you said 8 or 9. WDC. There's a squeeze aspect to SNDK for sure at this point. So just be very careful if you're trying to short that. Come on, hold the trend, silver. Hold it. That is the opposite of holding the trend. That is breaking the trend line. I don't want to be short. So yeah, maybe we can get back above the trend, but like that's a heavy pullback off of 73 on SLV. I know it's not spot silver, fine. SLV, the ETF, looks like it's breaking trend, which makes VWAP the next target for an entry. And as I move away from that, I'll go to the only other name that is sort of setting up here, which would be under VWAP for IBIT. So the next lower high, I mean, logically, you could have this trend line, but it also works into VWAP. So I'm sitting here kind of in the mid-20s to try to catch a short in front of the volume-weighted average price on Bitcoin or IBIT. Bitcoin is underneath 94, we're at 93.8. There's been some rejection in front of 95, effectively, on BTC. So with the market screaming, it has been all about memory, whether it's Micron, SNDK, or WDC. Like, this is insanity. That's a pure squeeze up here. All-time highs here for SNDK. Nothing is doing what this stock is doing. This is one of those that's probably tempting to try to revert, but I'll tell you this right now. It would have to show it on the 15-minute, not a 3-minute chart. I think that would be utter suicide. Good luck.
All right, I'm into SoFi here, but if this goes down into 27.30, we're gonna get out. I mean, it's just a very, very quick try, but as we said, there's no news. There it goes. There's no news on this one, so we'll be stopped out. Ooh, almost. There it goes. Now we're stopped out. So we hit our first losing trade, and it was 10 cents right there. All right, SMR. So we were able to take along and then get out a little bit on the bump. And then here it is, man. SMR and SoFi just continue to bleed despite the NASDAQ staying relatively high. So obviously we'll stay green today, and mostly because of this trade right here. SMCI has not actually reverted back in again. I still think SoFi is going to be a trade, and I wanted to try it down there. I was trying to wait to see if there was like a big kind of volume spike or if we finally got a big green candle somewhere, but everything. Right now it would have to be this 27. This is the 21 period moving average, and that's at 27.60. I sort of thought if we could buy those 40s or whatever I had there, 41s, that we could have got back up there on a little bit of a rally. But yeah, SoFi down 7% and doesn't look like it wants to turn around anytime soon. So we are still going to be here for that bounce. Again, I still like the trade, and I think we can really hammer it for that long. But where is this long? And now we're down 7.5%. There has to be. There has to be something about SoFi. I don't downgrade. Come on. I mean, we didn't. That doesn't make much sense. No. You might be right. That might be right.
I got nothing for you, man, because I see nothing on the board since Friday on SoFi. So as far as I'm concerned, there's no news. But I saw someone in the chat trying to say that. But it's fallen like. Ultimately, does it really matter? Like, what'll probably end up happening is we'll hear something tomorrow or we'll hear something later on in the day that'll explain away the price action. What you need to know is right now there's no bid on SoFi as we speak. That being said, I know we're going to go to Adair in a quick little second. Market back at the highs. AMD, which I liked as a short at 226, but it didn't get within $2 of that, so no chance. It's under VWAP here. So with the market pressing highs, this couldn't break VWAP. You got a couple of topping tail candles. I'm going to look to short this one under the volume-weighted average price. If it breaks 19, I think it's an easy out. Kind of unfortunate about silver, but it's trying to regain that trend. So it's making a higher low here. It might give me an entry back in the trend line instead of the volume-weighted average price. But Adara, you can confirm you don't see anything on SoFi, correct?
So yeah, I mean, the most recent thing here, and I had to go pretty deep on X to even find this, their public relations account basically mentioned that they've closed an, quote, opportunistic registered offering and raised $1.57 billion of total of new equity. The most recent offering announcement I could find for SoFi is like early December. Usually when we get these announcements that the offerings are closed, the stock usually likes this, so I highly, highly doubt this is why it's moving, but this is the only thing I could find that's even in the realm of a story. That being said, this also came out around 6 p.m. yesterday. It does not explain the early strength and then tank on SOFI. This might just be profit taking as far as I can see. People speculating on X, which, by the way, lots of X attention for SOFI today, guys. Back to you.
Oh, I'd imagine so, because everyone's trying to figure out what's going on, right?
Yeah. I mean, I took along again, just trying to piece it in if we can bounce off 27. I mean, I don't know if that's going to be part of this trade or not here on SoFi, but we'll sit here and wait. And Yeah, probably the story will come out at some point.
That's how it always goes.
What's wrong with SoFi here? You might be onto something though, Adara. That is for sure. So we'll wait to see. We just missed getting more at 27.05. Like I was sitting there, this bottom is 05. So that sucks. Would have been nice to get that one. Yeah, there goes SMR, by the way, off us getting stopped out there. SMR is still fine. It's just, I didn't want to hold it past 1850, and that might have been the bottom. I mean, here's 1850 right here. So yesterday it comes in, doesn't hold, and of course it's gonna, hold 1840. Like there's really nothing in there for me. If we would have came in, into 18 and maybe, yeah, even then doesn't look that great for some support. Like 17, I just thought it would have been a little bit lower, but that was my plan of action. So we stop out where we stop out, and that's that. So pretty good though, overall. And we actually realized that when we got this last fill right into here, that man, we were too close to that break. So we actually got a bunch out there off this 60 fill, 70s, 68, 70s, so on and so forth. So just kind of scalped our way out of that trade for SMR. We are getting a little toppy, I would think, at this 200 period for SMCI. So more outs there. If this breaks through 30, that was always going to be our play to get out anyways. So I think we can actually put that to like a 94 or so. So 29.94, we'll stop out if it does break that, because trying to let your profits turn around, not good, right? You don't want winning trades to turn into losing trades right quick. So we'll get out of that one if it does break. It's impossible for us to lose on it. We don't have that many shares left. We actually have about 15 to 18% or so left. All right, so just looking at the scanner there.
That's something.
On SoFi?
But it's only on X.
Okay.
And it kind of confirms what was said in the chat. I saw it on X, so don't at me. I'm not confirming who this Cario Capital person is. But SoFi was resumed in coverage with an underperform rating at Bank of America with a $20.50 price target.
$20?
Yeah. So look, again.
Looking into it now.
Yeah,
Let's effing go.
It's a single source, and that's pretty much it. So I don't know. I don't know how much I put weight into that. That said, there has been 0 green candles. The second I see one on the 3-minute, that's the only place I'm going in again.
December 9th of 2025 is what this downgrade's from.
Okay, so irrelevant downgrade there, but thanks for looking it up, Adara and Neil and everybody in the chat. We're looking for something, so no wrong answers. It's just
look at the stock fall.
There it is right now, but we'll put the money back in on this one as SoFi. First, basically, we tried it there. We tried it again. Let's see. We're now positive on SoFi position pending. We still have a big load of this trade on board right now. Wanted just to wait to see if there was. It's too bad. I should even be more long down there at 05, but I only went to 06. So we'll take a little bit out there and then see what's going on. Let's see what's going on with oil as well. The G contract, oil downside, I think today, I had said this yesterday, man. We put out there was, thanks to, I don't see Ramin here today, but thanks to Ramin, I don't even see, oh, yeah, there's Fabian. What's up, Fabian? I'm sneaking there. I was just saying that I think this will create oil prices to get a little lower. It seems like that is what's happening so far there with this new potential oil behemoth in the United States, if they are able to figure out Venezuela. And I mean, eventually, I guess they're giving that oil back to the people, but I don't know. So we'll have to wait to see what happens with oil and, the production of it. We had names like Valero trying to go back to the upside yesterday, boom, today, downside, and Exo. I mean, all these names are probably, I said that if you bought yesterday, I think that I said, could be wrong, you may have a hard time selling those shares to somebody for a profit. So let's just wait to see what happens now. XOM might have ticked, are you getting back to 130 for some sort of a reason? They're on XOM, and I don't know what the reason would be for Chevron either, but if you do get back up to those levels, I think those are great potential sell spots if you had not done so yesterday. I mean, Chevron got as high as 172 there yesterday, now 159. So yeah, man, all that exuberance yesterday, definitely pulling a little bit back right here. So yeah, look, man, we thought we were really smart there with SoFi early, well, late, I guess, but early on this trade. It does go up to 34, 35. My best out there was 30s. So hopefully we don't see these lows again, but if we do, we're gonna buy some more there on SoFi, trying to get going. Big volume spike. I mean, it's not even that big, but a little bit of a little bit of a candle there getting me involved. So we'll wait to see what happens now with SoFi.
Yeah, well, I see actually on a 3-minute, that's the largest volume candle of the session here. So when I saw that, I was like, well, I'll wait for the next green candle and then I'll take a shot. I got VWAP on IBIT as well. I'll go over that in a quick little second. But first green candle for real of the day, biggest volume candle. So I'm going to give it to the low. If it breaks it, then I'm jumping out of the stock. And you know, if it's not a 3 strikes thing, it's an actual, this finally is double bottoming and actually showing you some kind of a long previous to what you were seeing before. But ultimately, it doesn't really matter. The price action is telling you what's going on here. And for now, the buyers are just trying. IBIT got to VWAP, wicked once, wicked twice. I didn't get it on the second wick. If it comes there a third time, I'll just leave this order. If we get filled, we get filled. If it breaks VWAP, I get out. That's pretty simple. And before I get to Uber, because that's pretty interesting, I used trend lines to get in the first time, but they have been violated at this point on silver. So I'm going to have to almost like try to eyeball as this tries to hold some higher lows as well. But it's still giving you dip buys, just not as clean as it was before on SLV. And Uber with the downgrade. Remember that downgrade with the $73 price target? That I was like, yeah, next week maybe you get an $84 break. Or maybe today you get an $84 break. I'll leave it at that. So the death cross, it was the death of the shorts that took it yesterday, because the death cross, I'm telling you, there's something to this. If a technical short signal comes in that a bunch of people take and it gives you the red candle, then the breakout goes, that your exit, like the win is the exit liquidity of everybody that shorted the death cross yesterday. Go Uber, Adara.
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, Trump has begun speaking at this GOP leadership retreat event. Nothing as of right now is market related, but just be aware Venezuela could, of course, be on the table when it comes to discussion. So keep an eye perhaps on oil plays if you are involved. Again, as of right now, though, he's really only discussed the upcoming midterms and nothing that could be market moving. If that changes, you guys will hear from me first. Back to you.
All right, so we've been averaging in to SoFi, so let's see if we can get the money in the wheelbarrow, not out of the wheelbarrow right now. And we're long right here at 27.10. Again, like I have a really decent sized position here, so there we go. I'm going to start to scalp some of this out, especially as we get higher. Come on, man, let's go. This could be a very, very big trade alert for your boy here. So let's see what winds up happening right now. Big time, yes, big time shares here. Let's just hope it can go. Maybe we found the bottom now in SoFi. So yeah, big. It's already P&L number 1. But that is, I have to get out first if I want to actually take that P&L. So let's wait to see. Could be P&L number 1 the other way if I hold this all the way through 27 again. So let's average some more out here at 19s. Maybe we get them, maybe we don't. But again, like, yeah, trade your own style here. Like we trade many different styles and many different share sizes on the show. So you guys decide what you guys have, because SoFi right now is coming back in, and I just get aggressive on the outs because I do have a bigger position for myself. So we're going to wait to see what this winds up doing. But yeah, SoFi breaking 27, I think we got to clock out if that is what winds up happening. So that's going to be my stopping zone right there. So now that we're more than 1-to-1 on a big position, I'm going to start to get a little bit more out. So we're out at now, believe it or not, of 25% as we got into those 20s. And that was good enough for me. So let's wait to see now what happens with SoFi.
Yeah, overall, the market's kind of, I don't know what you can call this candle, but it's a potential reversal candle. It's not really, it's kind of indefinitive here, but the NASDAQ is showing some signs of slowing down a little bit. So if we do, maybe you look for VWAP if you're in one of those strong names like a Tesla, like an Nvidia. I just saw Tesla bounce, like an Nvidia. If we do hold this top though, and we break higher, then this would signify anything that just caught a bid, I think, should follow through. Like if we break this top and SoFi doesn't get to VWAP, I would consider that a problem. The ES is pretty strong as well, so you're getting some strength over there. We just want to go over and talk about Nvidia, because the reason you're getting back to the high is because, heck, Nvidia is at the highs and been super strong all day long. For everyone still tracking Micron, 6%, but starting to pull back. If you were brave enough to short SNDK, then it hasn't made a fresh high for the last like 10 to 12 minutes. So maybe that's actually working out for you. I think that would be a heck of a reversion, not one that I would plan on trying to chase. I think that's one of those stocks where maybe not today, everybody. So I want to look for a place to add in SoFi, because now you've got, instead of just 27, now it's a bit of a trend break. So if it can put some higher lows in, then this can be an had in front of 2710, and then a play into the volume weighted average price for sure. And I hadn't been looking too much at some of the oil names, but I had seen people tag me about Halliburton. There's a good reason why I didn't like it today. It just felt like you're back to where you were the day before when it was supposed to be good news. So the long work yesterday, I'm like, I don't like that. And Halliburton down. There's probably a buying opportunity somewhere here. I'll just stay away for it. Give it the 3-day rule. Treat it like earnings. Give it the 3-day rule on some of those oil names.
Yeah, for sure. I would give it a 3-month rule. I don't think there's anything going on with there. But yeah, buy the dips. In
Canadian ones, buy this one.
Yeah, I don't know. Any of these names that we're talking about, I'm not super excited about them
Canadian
for now.
Oil names got smoked downside on the move up. I think that was like overdone. Like everyone was reacting too much to the negative impact it could be on Canada, the same way they're overreacting to the positive for the US ones. So like stock like Enbridge, I think can be a dip buy today or tomorrow.
Yeah, like Enbridge is not even an oil name. So yeah, I think you might be right on that one.
4%.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. So nothing to do with Venezuela. Okay, so yeah, man, we had to, like I said, man, we had to take it out. So we're actually now just in 45% of SoFi right there as it ripped to the top side there. We make our daily goal and just trying. I'm going to get out another piece right here if I can at 26 right now. I mean, like I said, this trade could easily turn around, which it's trying to do right now. So it is a good thing that we're able to get out of a little bit right there of SoFi. But here it comes right back in again. So yeah, so far so good on this name, but could easily and looks like it is turning around is SoFi and SMCI. We've done our best on that one today. I'm just waiting for this. If it continues to go fine, we don't have, like I was saying before, about 10% or so, 15% left on SMCI. But here comes SoFi. If you didn't get out at the top, you got to watch out now. Here it comes back into 27 again. Watch out now. Let's go over to Adara for her update.
Yeah, Trump's still speaking. I'll keep you guys posted of any market-related data, but again, nothing of that sort right now. We'll start here with ALMS Illumis. This one was mentioned a lot pre-market. Nice push to the upside on this name after the company announcing top-line results for its phase 3 trials, their onward trials. Now we'll talk here about CYCN, another name that was mentioned pre-market and actually is featured on our watch list this morning. Cyclerion, at the time, roughly a $5 million market cap, announcing they're going to be expanding their strategic collaboration with MedSteer. Last but not least, Atozi. AZI is a name that I've mentioned at least a couple times over the last couple of months, so definitely a recurring small cap name, announcing a alliance here or a strategic partnership with the China Auto Maintenance Parts Alliance. They're going to have an annual sales target between them of $200 million. Another name not as small of a market cap or as small of a price, but DRUG was on watch today. As you can see, not a ton of volume or movement here. Definitely be cautious. But Bright Minds Biosciences, this is another frequent flyer, to put it a certain way. It was also on our watch list this morning with some epilepsy news. Back to you. Make sure to like and subscribe.
Yeah, there was some small cappers on there that I feel like we haven't even got to. We haven't even talked about, like D-Wave was on the watch list today. Drug was. Might have just made top wick. We'll see. Well, okay, technically it's not top wick. I shouldn't say top wick when it's not top wick. Might have made a top wick on IBIT above volume weighted average price, but it's immediately kind of retracing underneath that lower high. So give it one more chance. If I ever see a wick like that, I'm going to jump in. If we do end up breaking 53, there's room down to 52.4, so I want to give this a chance. I see the NASDAQ starting to roll over as well, so there wasn't a breakout of that high, so wanted to re-engage in that short. We've already talked SoFi for everybody, but if the market does roll, if the NASDAQ does roll over, I would tend to think like one of these memory names might have to show some signs of weakness, and SNDK is not really pulling back. Micron, to its credit, is pulling back. So if I see a big move down in Micron, then that would give a reason for SNDK to try to pull back. It just hasn't really happened yet. The stock's still up 22%. Strongest thing in the market right now is SNDK, outside of whatever random small cap you might be tracking.
All right. I don't know, man. Part of me doesn't even really want to average into SoFi too much anymore. So we're going to have to wait to see what exactly SoFi brings us. Okay, so another name that we looked at earlier was PayPal near that $58 mark. That seems to have been bought up a couple times down there near 59. And this was a name that we had sort of draw this line right here on the daily and in and around that 58 marker there. I mean, to be exact about it, whatever the prices are, what they are, there's some wicks lower, but into this area could be something that you look for as a buy, because it actually does extend all the way back into these tariff. Actually, that's a tariff there. This is back April, May 24. So you go all the way back here on PayPal. So that would be a look there. And then I also liked a break possibly on Affirm there today, but that just didn't happen. And Affirm, again, I was thinking about making this one of the plays for 26. I just, gonna break through here on AFRM, $81, $82. And there's so many different names that you could choose in what you're looking for this year. Let's go over a quick little sector watch quickly just to see what's going on. We saw Caterpillar with a nice move today to the upside on some AI release. It's only up 0.38, but this is the manufacturing index. I really think, getting involved in a manufacturing ETF this year might be pretty good. Where you get some Cummins involved there, even some GE Vernova, Deere on the rebuild, could be a good name. That's more of a farming name, so we'll see. Trump came out and talked about tractors a couple minutes ago, like last week. So we'll have to see what's going on with that kind of a talk. Today, electronic names, what is this? LMT, okay, so that's another name. Lockheed Martin continues going higher here. Here's the energy names that we had sort of talked about down all today. Like I said, I think you'd have a hard time selling CVX to people right now, but that's down 2%. Give that a couple seconds there. Pioneer downside, Occidental for some reason working, and Valero, the real winner, I think, is the buy.
Probably because of nat gas.
There at some point. Yeah, we saw Boyle yesterday. Tesla is still downside, down 3% today for Tesla. So unfortunately, GM down. Ford gave some decent delivery numbers, so they're flat on the day. But for right now, Ford, GM, Tesla, all the three stocks there. And Rivian not in the S&P 500, so we can't look there. Yesterday's beat up sector, of course, was healthcare. We looked at that a little bit yesterday, and you can see right now as we continue to have a look at healthcare, and these are the health technology names, sorry. Oscar Healthcare was up yesterday, UNH as well. But today, Eli Lilly, J&J, Merck, all of them, man, Thermo Fisher, they're all trying to go up to the upside. Boston Scientific, talk about some robots there as well, Vertex. So they're all trying to kick around a little bit. We did average a little bit more into some SoFi right now. Yeah, Greenland Bay Packers. I don't mind that. I don't mind that there, but I would rather the NFL expand into Canada first.
I actually don't. I don't want that because I feel like it would just take away from the Bills are kind of Canada's team, or sort of at least South Ontario. I just don't know. It's weird. It's weird if you're a Bills fan because it's already that's our team.
Oh man, I would take an well.
No, look, obviously it'd be great.
Yeah. You're biased. I think
I'm so biased because the Bills are my team, and it's.
I think if you interviewed,
do that?
Yeah, if you interviewed 98% of Canadians, they would want an NFL team. Yeah, so there you go. So so that's what I'm saying. So I'd rather have an NFL team here in Canada, and I think that will never happen, but could be something. And
what they should do is the CFL should change the rules and adapt more to the NFL game, and then it can be an actual, maybe even like a feeder league, and it'd just be.
Well, yeah, but I think Toronto wants professional sports team. An NFL team would work.
I'm out of SoFi just broke the low on.
Yeah, there goes SoFi.
SoFi is an absolute rejection and a fail. It's now down 8%. The 50 period is gone. It's still going. Well, I was half joking about canceling the old stink bid on SoFi at 22.22. That's going to have to come back in.
Booyaka.
I might. I don't think it's getting down there. I think that's a little
22. No, I mean that would be crazy. But
I don't think that's coming back.
That upgrade, I didn't punch out yet, guys. But that upgrade that downgrade came in early December. So I think that was a $20 price target. So maybe something happening there. All right, we did get out to some more SMCI. Joe was mic'd up. What did you want to say? I don't know if you are still mic'd up there, but Joe getting ready. 10:30. We have Joe and Obi coming very, very soon. Yeah, we don't want to talk too much sports with Obi there, but maybe with yourself there, Joe.
Really?
Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
Joe's muted right there. So he has more friends that are Green Bay fans than Buffalo fans. It's weird.
There we go. We're back. Yeah, so I think Green Bay might be equally or even more popular than Buffalo. I don't know. In my friends group, I'm going to have to say that.
I mean, it's certainly not true in the GTA because there's over 10,000 fans from the GTA that go to Buffalo on home games. Like literally, every fan in the stadium is a Canadian on Mondays.
Put the pool out.
How we roll, baby.
Yeah.
I'm not a big NFL fan.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough.
I'm not an NFL fan or a CFL fan, really, to be honest with you.
All right.
Hockey guy, man.
Yeah. I think as far as hockey for me is such a great sport, and that's where, to me, the Warriors are. But I like football, and we both do, and I think that this weekend's going to be awesome. Wild Card Weekend is one of my favorite weekends. So many great games. And
those are like the two best playoff weekends.
Yeah.
Wild Card, you get a lot of quality games. And the matchups are...
Yeah, and I mean, they play all year just to make the playoffs, and you get a lot of teams that don't ever make the playoffs. You know, the Jaguars back in it for the first time here as well. So the whole market is going higher right now, but some of these other names continue to bleed just a little bit lower. We did take advantage of that move into back upside for SoFi. It got some 7s and 8s there on a retracement back up. I think we got 5s and 7s there on a retracement back up. So we'll see if SoFi holds it. I'm getting out at a break of 26.89. So we got to break a little bit lower there on SoFi. So let's go over. Dara's got some news.
Keep an eye on defense plays after some interesting remarks here from U.S. President Donald Trump. He did specifically mention Boeing, which is why Boeing is up here. But he started by saying, quote, "We'll begin producing weapons faster. It takes too long to get weapons made." So with that in mind, you could be looking again at some of your more traditional defense names. Palantir did have a move, though likely not related to this. It is in that defense space, though, which is why I bring it up. But I bring up Boeing because Trump just said, quote, "I have sold more Boeing planes than anybody ever," of course referring to his deals that he's made with countries. But then he also added that Boeing is too slow at getting the planes made. BA at intraday highs. If there's any more news on this, I'll let you know. But either way, here it is worth noting. Trump mentioning defense generally and Boeing specifically at these comments at the GOP leadership retreat. Back to you.
All right.
We had a graphic. It was like Donald Trump, and then it was like Employee of the Month at Boeing.
Probably. Hey man, as a Boeing shareholder, we like that. We like Palantir, and it's unfortunate because we had talked about this when it was 75, and I still have the bid in there at 174.50. It got as low. We initially waited 174 is where we initially wanted that trade, but I should have adjusted it because it came right into the 200 period moving average, and there it goes, high side right there on PLTR, and just continuously pumping higher. I got into some of these trades in the long-term portfolio in and around 175. It did moon a little bit into 2 bills over the last couple of weeks, so we'll see if we can get back up there. Good subsidies, good government contracts. We'll wait to see if Palantir continues to get going. All right, man, SoFi all the way back up. Let me take another piece out here at 03s just for shits and giggles. And then we'll have to wait to see, I have a big order, not a big order, but let's call it 20% of what we have at 10s. So if that can hit, then that would be so far so good on that one. But let's go SoFi, seeing if we got some actionable trading down here now. Okay, here we go. Come on, SoFi. Just break through that 08, man. I mean, we're at 10s. So, from what was going to be a pretty bad situation there to right now a pretty good one. There it is. Yes. Yeah, man. Let's go SoFi. Let's see if we have a opportunity to get going. I'm just happy to get some out now because it's been a bad long, and I don't think we've caught the bottom here. So just the fact that we're able to print some of that out, I might actually just take another piece here. I'll offer some 9s if we're able to. There it is. Ooh, I don't know if we got those or not. We're going to offer some 9s here. Oh, we got the 9s. We didn't get the 10s. Okay, so we got some 9s, and I put another 10 there. So I'm just going to try to layer out of this one. We're actually out of 40% now. We have another offer at 10, and then we're waiting at 20s. So maybe we can get back to where we were before. Let's see if SoFi wants to sort of mature up now. Down 8%. I mean, there should be some give back here in SoFi. And if not, I mean, our stock is now well timed. I mean, 26.89. That's what we're going to wait for. So if that comes in, we'll stop out. So just a little bit of back and forth here, man. We're trying to make a little bit of money, but we can't do that if we're chasing red stocks long. So be careful now with SoFi. I mean, maybe it gets SSR and then finally bounces. I I don't know. But right now,
point.
seems like a losing idea right now for SoFi.
Well, after the first hour, the reversal needs to show up on the 15-minute for that stock for me, which if it closed here, technically, if it was closed above 27, it'd be green on the 15 minutes. So there's a possibility. But, speaking of trends, now starting to see something a little bit more clear. It wasn't very clear on silver outside of the first dip buy, but I'm starting to see it set up again. We're going to jump over to that. And like it has been, well, that was kind of like, it bounced a couple of pennies in there. I'm like, okay, it gets to 85, I'll throw some 80s. And then it immediately sort of backfilled it. So someone's hitting the bid as we speak on SLV. I'm not reversing this short. I understand I would do that on a lot of stocks, but this is not going to be one of them. If it closes underneath 60, then I would jump out of the trade and wait for the volume weighted average price because I only want to be long. And what I was getting at with SoFi is this is the time frame I want to see any kind of a turn trade set up on. It's got to be there. It's got to be the 15-minute. Right now, it technically is green off the 15. There was a bounce once, but I got to see something for an actual trade setup here. Outside of it's just at the level. Like it was at the level, so try it. It was kind of at 28, try it there. It was at this support at $27, so try it there. But if it can set up a curl somewhere here on the 15-minute chart, that would be a different story. And SNDK is finally showing some signs of weakness. Like this is just, it's parabolic. I consider it a squeeze. A lot of this is probably just a bit of a squeeze. And it could break this trend both on the 15 and on the 3 in the top end. So that's what I'll wait for, but 25 minutes to go until we send you guys over. I have a sneaky suspicion that one of these, at least one of these names, if you're looking for reversions, if you're trying to think of a reversion, you got to be looking at this. So my guess is Obi's probably looking at one of these three, whether it's Western Digital, whether it's Micron, whether it's SNDK. SNDK just seems to be the most extreme out of all of these three plays. 23%. 23.
All right, this won't be anybody around here, but let's go check out who's making the money yesterday. This is at Real Trading, so the top 10 traders from yesterday. It's not today, it just says today. This is from yesterday, so there it is, man, Canada yesterday. So some decent plays there, $12,000. And these are US dollars, and again, here at Real Trading, we have access to over 60 markets, soon to be options, so that should be fun. Canada there, and then here we go with somebody with a nice little portfolio yesterday, Amex, the CME, New York, NASDAQ, and NYMEX. So trading a little bit of crude, trading a little bit of the futures there with your CME, NASDAQ, and New York, and then right back into Canada again. So Canada, very, very profitable market for Real Trading. NASDAQ, again, Canada, again right there. And nothing as far as outside of the United States or North America, it seems like. Yesterday on Blue Ocean, we had a trader there to make 3,300. Hong Kong market, pink sheets, London, Australia, ending out the sort of the unique markets. We have more down here, Turkey, Amsterdam, as it goes, but these are just in the hundreds. So yeah, pretty good yesterday. Yesterday's top trader on one individual market, of course, there it is, the Canada and the TSX. So that's who's making money over there at Real Trading. So we could definitely take a shot at some of those numbers, and if you're looking to make a little bit of cash, there's some motivation for you as well. Okay, there's some super chats. The big banks are scared. Shootless of SoFi. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. By the way, Big Bear AI is up 6%. Yeah, I don't mind.
It's just down today.
Yeah, I mean, I like SoFi is going to be a pick of mine for 2026. So I definitely agree with that. And then look, Snapchat has been something I've talked about down near that $7 mark. Now I don't know where it's at today. Okay, 9. So good movement for Snapchat for sure. Oh wow, yeah. There it is, man. There's your $7 marker. Came in. There goes SoFi, by the way. So we'll flush it down the toilet there as it finally breaks that 26.89, but not before we're able to get a little bit out. I mean, taking a shot at something is one thing. Losing your whole day on it is another. So we're going to be off of that one. But hey, man, I mean, thank you for all the Big Bear AI talk all the time. And this is a name that's done quite well on, and I know many of you have as well, because we followed the same rules over and over again, and that was wait for the 200 period moving average on Big Bear AI, which just seems to be something magical rate there for this stock. So it's really been bought up. That's since in November of 24, where this name was $1.50, you know, dipped in there. We had some more, you know, so on and so forth. All of these dip buy opportunities continue for Big Bear AI. So nice movement coming through over there. All right, SMCI, I guess, just took 30. So there goes SMCI, still positive over there now today. So I don't know, man. I've only traded 3 stocks. I've got only 1 green name. I don't know how you're doing over there, but 1 green name out of 3 stocks today, but flat on the day. So 1, 4, 3, and flat, because SoFi just didn't, basically flat on it. I mean, I wish
SoFi is the only one for me that's more than a flattish type of wins to the downside. You know, I liked it. I actually liked it for the most volatility today. Kind of the same way I felt about like silver and Intel yesterday. But it's not working out. By the way, Intel just broke trend line. It's at VWAP, so next available. Oh, the other thing that happened is we're going to get a red candle on the NASDAQ if we close down here. So it's a little bit of a turn, and I am still eyeballing SNDK, but this is a bit different with Intel because it was a long yesterday where you could have caught some. Look, if you get one trade where it breaks the trend like this and it goes to VWAP, that's fantastic, right? But it was like SoFi at the open. It's just if you got the bid and you got to VWAP, then you know, great. You got a couple longs that worked out, but it was still kind of fighting the trend. And this is more of the same here today, where you got the lower high from the afternoon. This is where we're shorting it in the afternoon, and then it tagged exactly that at 39.8 and then breaks trend here. So I'm short till the prior bar. And if the market rolls over, this is a little bit easier to work with than SNDK, which is still up 23% and holding highs. SanDisk, Micron, like this story, look, I understand all this demand and the prices, but this is absolutely parabolic. Like if anyone that uses RSI, like what the heck? You've got to be so overbought right now at this point. It's insane. Let's go to the sun side. The sun is upside down. SoFi, 57.8 million shares yesterday at 27.5 as an option from the December option. A little bit circular.
Yeah, I don't know exactly. You know, if there was a lot of volume conducted over there on SoFi yesterday at that price. I mean, I just looking at the daily chart for SoFi and just think it
maybe we can look at Joe.
Needs to be bought there today. You know, just 25.50 maybe for SoFi. But yeah, not even. There was a decent amount of volume yesterday as well. So I don't know. Just surprised it's going down that side because it wasn't even really on our radar today at all. You know, until this happened. And then it came on the radar, and we kept trying, and that's what I'm saying. It's relatively flat there, but yeah, man, don't. If you guys are like we were saying, if you guys are red, don't fret, man. I think we have, like we were just saying, I think we have 1 green stock between the two of us here today. So it's not.
You just have to make sure that you keep your. Look at it this way.
Yeah,
if you have a red day, just go back, look at all of your red and green days, and try to, or better yet. Like if I take a mean reversion trade, or I'm looking for the bounce band SoFi, look at all of the other ones that you've done for like the last month, and just be sure that when you're losing on that trade, A, did that trade have the upside to win more than it lost, and B, when you're winning on them, is it better than what you lost? So like Intel was a falling knife yesterday that was a long, but I made more Intel today than I'm down on SoFi. That's the way that you can stay green. I think that's the way to go. But I mean, overall, the market. You know what? It's really not been much of a. There's a lot of volatility right now, but the overall market had one big up move, and all we're doing is consolidating above the prior high. So if you're watching this NASDAQ, this is the Qs. Sorry, guys. VWAP is going to correspond with yesterday's intraday high almost perfectly. So I think you want to look at that for a potential bounce play. I'm going to be looking at that level for where hopefully Intel gets to the low of the day to catch a bit of a bid. So I'm looking to get out of shorts at that price if we get there. Let's go to Adara at the desk and see what she has.
Let's talk about a very green, for the most part, sector board today. Health tech looking very strong to lead off. We've got transportation to the upside. Uber up a notable 6%. They also recovered pretty well after their downgrade from Elias yesterday, too. So UBER, especially with the CES 2026 event happening, certainly could be a name to watch. Process industries doing quite well for the second day in a row. Newmont leading non-energy minerals to the upside. Retail trade a little bit spottier, but Costco and Amazon both up at least 1%. Each consumer service is doing quite well. And now let's move on to weakness, because consumer durables, despite some strong numbers from, I believe, Ford coming out here with sales, just not doing too well here as a sector. TSLA really leading this push to the downside after weaker than expected new car sales data coming out of both UK and Germany. Then we have electronic tech, AMD sharply to the downside here after the CES 2026 keynote from its CEO, Lisa Su. But Nvidia still up about 1% after its CEO, Jensen Huang, delivered a keynote at the same event. Micron, KLAC, and LMT all really strong here today. In tech services, it's a little bit more neutral or muted, but Palantir sharply to the upside. AppLovin, meanwhile, down about 5%. Make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content as we send you back to Sean and Neil.
All right, thanks, Adara. Yeah, Netflix. So I'm going to go long SoFi if we break 2720, this 50-period moving average. I don't know if that's going to come in or not there for SoFi, but that's something that I'm looking at right there. So it could come in, we'll see. But Netflix right here, I just got filled on the bid, so at 90. So we'll have to wait to see now what winds up happening here with Netflix. A nice little drop early on the stock, coming back into 90, as we say. The Warner Brothers Discovery deal not done yet, so 28 and change right now. Obviously, now this deal is looking worse and worse because there is an aspect of Netflix shares that are involved. And, you know, when they valued this deal in and around that $29, $30 marker. Netflix was at 104, 105. So now, unfortunately, they're going to have to probably change how many percentage of their shares they're giving up or what. But Netflix right now down to 90 and change. So not looking like a great stock there for Netflix. PSKY is the other name that's, you know, possibly throwing a wrench or something into the plans here for that deal, and they're down as well. So Paramount has not had a very good run either, as many of these names. We could check out what Disney's doing. I mean, they had an much easier takeover, it seems like, a Fox, but that's a couple years ago, and I don't know what they've done too much with that, but 109 and change is the 50 period. At least this one's going the opposite direction to that of Netflix right now. But yeah, Disney, upside today. It's funny because the NASDAQ is up, and there's many names, and we've sort of left Nvidia here today, and that's back down to 190. We had said, I mean, I was looking at 190, 150, but it looks like 192 right there was the top for Nvidia today, right back to where we opened yesterday virtually. Of course, we had that high tick into 193, but right into there, 192.25 or so. Good area for NVDA. SoFi still going lower. SMR is all the way back to 19. So again, in a stock that we're flat on the day with too many trades, SMR long, SMR long, SMR long, SMR long, worked every time until it didn't. And then we just ripped back up to 19 again and fell back into 1875. So what we had wrote down was 1875 as a potential long area. And it seems like we're trying to decide if that's going to be a spot or not. But SMR right now, trying to do its best to hold on. Maybe it is a dip buy in and around 1850 again against that very low. But yeah, SMR, you know, up, what was it, 15% or something yesterday? Flat on the day. So maybe we can get something going on here for SMR at some point. But yeah, for me, just waiting. The only order I have in is SoFi breaking that 50-period moving average. So we got to wait for that to happen. Now it's at 27.10, so we could put our order a little bit lower. Here's the 50-period rate here. So if we can finally change a little bit of directional bias here, it has to break that 50-period, but there it goes, still going lower. You know, SMCI, big winner. Not big winner, but winner there, as it just dropped out of our last 5% or so down there. SMR flat and SoFi loser, but basically giving us a flat day today, as I'll go 1 for 3. So yeah, I should have probably looked at IBIT. That's getting down near an interesting level, probably.
AMD getting rocked too.
AMD getting rocked.
Tesla's getting rocked. Tesla's down 3%. There's a lot of stocks that are not SNDK and Micron.
Well, Tesla is,
and the NASDAQ are getting rocked. Oh, but there's some buyers coming in. Got halfway, and then some distinct buying just came in on Intel. So I'm going to jump out as it puts in this high low. Well, the other thing is, here, let me zoom back out. Where the buyers just popped in is at yesterday's double bottom. So that's a profit-taking area, and if I see them come in there again, I'll jump out, look for a better entry. Hopefully we can just start working off the volume weighted average price and then we'll be trend down. But Tesla, he's still in the penalty box, I guess. But you know what? Every day is another day closer to 420, right? At least at this rate. It hasn't broken the week's low, but it's almost perilously close to that. And I'm not saying 420 is going to be some auto buy zone. It just had a really big turn off of that level last time. And then there was a breakout of resistance to a little bit of support and then a whole lot of support at 420, plus the whole psychological nature of 420 for Tesla. It's just one of those things, for sure. One place that we have not looked today, and I just saw in the chat, someone said, you folks that trade the bio stocks have nerves of steel, probably talking about small cappers, but guess what's still breaking out? Novo. Oral pills, cheaper price, I guess they like it. So this is looking really good for them. Before anyone gets too excited, do keep in mind that, I think this is a healthy breakout. They've been beaten up for so long, but Eli Lilly is going to have their oral pill come out this year too. So, at some point you probably want to ring the register on this bad boy. Maybe not yet, because that breakout is still going. And to the whatever extent that Eli Lilly is, what's the word I want to use, like taking a bit of a pullback, that lasted so far one day because it's already catching a bit of a bid. The chance to maybe get a deeper dip buy, which I thought would have been an opportunity based on this Novo. Everyone overreacts to the Novo pill. Eli Lilly's comes out this year. I'm hoping you could see this thing back under 1,000 and then you can get it to buy, but I don't know if I want to buy it just yet. Really would like to, because I think it's going to be late. It might be late this year when you see it come out. So I'm not front run it yet. Because the oral, it's not just simpler. Everyone's always like, I just don't want to do a needle. Like it cuts both. It kind of cuts both ways. Like it's also cheaper. Novo's is cheaper, but then I was hearing someone who actually knows what they're talking about saying that there's two different ways to make the oral pill, and that Eli Lilly's method is cheaper than Novo's. If that's true, that would be the reason why for being like, well, if Lilly has a cheaper way of doing their oral pill, then that's not good for Novo. So I would be looking to fade Novo. Hey, Eli Lilly is going to have theirs come out. That's not really that negative on Novo. That would be a bit of a headwind for them.
All right, you could just get it. The XBI is something, an index that I'm involved with. So XBI, again, the biotech ETF, 50-period moving average. This has been a great. We were buying this back in podcast days. We talked about XBI a bunch as well as the Dow. So I really have been liking this for a while. So yeah, XBI working out right now. So okay, it's time to talk a little bit of money. We talked about that. Let's talk about the actual currencies with Adira.
Here is the U.S. dollar. Interesting look here if I zoom in on the daily chart. We are green today, but we dropped here all the way back to Friday's low before trying to push higher. Now, again, yesterday, a little bit of topping tail candle, even clearing that previous resistance level of 98.7. So we still have quite a way to go to get that level, but again, nice here for the XY, showing that it can find support, continue to find support at 98.2 level. I do want to mention here, not related to money specifically or currency specifically, but certainly worth noting here for the entire market. Supreme Court apparently setting Friday as their opinion day. Of course, we have that tariff case pending. So if there are any updates from that on Friday, I will keep you guys posted. Economic data today, very much few and far between. We did have some lower than expected S&P PMI data that came out earlier today. We also had comments from both Fed's Myron and Fed's Barton, both talking about the concerns of economic slowdowns, though coming at it from slightly different angles, with Myron stressing that there is too slow of a move in rates if we don't cut fast enough, that he's worried that that could actually, quote, nip some of this economic progress in the bud. So that's, I think, something to maybe be aware of here when it comes to the U.S. dollar. Now, as Brendan and I mentioned, we've got a lot of economic data in the jobs department coming up over the next few days. Tomorrow we'll get 8:15 a.m. ADP employment change data. Then at 10 a.m. we get jobless data, and then back on Friday we're going to be getting the non-farm payrolls data at 8:30 a.m. So 3 pretty big jobs numbers in a matter of 2 days. That's what you have on deck for the rest of the week. Back to you.
Shout out to you right there. Super chat. David Blacklock. of the play on words there. Obviously, most people will get that one. Thank you for your accounts. 25, you did okay, and in 2025, the realized gain of 223,000. 2026 is going well with 17.7. The team is great and performs a valuable service for novices like me. I would say you're not a novice if you're getting consistently profitable the way you are, David. Shout out to you and all the members of our community. But you've been amazing. You share ideas. I see you discussing in the chat your reasons for doing so. And sometimes you think, I think long-term plays as well, so kind of multiple time frame. My question is, Dave, mostly, I don't know if you've answered this before, mostly swing trading, or is it, do you do any day trading? I feel like mostly swing trading. And that's the best thing, is we have all kinds of different styles. There are people who are only really passive investors. I have a friend who literally never does active trading but loves the show, and then you have day traders and everything in the spectrum. So I'm kind of curious as to where you lie in the game.
David, I've already offered you a job, so if you want to come over here, those are very, very impressive numbers, needless to say.
Swing trading.
Yeah, you got to be covered every day, but if you put up any numbers like that, then you, my friend, will be the king of the castle around here. Yeah, good job there, David. Awesome numbers, and congratulations. Nobody around here is doing those kind of numbers, so congrats on that, my friend. Okay. Nvidia, JP Morgan. I mean, just looking around, we sort of have gone over a lot of different names today, but I know there's a main reason why Joe is here, and that is to figure out what's for lunch. So let's go right over and have a quick little look to see what is for lunch. Yesterday was leather-style chicken, where you could literally, that was very hard to eat. I almost had to see my dentist yesterday for getting all cut up there on that chicken. But hopefully today will be a different story. But okay, today we actually have
jerky, basically.
The Japanese flag. So that's good. You can get some good food today, maybe sushi, maybe something else. But Japanese cuisine today. And today, it's, I don't know. So it's grilled beef skewers. So I think that's good. I don't know exactly what's Japanese about that, but maybe. Sauteed green beans and Brussels sprouts. Okay, but here we go. Stir-fried udon right there, and yuzu leafy green salad. So thank you to the caterers today. They always do beef. I think it's pretty much overcooked, but definitely these skewers have a potential for sure. I think the skewers have a potential. I love green beans, one of my favorite veggies, green beans. The stir-fried udon, they do noodles really well, so they travel well.
Those are tasty.
Yeah, those should be good. And then the yuzu leafy green salad wraps up what's for lunch. That's the barbecue.
That's part of yesterday's lunch was the pita bread.
yeah, yesterday was a little bit hard there yesterday. So
it was literally beef jerky, but it was chicken.
Yeah, it was tough to get there. We got to get that protein down. The old gullet there. So I got to get here. I'm gonna go to the gym, but I don't see really any other trading here for now anyways.
I see one stock that looks kind of interesting because something weird is happening on it.
I think there's gonna be lots of stocks. I was just gonna say I canceled my SoFi.
I just know the viewers are looking at this. And we have about 5 minutes to go.
I can cancel, I guess.
ONDS at yesterday's high of 1250. Like, look at all of the topping tails here. Like, this is being... I think it's getting held here. There's basically no way to put it. And it's doing so with higher lows. So sometimes what will happen is you'll get traders that are looking at it like this, and they're like, oh yeah, baby. When 1250 goes, it's going to be absolute fireworks because they're not zooming out and seeing you have yesterday's high as well, just above it. So I think you'd want to be clearing yesterday's tops, which, by the way, on ONDS, as you can see on this chart, that would be fresh highs. So someone's selling it, no question asked. And then farm traders saying EVTV is a mover. Right? It's not on my scanner. I have some of these small caps. I don't know, ALMS, IMSR, Nvidia's on there, Oklo, Tesla, TSLA. I don't see this one on my scanner, EVTV, but my e-signal does have penny stocks. But that's a strong one, above VWAP. 300 million shares worth of volume. That looks like it could be spicy. They're saying some takeover chatter, I suppose, with this. But it did not hit my hot list unless it just popped in there now. Like, you can see that ALMS we talked about, IMSR, which is on the radar, Oklo and SMR are going to make sense. What's hilarious to me is how, I understand SoFi is down, but it should still be on the trade rate, I would expect. But guess what? This name right here, Amazon. If you're looking at something as the market rolls back here that has not budged, it's Amazon. Amazon's still at the highs. Hopefully I'm not jinxing it, up 2% today. No one was talking about this stock. It's outside of our chat. I saw you guys mentioning it. Holding the 50 period, no retest of the 200 period. So even if you were waiting for the 200 period again, where it's been a good buy, you didn't get it this time, higher low, that is positive. The fact you didn't get back to this 200 period is a good sign for Amazon. And now you can base off the 50. This is one that I think has a decent chance to get back into those highs. Remember though, first quarter earnings, when they come through, one of the reasons it got beat up was the comparables, AWS to the other cloud names. So again, if there isn't relative improvement there, then you are going to see this stock take a hit. But at least going into the first quarter earnings, it's showing you that strength. And with that 50 period hold, I don't see why it can't get back to 250 on AMZN. It's just earnings are going to matter this year, more so than, I don't know. I shouldn't say, earnings started mattering a heck of a lot more last quarter. I think it's going to be the same thing again as we get into it this year.
Okay, we're going to take a shot right now, fire off a little bit of a hot dog cannon as we get a dip buy in Nvidia. I don't know if this is going to go or not, but right now Nvidia, we'll take something out here at 08. Anyways, we're long now at 90s. Okay, so, we'll offer 18s. There it goes. All right, man, that's a 35-cent trade right there. So now we obviously now go green on the day. And yeah. No problems right there for Nvidia, as we might have caught a little bit of a tail bottom there. I'm already out of 20%. Let me get out of another bit here and get out. There we go. Take some 27s. Get out of 25% of this one. But there it goes, man. Everyone very concerned about catching bottoms in AMD. We'll go to the stronger one here. There we go. Get a 35 out as well. Good trade right now. And talk about this. SMCI PL1. There goes Nvidia right now, trying to make it a better day anyways. We'll finish just basically flat right now. It'll be green though, but you know, that's this move included, so maybe this move comes back in. I was only going to give this to like 189.50 or so on Nvidia. It just pulled back right into some kind of support line there. That's your 200 period moving average. We just wanted to have a quick look. It does dip down into 189 though, so it does break back down below. These levels here is 188.50, so that's where I was looking at, you know, for potential area of support. So 40 cents to give us what we just took 40 cents, but again, trying to see if we can make a little bit of a bigger play on Nvidia. So I don't really think it's necessarily a long. I was just trying to dip by, which is why I just told you we had gotten out of a decent amount there. Here comes right back in. Here comes AMD as well. Everything cracking lower. Was there just news?
NASDAQ broke V.
Yeah, like
prior bar low.
There is news on Nvidia. Expands some sort of an experience. I don't know what it was. Oh, Nvidia AI. There's some sort of a news story here with Nvidia, but anyways, we'll get that. Too, yeah, 188. I don't think Nvidia is probably not going to be working out too great here, but watch out for 188, 188.50. All right, great. Not too many great winners here today, but I think we had a good show anyways. And thank you to David for your great super chat. And thank you to everybody for your super chats. As here we go, man. The market is taking another beat lower right now. Be careful. SoFi down 10%. Get ready for that to potentially bounce.
Almost. Well, it's not 10% yet. It's
no,
very close.
It's going to go 9 and change right now for SMR. So look out for that one possibly bouncing as well. But Nvidia's taking us for a ride one more time. All right, man.
There was a story, so maybe I haven't seen it hit the wire yet, but when it does, I'm sure the guys will get to you right quick. We did hear it on our ear. We hadn't seen it hit the wire with regards to Nvidia. Remember, CES is ongoing, so you're going to have lots of headlines all throughout the day on many names. Yeah. ONDS just broke the high of the day, so I jumped into that one. There's another day, another high for ONDS. We're going to go to Joe. Let's go. Go to Joe and Obi. Joby for you in the midday.
Raise the roof, Obi. We raising the roof, baby. It's a long introduction. What's going on, everyone? Yeah, we raised the roof today. Why not? Because you gotta have a little bit of fun once in a blue moon. Not every day. Yes, exactly. Every day, man. You gotta live life to the fullest, regardless of what's going on. I hope everyone's having a fantastic Tuesday. Obi was telling me about his journey on the way in. Take the car. Obi. Yeah. No, that's true. Yeah, it's true.
It's a negative EV to make that many
It's negative for sure. And you don't get the focus, and you don't get to kind of prep in the morning. I like that. I miss the old journeys in. But guys, nonetheless, let's do a little bit of roll call, and then we're going to get right into the names in which we are trading here today. Let's start it off. We got Tony, Frank Trade, dollar bill, y'all, Jay Walkin, you know who it is, Mike P, the Rider, Ticker Checker, what's up, brother? Robert Louisi, yo, what's up? Oh, Robert Lewis, sorry, brother. Who else do we have? Johnny Fishbone, Jay Cleone, couple more, T. Brucker, James, John Zuver, 420 Bud Monster, you know he's in the house. Joey Optionado, what's up, brother? Mix Master, who else do we got? What's up, Joe? Look at 73 jab. You're throwing those jabs out there. He says, I'm not going to repeat that, but it makes me laugh a little bit. Joseph Optionist, Bash, bro, what's up? RC Concepcion. Joseph Brown, what's up, brother? Green Day, Wealthy, G Monkey, what's going on, everybody? Enough is enough. We've done our roll call. What's really important here is the market today. Next to me is my guy, Obi. We're going to do a quick rundown because I think both of us have a lot of things going on right now, and we want to talk about them. First things first, IBIT, patience. I've only taken 3 trades today. We're going to go over this one right now. We had our first attempt here on IBIT. You can see that over here in the left part of my screen. Take a little bit off, stopped out, break even, let the underlying sell off, be patient, wait for some buying signals to come into play, and then sure enough, we take an additional trade. Is it the best entry? Absolutely not, but risk profile, definitely in check. Make sure you guys are writing everything down, play by play. That's what we like to do. We're gonna go back to Adair, and then Obi is gonna go over his trades of the day as well too, guys.
Spent a while looking into this Nvidia story. The only thing that I saw, and I saw this a couple times on X, right as, again, we heard that there was an Nvidia story, people talking about how Tesla's down after Nvidia's autonomous vehicle announcement yesterday, so it could have just been that type of announcement. I'm going to be honest here, I've seen nothing approximating a new story on NVDA anywhere on X or in the news since we had that. So I just want to keep you guys posted. It could have just been something coming down the wire. I will continue to look into it. If there is anything, I will keep you posted. Again, we're also supposed to have Lisa Su do an interview on Bloomberg TV, so if there's anything of note there, I'll let you guys know as well. That's supposed to start around now. Back to you.
All right, guys, I've been trading IBIT, SMR. Obi, what have you got today?
Let's see. I got 3 on the docket today, and we can go through them. But I want to start off with saying this. Albuquerque has been absolutely amazing. Albemarle. ALB was kind of running off the open. My attention, one of my pod members brought my attention to it right there. And beautiful reversion coming right back in. All the way from 164s. I got in 163s, I think. I got in 163s. A little late. I should be getting a little bit higher, but comes beautifully right back into VWAP right here. Now we're currently trading at 158s. So that worked out pretty decently. What else do I have here? Let's see. I took a little bit of silver. What's silver up to? All right, so silver finally broke out. It broke out of that 72, so I was watching it coming into that this pre-market range high right here. Here, I can make it bigger.
Yeah, let's get that bigger.
Boom. Let's go down here. Let's go to maybe even a 1 minute chart.
Ooh.
And yeah, that's 72 push. Look at that. That was nice. I take the push, take it for 30, 40 pennies, pulls back. I didn't really take it here. I took my eyes off. And then when I saw this consolidating higher stepping up, I was like, all right, well, probabilities are stacking in my favor. I'm going to take that same trade once again, take the next leg. Boom, boom, boom. Sellers come in, get out of the position. And I wait. I missed this one. This one was a bit of a miss. 72 holds once again for a push all the way to 73s. But guess what? When that consistent buying breaks, I take some quick short scalps just to feel it out. And I'm like, all right, 72 halves is holding pretty decently. Don't really get involved after that. But silver was a great one today, breaking out of that 72 high that we saw just a couple of days ago. So that was one of the trades. 73 was the previous high last year. Yeah, exactly. OKI, Kerr, 12 in the chat. Yes. So yeah, I'm looking for that continuation, man. Every single day we've been stepping up, and it's been absolutely beautiful there as well. And Amazon. No, boy. Amazon I did attempt the short. Now, yesterday, I did spend a little bit too much risk getting short on Amazon, but that's fine, you know, stayed within our limits. But I tried again once again today. What I realized was today's trade on Amazon was the prior day high breakout. So take a look at this, man. Yesterday, also, another trade that I missed, I was short Pepsi yesterday. Pepsi continuation today is happening and working out perfectly fine. And then CVX was something we should have had eyes on where, yeah, the selling came in. We got a little bit of reversion there, but that selling came right back in exactly where it was yesterday, breaking back below prior day's close, breaking back below prior day's consolidations, and now breaking back below prior day's low as well. So pretty much wiping all of that bid that reverted that morning action there as well. So CVX and Pepsi, I should have definitely stayed involved. Again, Venezuela related trades there on those two names. But Amazon, this is what I want to talk about. Yesterday, absolute strength off of the open, 230s breaks, and then pushes all the way up. The high a day yesterday was 234s flat. To the whole dollar right there. So we could not get past that 234. If you guys were watching, I actually stopped out of my short, one of my shorts here, re-engaged, but 234 did not break through. Guess what happens when we come right back into that level today? 234 breaks, we look back for a little bit for about 50 pennies, but then we're off to the races. 238s, giving you almost $4.50 off of that opening range break as well. If you took the actual opening range break, you got about over 1.7% of a move to the upside. We're taking a little bit of a turn. The market's pulling back right now. So I'm watching, I'm waiting. The reversions have been nice. I didn't get involved in a lot of them, but it seems like the reversion on the market was absolutely beautiful as well. So that's all I really have on board right now. Let me know what you guys are trading. Let me know what's in play for you guys, and we can take a look. I'm just looking at some of the Mag 7 here. None of them reverted as cleanly as the futures. So that's why I didn't really get involved in any stocks there. But again, sometimes I just gotta be like, all right, if the market's reverting, just hit some TQs, hit some SPY, and you know, call it a day there, and take a shot. But that's all I have to say for what I've done in the morning. Let's get started with the midday trade.
Yeah, man. Yeah, let's get this rocking and rolling. I mean, we just got stopped out. Ryan O'Day. Let's pull it up here, guys. These are the names that I'm looking at. Just really starting to fix my concentration on a handful. We have silver. Obi, I want to talk to you about silver momentarily. I just find that the price action is so much cleaner. There's a lot less tomfoolery going on in GLD and SLV, and that's why I enjoy trading it quite a bit here, guys. A nice little bounce we're experiencing here in the TQs, a nice indecision print at the lows on the 1 minute time frame. Now you're starting to get somewhat of a rebound. I got stopped out of IBIT. We're going to keep our eyes on for a potential third entry. Our first two did work for us, so why not take the third attempt, especially if the market wants to rebound. This is a really nice, Gorev, where are you? Long 5 minute. All right, there's a nice print there on TQs as well too, brother. So a nice little move. The prime entry would have been off of this 1 minute candle. I talk about paying attention to detail, extremely important. Now you just need to have you have to just take it. I was going to say something else, but we'll save that for another time and private conversation. But at the end of the day, a nice little bounce there in the TQQs. Ryan O'Day saying he's long IBIT. As long as we hold this 52.93, I think we're going to be okay here, guys. Hold on. Let's see what we can rock and roll and get up to here on IBIT. Yeah, and there goes TQs. I mean, this could be a really good potential setup, a nice recovery. This is kind of what you're looking for, especially after an extreme pullback here, a nice, strong opening drive. And then sure enough, you get that pullback south of the volume-weighted average price, a high probability setup. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. We would have liked to take that one, but we did not. So we're going to be patient and wait for some higher quality opportunities. Adara, what do you have?
Yeah, I want to talk here about AMD because it is bouncing here. We know Lisa Su, CEO of AMD, is currently doing an interview on Bloomberg saying that compute will have to increase by 100x over the next 4 to 5 years. And also talking about how apparently we're only in the early innings of unlocking AI. So good commentary here from Lisa Su, CEO of AMD. I want to mention as well here, these health insurance plays like UNH, Trump still speaking here at this event saying that, quote, health insurance premiums are horrible. Not moving the market here, but we know that these stocks have moved in the past on his comments. So keep an eye on health insurance and especially AMD right now. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. So this is what I have my eyes on, guys. SLV, IBIT, SMR. I was looking at Novo Nordisk this morning to see if we can get anything rocking and rolling with that. A strong gap up. Yesterday's session half decent as well, too. But the pre-market price action, relatively choppy. And I didn't want to fight that, right? I want to find something that's relatively clean, that has potential to continue in the same manner in the intraday session, aside from the pre-market. Now there goes IBIT right back to our entry price. We like that a lot. Ryan O'Day, best of luck to you, my friend. But Obi, the thing about SLV I wanted to ask you about, do you think we share somewhat of the same opinions here in some of these commodities, SLV, GLD? A lot less fake outs, cleaner price action. If something is displayed to you, the higher probability of it working. It's what I personally observed and how I feel about some of these SLV and some of these precious.
I do agree. It is a little bit cleaner, but again, there's still. I think there's going to be fugues everywhere, right? It's just there's going to be head fakes and everything, but at the end of the day, it's just it's a little bit cleaner to read than that of, like, say, something on the Mag 7, like especially something like a Tesla or something. Something along the lines of that. But no, definitely cleaner, a little bit more straightforward. I agree with you there. In terms of silver, gold is a little, I don't know, I haven't really participated as aggressively in gold, so I can't really speak to that. Wow, ALB, call ALB out, comes right in with a bid. Nice. GG. It's a good thing I covered more than 90% of it down there as of right now. So yeah, that 158's hold, that was interesting. We kind of broke back in and then pulling right back up with that bid. Look at the market as well, man. Market's catching a little bit of a bid here as well as this 15-minute candle comes to a close in about just over a minute. We're catching a bit of a bottom wick, hammer candle. I know you like those. Coming in on the market potentially here. SIDU, I know you guys like that one. SIDU, I got eyes on that one. So take a look at this, man. SIDU coming right back up into $5. I got I got to borrow some shares on this one. $5, $4.99 is the high day there on SIDU. I think that was around the opening price as well. Let's see what the open was, $4.88, and then pre-market kind of flush here, $5. This was a beautiful short here, coming in off of the open as well. Boom, 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 getting short in the pre-market, and a beautiful puke right off of the open. But we're getting that reversion coming in on the day today with a bit of a bounce. Holds not once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, just sub $4. So around 490s, 386s is the 390s, 386s is the ultimate low there over the past session there, pre-market and after hours included. So catching a bit of a bid, reverting back to some prior days levels here on SIDU. This thing seems like it's not done, it's not over, right? The way it's moving around. So I do have eyes on it. If this continues to hold on even on lower volume and then starts to push some of those highs, man, some of these swing shorts are going to get slapped for sure. And more opportunity. Again, intraday I like to go both ways, long or short, doesn't really matter. But the fact that there's going to be so many participants offside, I think the longs are going to be good, the shorts are going to be good. And you got to remember, when something's squeezing, right, and when that buying pressure kind of dissipates and is done, that's probably all the buying pressure there was, and then it's selling only. So intraday, even if it's quick scalps, I like those, but getting long into the squeeze is definitely one to participate in over the longer term, over the swing for sure. But those are the things. Those are a couple of things that I'm watching. SLV we covered. What else do I have? Let me pull up my journal because my watch list here does not have all the names that I was looking at in the morning. So this morning I was looking at. Let's look at it together, because I haven't looked at these for a while as well. So it makes sense that taking a quick look at them now to see how they've been cooking. UPST, bit of a continuation there. Came in off of the open. I was looking for that daily breakout. Didn't really come in. Slapped to the downside all the way through 50s. Holding 49.5s right now and pulling back up through 50s. So nothing crazy. Didn't really participate. Pepsi and Coke. You guys knew my thesis yesterday. Guess what? More of the same today as we trickle below. Can't really get back through 140. Can't really get above VWAP with any sort of distinction, and then boom. Through prior day's low. So a nice continuation trade, trend happening here on both Pepsi and Coca-Cola. Now Coca-Cola a little bit, the price action is a little bit more fizzy here, a little bit more choppy. So I like Pepsi in terms of trading a little bit better. Coke is definitely more of my thing in terms of the drink, guys. CVX, let's see, this one was the one, man. Take a look at this. The same kind of selling from yesterday's open comes in today, breaking back through prior days, pre-market lows, prior days close, any sort of consolidation levels that you might have marked off. The VWAP reclaim, maybe 163s. That seems like that was an interesting area. That's the first time it pulled back after the reversion and then held a bit of a bid for another leg up. And you see that comes into confluence here with a little bit of a chop. 163 is holding as resistance intraday for the continuation leg down. So that kind of worked out pretty well. NBIS I had on watch. Let's see how Nevis Group is doing. Okay, so the daily breakout on this actually worked, but it came in after a shake and bake, right? This one, I was looking at what? The daily breakout at like 96s or something? Yeah, right there. Okay, so let's go to a higher time frame. 96s, Joe, look at this. Right here, prior week high, prior day high. So the trade is just to, take the continuation long, but look, it's not going to be easy, right? You can't just hit it long at that price and be like, all right, this is going to break out. It comes in off of the open, gets slapped all the way down to 91s and some change, and then it goes on for the second leg. But guess what? This 96.67 becomes even better the second time around as it pushes. And look at that, 96.67 takes you all the way for a 100 test. I wasn't watching it. A beautiful reversion all the way back down. And then silver I already covered. We already kind of took participation in that. 72 daily breakout was that one. So that's pretty much all I had on my watch list. What's going on, Adara?
Keep an eye here on AMD, which is continuing to attempt to bounce here as we get more comments from CEO Lisa Su. During this Bloomberg interview, she's saying that demand for AI in China is high and that apparently the company is working with the U.S. government to find solutions. She also talked about their new MI455, which was debuted or unveiled yesterday at the CES 2026 event. Lisa Su saying that this chip is, quote, pushing the bleeding edge of capability. Back to you.
All right, right on. Party on Garth here. Let's see what else we got going on, guys. I think it's going to be an interesting session. Market's starting to find its way. We got a little bit of a pullback. That 5-minute hammer candle in TQ is a thing of beauty, that's for sure. It's starting to work out relatively well. Let's see if we can break through the volume-weighted average price on this breath here back to the top side. We're still forming those consistent higher lows, guys, so that's something positive here. Boom. Check this out, not too bad until that trend breaks, then maybe we can continue to the northeast. Now, Ryan O'Day, so I had this line marked out from before. You see this buying pressure? Let's zoom in a little bit here so you can see it a little bit more clearly now that the rain's gone. Hammer, 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 three 5-minute candles to the top side. I'm like, all right, let's get involved here. But I had to keep an eye on prior resistance. I was putting us right at some of these pre-market zones and an intraday base. You can see that we had the ability to breach through it. We take a little bit off, but now we're starting to head right back into the downside. So keeping an eye on your risk to reward is extremely important. Also, keep an eye on SMR. This is giving me curl over feels here, right? We had a nice strong move to the downside. Now we're starting to climb a little bit higher, but the volume by time is really starting to cool off. And what I think can happen is if sellers step right back in here, guys, boom, a nice curl over to the downside. Look at this volume print start to step in here on IBIT. We need, I like this. So what we would want to look for here is a nice, an additional volume print on the 1-minute time frame, and then an indecision candle via price action, and then maybe we can take an additional attempt. It's worked 3 times for us so far. How many times have I traded it? Twice. It's worked twice for us so far, and sure enough, why not take another stab? 3rd time could be a charm. As for everything else, guys, let's see how your day is going. We talk enough about ours. Obi will get everybody in the chat participating. we're going to put it's a green or red. Put your green or red symbol in there. I want to see what the chat's been up to and see how everybody's day's been. Doesn't matter. It can be whatever type of symbol. We're going to be festive, even though people may have taken their Christmas trees down. We got ours up there. Green, says Jeff. Let's see what else we got here. Red, red, red. Points, says Zero Gravity. Okay, thanks for obviously inquiring about your points there. Very interesting. Peiko OR. I know who you are. Don't try to change your name. I know, because you put the same thing in the chat every single day. So don't think it. Teal, says Obi. All right, we like a teal. Teal green. Oh, okay. All right. We like that one. Green. That's a cool one there. Green. Okay, Ozan says green AF, and thank you for your attention to this matter. Anytime. Medical marijuana. Red. I lost the internet on a big scalp and ate a decent chunk in the 5 minutes to log back in. Brutal. I had that happen to me before. And internet went out. I'm like, oh no, what do I do? I was long Nvidia at the time. Thank God for having the app on your phone, because you can exit. But what it didn't do was eliminate my orders on my trading platform. So when I eventually regained internet access, it flipped my position. We did take a small loss. We lost a little bit of our gain on that, but always have your backup plan, right? Like if your internet or your platform cracks, make sure you have your phone or something where you can exit or manage your position. It's extremely important. But what's even more important is what Adara has for us right now.
Just keep an eye here. NVDA CFO, so not CEO Jensen Huang, but their CFO, whose name I believe is Colette Kress. She is speaking right now at an industry conference saying, quote, the company feels very solid about their supply chain as these Vera Rubin chips enter production. So again here, when we were talking about what's that event NVIDIA might be at, it was not CES, it was NVIDIA CFO at an industry conference. If this is CES, I'll let you guys know, but the wording of this makes me think that it's not. We know there's industry events throughout the day and week regardless. Also, Morgan Stanley commenting on Apple, it looks like. Unclear how new this is, but I'll mention it regardless here. Morgan Stanley noting that Apple is apparently discussing adopting STM Electronics LiDAR sensors for their iPhone 18. Back to you.
People in the chat are asking, why is no one really talking about Tesla? We can talk about Tesla. Let's pull it up here for you guys. To be honest with you, I'm kind of swaying away from the tech trade right now. That doesn't mean, I like trading my TSLA and everything along those lines, but I just feel that it's not really overly in play. We're just stuck in consolidation. So let's head over to the 5-minute time frame. Yes, Tesla is continuing to sell off here with some nice bottoming signals. Doesn't seem to be working out too well right now. There is TSLA. This is our scanner as well. So these are going to be NVDA, obviously, typically at the top of its class with 75.8 million shares. But there is TSLA looking like it might find a potential bottom. Yesterday's session, not too bad. Okay, I'm surprised by that. I wasn't even looking at it really. Sell a little bit in the post market, and then in the pre, you consolidate, and then sure enough, quadding to the downside. Let's go through a couple more of the other bigger names here and see what they're up to, because I haven't even looked at AMD. I haven't looked at NVDA. I just don't want to pay too much mind to them. I want to find other sectors that are most definitely in play. Are the reason I'm red today not working so far? Gaurav, yeah, exactly. Sometimes that happens, brother. When they work like a beautiful thing, but when they don't, they can give you a world of trouble, and you don't want to try too many times. I think after a couple attempts, it's like, all right, they're just blowing past these prints. Buyers are getting dominated by the sellers, and you want to avoid them. So there's AMD. What has Apple been up to? Okay, some nice prints there. We took one trade on Apple yesterday. Didn't work out well. Those are some nice signals, but you can see sellers step right back in immediately. And there's an aggressive move to the downside on IBIT. We'll run through our scanner right now, guys. AAPL looking pretty good. This is always popping up there for a $16 name. SMR found somewhat of a recovery, but this was the curl over I'm talking about. You can see sellers start to step right back in. Amazon, what are you up to? New HOD. And I want to see what our friend Netflix is up to. Not so much our friend here today, as you open up around $91 and trade down to south of 80. South of 90s, so that's not too good of a look there on NFLX. Daily even looks more disastrous. The swing trade game not going too clean for me right now, considering our previous two were an IBIT, and now NFLX around 93.44 is my exact entry price. Not looking too good. Maybe we have to step out and get a better price here on NFLX, OB.
Yes, sir. So, adding a little bit here to the ALB now, I'm pretty much willing to give this roughly to break even. Staring at silver here as it does the sideways consolidation, the question becomes, can we step up above 73s? 72 halves have been holding, 72.20s, and we had a little bit of a push back down into VWAP there, held VWAP pretty decently. So maybe some structure holding above some prior day's highs. What's up, Adara?
Just be aware here, Trump talking about meeting with companies from two pretty key industries. First, health insurance companies. He said he'll be meeting with 14 insurance companies in, quote, a few days. He also teased this at the end of December. He also said he's going to be meeting with oil companies. So, again, that would be related to Venezuela, which he kind of hinted at as well. Here is CVX, not moving too much on this. We'll take a look here at UNH United Health, which is not moving too much either. Again, health insurance and oil companies set to be meeting with President Trump. Back to you.
Right on, right on. What do you got going on there, brother?
Nothing much, man. I'm just staring this Albuquerque down pretty closely as it's coming right back into my average. So I don't necessarily want to stay involved. More than willing to get right back in on the next trade because I've been trying to get wrap it around my head that I don't need to necessarily lose on the position or take a hit, or I'll do my best to try to lose small because where's the next trade, right? It kind of goes back to having that confidence of being I know I have the ability to take the next trade, so it doesn't matter whether this current trade works out or not. Who cares? It really doesn't matter. So where's the next trade? But I'm watching this, kind of staring it down. If it comes back in, it comes back in, and that's fine. I do have a stop in, but I don't know if that stop's going to get hit right away. So we'll be a little patient for that one. But yeah, a lot of the market looking a little bit blood red here as we've done more than a 50% reversion back to the downside here. In terms of chips, yes, I definitely have eyes on AMD. As we heard from Adara that Lisa Su is potentially, she's saying some words right now. So seems like more sell the news event maybe, but you also have to consider that the chips are kind of selling off as well. Tesla. Yes, Tesla is selling off pretty nicely all the way to the downside, making some fresh lows as of right now. So trending down. The sellers are definitely in charge in this name, man. I talked about that 500 failure to follow through. Guess what? We have more selling. Today we did crack through that 450 with some conviction. Yesterday was nice. There's some longs that got involved on that on Friday and even on Monday, being like, okay, this is a record sell streak for Tesla, so it makes sense for it to catch a little bit of a bid, and it actually did. But guess what? Those sellers step right back in. So a little bit of consolidative day yesterday, but that seller dominance that we've been seeing since we rejected that 500 stepping right back in. Now, don't forget how Tesla moves. Tesla has some very long legs, and they're absolutely beautiful, right? So you gotta maintain that perspective and be like, okay, that kind of range, that average daily range, that average weekly range does exist on Tesla, and it can have these $50 to $100 moves and still hold prior structure. I'll tell you what I mean by that. When you go to a weekly right here, and yeah, I've taken off all of that. Let's take off this VWAP as well. Look at the extensions on here, right? This is still holding this trend. If I were to draw a trend line right here, we're still well within this weekly trend, and that could come all the way down to, I guess, about 420s, 400s, before potentially continuing to hold this trend. If we break that trend, yeah, we got some structure at 360s. We got some prior highs. 400 is going to be interesting, obviously, and this prior dip down to 385s and some change, that's going to be interesting as well. If we do break that weekly, monthly trend that we've been holding on Tesla since I guess April, yeah, that was the presidential bid announcement. Hey, there's 73s again on silver. Let's see if we can break through this convincingly this time around. Market's taking a bit of a curl here as well, so I am keeping that in mind. And I'm looking for potential long on Tesla, but Tesla, there's no sign of buyers stepping up on the day today. We did have some bidding a little bit earlier. We got to VWAP. This is what I'm talking about right here. Let's throw VWAP right back on. This is the buying right here. So right here, around 10 o'clock, we bid from 435s all the way up to 439s, and then sellers step right back in off of VWAP for a nice continuation through what was then the day low. You can see right there, that was a great trade as well. Look at that volume coming in. People definitely slapping the bid on that day low breakdown, which also confluences with that 435 level, which might have been interesting in the past. And then we were getting 431.50s as of right now. We got some breaking news with Adara.
Oh, okay, awesome. I'll just talk then. So spiking here for Nvidia, NVDA spiking higher after Nvidia CFO Colette Kress during this industry event saying that apparently demand has increased for NVDA since their $500 billion forecast. So I guess implying that they'll be able to outperform said forecast. Again, nice pop up here for NVDA as we continue to get comments at an industry event from CFO Colette Kress. Back to you.
Big time spike there. Adara brought that to us. You can see that it's not really having too much of effect on the overall market, guys. IBIT seeing if it can find a bottom, but buyers not stepping in. We're getting an increase in volume, but enough is enough. Let's head over back to NVDA and see what we got going on in this name. A nice spike right back up into volume, but I think this is really important to know. We'll send it over on the 1 minute time frame over here for you folks as well too. We are getting an increase in volume, but the effort and result isn't there for me. I mean, we're getting this massive engulfing 5 minute print, but the volume isn't substantial just yet. The lower time frames, you can start to see that increase, but sellers stepping in immediately and also pushing price right back down, guys. So you're getting that volume weighted average price rejection. And the volume, even though it is increasing, I don't know if it's enough to justify. So effort and result there, not looking too promising, but anything can happen with these names. 5 minute indecision print right around the lows, but sellers did have the ability to push price a little bit lower. It did clean as a green candle, close as a green candle, but starting to come back in. Look for your opportunities. SLV is most definitely the trade here, in my opinion. You're starting to form that bull flag, guys. You can see it right here, and then sure enough, you're heading towards that high of the day. In the pre-market, it made a new all-time high, so I'm really liking what SLV is up to. It's unfortunate that we didn't build a thesis based off of the base of that, but that just wasn't in my game plan for this morning. I had Novo Nordisk, SLV, SMR, and IBIT as my primary selections, and we've been trading SMR and IBIT, and they all have been working for us. And to be honest with you, I'm just thinking about going back to my old style, less trading higher quality opportunities, and to each their own. It's like my boxing style essentially wasn't the most active, but when I touched something, Obi, it knew what was going on, and that's kind of just the game plan that I got going on right now. NVDA continuing to climb a little bit higher. Let's see if buyers can step back in. The volume I'm starting to see, so we're heading towards probably one of the highest volume prints here in the day, second largest by the time that this closes. And there goes SLV, a new all-time high, 73.27. Obi, talk to us.
All right, guys, your heart will beat 100 times today, 100,000 times today, and every beat is a data point. AIML innovations, that's AIML on the CSE or AIMLF on the OTCs, turns that data into potentially life-saving insights with max yield. An AI engine that filters noise, labels each heartbeat with a lab-grade precision, and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. Their mission? To revolutionize how heart disease is detected, monitored, and prevented. Learn more at AIML Health and follow at AIML_Innova, that's INNOVA on X. All right, guys. So yeah, a little bit of a wrench thrown into Nvidia's price action today. So we were selling off, and on that statement, we do a nice little wipe all the way back to 190s. We just clipped 190s and pulled right back in on top of 189s. So I'm watching this closely. Let's see, does sellers step back in? That's the question I'm asking. Seller dominance all day. Yeah, sure. Somebody said something about increased demand. That's that's nice, but guess what? We popped and then we're dropping right back in. So if sellers are continuing to stay dominant on the day, guess what? If I was a seller and the price ripped up, I'd be like, that's great. This is an even better price for me to sell at, right? So 190 is coming right back in, 189. So we're getting sellers stepping right back in. Let's see what kind of action follows through after this, after that statement was made. What's up, Adara?
I just want to let you guys know, speaking of statements, Trump is done making his for right now. He just finished his comments here at this GOP leadership retreat with his, standard outro music there, YMCA. So he is done speaking again. Trump mentioned meeting with oil and health insurance companies next week. So 14 health insurance companies. Unclear when he's going to be meeting with oil companies or how many he'll be meeting with. But again, that's, I think, the biggest sectors to watch. He also did mention defense, specifically mentioning Boeing and saying that he's the best salesperson Boeing's ever had, but they need to be making planes faster with all these deals that he's been making. Again, using Boeing as a bit of a leverage point when it comes to some of these trade deals. So here are, I guess, a quick summary there of Trump's comments. But again, he is done, at least on camera. He does have a policy meeting later at 2:30 p.m. Eastern, I believe. To my knowledge, that's not going to be on camera, though. Back to you.
Right arm, right arm. So yeah, I mean, I don't know about trying to find a bottom here in Bitcoin yet, guys. That selling pressure is really starting to increase. I'm looking at SMR, and this is what I was talking about earlier. If you guys can pull up your SMR charts and see what you got going on. But I told you about the strength within this pullback here, and then now we got that turtle shell type price action and starting to back over. I wouldn't be surprised if we head towards the low of the day as the momentum is slightly starting to increase here on SMR. I don't want to eat my words too quickly here on either, as continuous starting to be formed. You can see this hammer candle here. You got a nice little pop to the top side. It would have been more ideal to obviously catch the lower end of the range, but that wasn't the case in our position. What we did is once we got out of this one, we were patient enough to wait for this, and then we seen more indecision off of the lows, and then we were fortunate enough to get a nice little bounce into some prior support levels that did act as current resistance, and then we reject aggressively. So we'll keep our eyes out on this. A beautiful move in SLV. SMR is getting that curl over that we were talking about not too long ago, and then here's another indecision print on the 1 minute here on the TQQQs. This could be a potential good entry as well. I don't know. I was trading this later in the day, and I think I'm going to stick to that narrative. Once again, I don't want to eat my words too soon, but I like trading this later in the session, and I mean post 2 o'clock, right? So anything after 2 o'clock, maybe even 1 o'clock, just allow some of the volatility to cool off a little bit more, even though it typically does after the first hour, hour and a half or so. So that's kind of just my game planning right now. We'll write things down. We'll try to come up with some sort of plan, but you have to be nimble, as Neil was saying earlier this morning. You can have your game plans earlier from last night, or you're marking them out in the pre-market. They may not always come into fruition or set up exactly how you would like them to. So you have to be able to adjust. But that doesn't mean just start button mashing at the end of the day. You want to find something, be patient, and then wait for that higher quality opportunity in order for you to get involved with the name, and try not to fight the trend. These pullback plays and these retracement plays are obviously really, really attractive at times because you can get some aggressive moves to the volume weighted average price, and that's kind of what I'm looking for right now. SLV, it's a trend joiner in my opinion. Neil mentioned that as well this morning, so keep an eye on the continuation here on SLV as it's tapped into a new all-time high.
Yes, sir. I'm just checking what the market cap here and the float for NBIS is. Okay, 205 million shares float, 3 billion market cap. All right, cool. We just broke down below the day lows right there. So and we talked about that 100 rejection. That's absolutely beautiful. Take a look at this price action, man. Once the sellers step back in, you have a nice little rollover. You come back in. VWAP holds as resistance 90 clean. Step down. Another step down into 95s. Steps down again with another breakdown. So stair-step breakdown happening here on NBIS as we're testing these day lows that happen to be in and around 92s, 91s and changes. The day low right now that I'm seeing. Let's see. Let's get specific right here. 91.30 is the low print there on NBIS. So I'm watching it closely. Let's see if buyers step right back in. Look at the buying that happened in the morning session that took us all the way from 92s to 100 here on NBIS. I'm questioning, how far do we break down? If we do break down, there's definitely going to be players who hit the day low breakdown as well. And if that does not work, if that stops to work, then guess what? They're going to be covering, and then I'm going to be looking for more buyers to step in, and then maybe we'll have a reversion on our hands, or we have a follow through and we break down and we just crack all the way lower. It's wiped back a decent chunk of its move. So there's a few different ways you can be looking at this, but regardless, let's see how the probabilities stack up. Let's see how the price action kind of stacks either way, one way or the other. looking for, I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards the long, but we'll see if the breakdown comes in as well. I'm more than willing to take the breakdown going the other way at the same time. So got to be nimble at the same time. So AMD, yeah, we're getting a little bit of a curl here on AMD, slow and steady. Right, slow and steady. We did break that downtrend. The selling was pretty aggressive off of VWAP. It seems like, I wasn't watching AMD, but it seems like there was a bit of a held offer here, just shy of 219s. Now, you got to remember, held offers are not necessarily always clean, right? There could be sellers just stepping in and around the same area, but it'll be a really tight area, right? Sometimes when it's really clean, it's very obvious. This price cannot get through a certain level, and it just keeps knocking on it, and it's just, you can see it on the chart very clearly. But this also kind of shows me something similar. The top wicks are not necessarily all in and around the same place. Every time price does snap up above it, sellers step right back in and say, nope, we're not going that way. We got more to sell, more to sell, more to sell. Eventually, you go sideways, you try to go up, you can't go that way. There's only one way left to go, and that's down. Yeah, there we go. So we got a bit of a breakdown of that consolidation, breakdown of day lows. But that selling was aggressive. And look, the volume was increasing during that selling, so giving you that confluence for continuation. But since then, the volume's kind of dissipated. We're starting to break back above. The market slowed down as well. I'm sure the market tailwind also played a little bit of a part in this. So yeah, definitely something to watch out for here is this break of 214s. If we can kind of push above this 214s and sustain this trend, maybe, just maybe, we get back to VWAP. I have no idea. I'm going to be waiting. I'm going to be watching. Just don't forget that sellers are very much in charge. And continuation trades, I do have to get a little bit better with. I know looking at this as a continuation, we can just be like, well, now I can get short on this structure, risking against 214s. I understand that there are players definitely looking at it in that, with that perspective. But if that 214 breaks, guess who's going to stop out? Those players, right? So it's like, that's kind of what I'm watching for. That's the information I'm looking for. We'll wait and see if that actually happens. But as of right now, sellers are definitely very, very much in charge. And again, that Nvidia got sold right back down, didn't it? Yeah, 189's trading now. So on that wick high, we got to 190.02s and then pulled right back in. So let's see if that kind of digests. But you can see here the market, this current 15-minute candle just went green to red. So we paused for a bit. Prior candle was green after three red candles, and we'd already reverted the strong legs that we had to the upside in the morning session. Let's see if we get some more selling. I know that I was talking to a couple of buddies looking for 100% reversion on some of these names, just wiping that leg right back down for a V-shaped recovery back to the downside. So should be interesting here to see how that price action pans out and if it gives us some information. Let's see what you guys are doing. TXN, okay. Texas Instruments. Let's see what that one is up to. I know that I think I ended up taking a trade on this at the end of the day here yesterday. Yeah, take a look at that beautiful, beautiful reversion going into the end of the day. Closes near the day lows. But Joe, we're seeing this more often, where it's just like when we have some strong action prior day, the breakout or the breakdown of the prior day's extreme is a very, very explosive. Take a look at this TXN. Oh my God. 183s, just straight off to the races. That breakout long off of the opening drive takes us all the way to 192.95, so almost 193. We're starting to slow down here now, but if you like taking opening drives, this was the place to be watching. But you can see that it's not doing any sort of relative volume until after the open, where it suddenly starts doing 3 times, 2.5 to 3 times relative volume. So probably didn't have eyes on it in the pre-market. But if you have a relative volume scanner off of the open, you would have definitely seen it come up on the scanner there. And what a crazy move on this one. So shout out to you for calling this name out. I'm going to be watching it now because this is a little extended for me as well. Maybe we're poised for a bit of reversion. I don't know, but we'll wait and see. But thank you for that. I'm going to put that right up on my watch list. Another stock that is slightly overextended on the day today.
Right on. All right, and as soon as we get to go, we're heading over to Adara.
We have some more commentary from CFO Colette Kress of Nvidia. This time related to China. We know AMD CEO Lisa Su was also speaking about China during her own interview here with Bloomberg. Well, what Colette Kress has to say here is that the U.S. government is, quote, working feverishly on licenses for Nvidia so that they can ship their H200 chips to China. Also saying, I think the main comment here with China, she also mentioned here, though, that the company is, quote, going to wait and see what will happen with regards to these licenses for China sales of the H200. So again, we've had lots of comments here from both Nvidia CFO Colette Kress and AMD CEO Lisa Su on chips, both also discussing China. If there's any more updates from Colette Kress, I'll let you know. To my knowledge, Lisa Su has finished speaking for quite some time. Back to you.
Great stuff there. We'll head over to AMD, guys. We'll take a look at IBIT. As you can see, you can't see it here, but on my notes, I'm just writing down that we have multiple occasions in which IBIT is breaking through some of my signals to go for a potential long. Could this be the one? I don't know. I would like to have this 5-minute print close as a bullish candle, but we do have the TQQs holding up this trend line, guys, so not too bad of a look there whatsoever. Risk profile is there. There goes SLV with another indecision print off of this pullback and bouncing right off of it. So when we talk about strong underlyings, this is it here. SLV, indecision print, nice little bounce. This was the golden opportunity in my opinion. But here we go. We have IBIT once again could have formed almost an isolated pivot. If this closed as a bullish and you get that, the following 5-minute candle to open up at the previous high, then I would take that all day, every day for a potential long. And then what's that next zone that you're looking for? Go through the lower time frames and even onto the 5-minute and look for that next level of support or resistance. And sure enough, it looks like it wants to break the low of the day here, guys. So no continuation in Bitcoin's yesterday's strong session. I get it. At times that can be slightly frustrating. It's like, okay, we were strong yesterday. Today we don't have a buyer in sight. And that was the exact same thing which I was thinking about Boeing. I don't even really want to know what Boeing's been up to here today, but potential breakout. I thought at some point we were going to get a continuation and set over to the lower time frames as well. But this is a range trade, in my opinion, giving you a lot of opportunities, but the liquidity is a massive issue. With that being said, you're going to see an increase in the spread. So I wouldn't be surprised. I haven't even looked at it right now, but it's probably around 15 or 20 cents at this point, considering that there's big time liquidity issues on the lower time frame. 5-minute, not so bad. Boom, there it goes, a break. A new low of the day on IBIT as the market is still hovering around the volume weighted average price. That is going to be the TQQs, guys, the 3x leverage of the NASDAQ. We have SMR getting that curl over, but holding a base right around 1870. So not too horrible of a look there. We can run through our scanner right now, guys, and see if we see anything. But I have a better idea. Put those dollar signs, put the ticker in there and what you want to see. We're going to be going over the rundown. And of course, we want to talk about what you guys want to talk about. So dollar sign, Obi, I don't know what you have on your primary list. I know you got some things going on right now, but we'll get those dollar signs in. I don't know what I'm going to, you know what? Cardless pay tech. I'm going the exact same thing as you. And let's see if we can get this going. SOXL, Tony giving me the wink. That's not a ticker, my friend. RWD, SoFi we got on the list. Yesterday we were talking about SoFi. AXON is on there. NVDA, Jensen is just advertising for Tesla, Elon Musk. No one will come close. All right, fair enough. I agree on some points of that. Rocket Lab, RKLB. You can take a look at Rocket Lab. But we're slowly starting to form a base here on IBIT, and it's dragging me in. Patience is extremely key. When was our last out? 107. So it's been approximately 40 minutes. And I mean, time, I don't know if it's necessarily going to be a factor, but you don't want to be jumping in. I find myself getting into a little bit of trouble when I don't give enough time within a specific entry and exit. If I get out of something and then 2 minutes later, I get it. Sometimes I feel like it's being displayed. But from what I observed, that's not a base, says Rusty Dush. Okay, brother, we'll see. We're all relayed the same information, but I like our chances here. I hope you're right. I also hope that I'm right at the same time, because I would like to take another trade and put something on at the for you guys. That is, other than that, OB, AMD, we'll pull that up here. Sorry, that's what I was meant to get to. AMD, as Lisa Su Adara brought us, that she is now finished talking. We got that nice little pop, but you're giving a little bit back. So I'm going to be keeping my eyes on the names that have been working for me the past couple of days. That's SLV. We got IBIT working for us, and there's been no bounce in SMR. TQs right back to the top end of the range.
Yeah, I'm just watching this Amazon here as well, man. out of all the Mag 7, well, let's take a look at Meta, because I don't really watch Meta as closely as I should be, but okay, Meta is not really doing anything crazy. Amazon, relative strength here, absolutely strong, 238.94s. We're coming in to test those higher days right now on Amazon as it continues to push higher here. Now, I was looking for a reversion earlier. You guys saw me. I did get involved in this name here. Oh, there's my out on ALB. So yeah, we're kind of consolidating on top of VWAP. We're pushing up into 62s. Don't need to stay involved with that one. It's already told me enough information that I need to know. Didn't mean to do that. Hold on. All right, cool. Yeah. So where's the next trade? The market's bouncing up here as well, so I don't necessarily want to stay involved with that piece either. But waiting for this Amazon to give me some information. Let's just go to a higher time frame, like a 15-minute. You can see here just holding. Maybe we can look back at some prior structures and find where the next level of resistance is. We have okay. Hello, what is that right there? What happened? I'm curious as to what happened on December 2nd. Look at that wick shimmy dance that this thing did. That's definitely a little bit of resistance, because since that 240 clip, we pulled back all the way down to 220.99. So about a $20 pullback after we got this clip, and we're running up right into this level. So this a daily breakout level? Absolutely yes. That's 238.96. Today's high a day, 238.94. All right, so I think we have something on our hands here, 2 pennies away from that prior significant piece of action, and that's coming in as not only as resistance, prior resistance once, twice, but also prior support here. So a lot of confluence at this 230. Let's just round it up. 239. 239. That was support that became into resistance. Now this was support post earnings. This earnings that happened here on the evening of Thursday, October 30th. You see that Amazon had a strong push coming into the day, nothing too crazy. Another attempt on day 2 of earnings got us up to 259s, but then nice, beautiful pullback of that reversion back through there as well. And then that 239 coming in as a bit of a level of significance here, and that's what we're knocking up again. So it's a good thing sometimes to look left. We got a super chat right here. Thank you very much. G-Talk, please cover RKLB technicals. Ooh. Nice. Okay. I almost thought that said tentacles for a second with the way that's spelled, but thank you. RKLB. Rocket Lab has been rocketing for sure over the past couple of days here, breaking out. Okay, breaking out of a daily level. Thank you for bringing this to my attention. Breaking out of a daily level, so a midday breakout, daily breakout happening here on Rocket Lab. Let's take a quick look at the hourly as well. Is this all-time highs? I think so, Joe. I think this might be. Yes, it absolutely is. Rocket Lab, so shout out to my Rocket Lab longs. We are definitely going to space with this one right here. 80, 86 is once again printing all-time highs, so thank you for pointing that one out. And we are, again, daily breakouts, I like those. And I like them a little bit better coming in right off of the open or during the opening session. But if we're going to do them intraday, that's cool as well. But maybe not the same kind of umph that you might get if that same technical pattern kind of follows through in the opening session. Again, volume dictates a lot of things, and a lot of things do a lot of volume in the opening session. You can see here on Rocket Lab as well, we did come in and clip those highs, prior day highs. We're getting that follow through happening as of right now as well. So good look there on RKLB. Thank you. Mike DeRider said, to the moon, literally, it's not that far. Hey, man, some people are trying to take this to Mars, so you never know. The moon might just be the first stop on Rocket Labs. But people were talking about, like, what are some of the long ideas for 2026s? And I was just like, space sector, of course. Space. With SpaceX IPO on the horizon, a lot of these stocks that are space-related are definitely going to get hype and a little bit of euphoria. You know, a little bit of FOMO as well, especially if you're pushing all-time highs going into the beginning of the year. I'm like, I want some RKLB longs, but I'm waiting for a pullback. I'm waiting for maybe some sort of significant, consolidation to the lows. It seems like as of right now, that's not coming in at all.
What's the daily? I was going to say, what's the daily looking like on that? Oh,
man. We just looked at the weekly. That was like, yeah, it's right here. Boom, boom, boom,
way.
boom. Right here. So nice hold of this $40 level. That was nice. Look at that structure. Pulls up to 75s. Can't really get to 75s. Pulls back down to 40s. And then now we're off to the races. 80s incoming. 85s maybe soon enough we'll see that 100. I think Mike the writer, the moon that you're looking for might be right here at around 100. So let's see. That's the first stop. Let's see if we can make a base there.
Ooh.
And then maybe a launch pad to the next planet. So we'll wait and see on that one there. What else are you guys watching? Yeah. Tesla seems like it continues to sell off, man. So Tesla here coming into 430s. Boom. 30-minute chart. Let's go right here. So yeah, 430 incoming. 430.01 is the day low. Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Let's go straight to a 1-minute chart. That was the prior minute candle, so a bit of a bounce. 01 bounce on Tesla. That's always interesting to me. And 01 bounce gives you about 50 pennies. There, $430 clean. A bit of a test on Tesla happening right now, but you can see the market, man. The market's kind of weak on the day. This little pop just now on this 15-minute candle is getting sold into with only about 2 minutes left for that minute to close. So decent opportunities here in this market. Look at that ALB kind of trickling back up to 162s. I know a lot of people not necessarily looking at this name, but it was just brought to my attention, and I participated, and I think it's done now. So where's the next trade? I should probably just take it off my radar and move on to the next one. Let's see what the chips are doing. Let's see what some of the stocks on my watch list are doing here. Nothing too crazy, man. You had to get involved early. Otherwise, I didn't get in. It was either you get in early or don't get involved at all, right? So I think those were my two options today, and I did get involved in some of those things a little early, but I'm waiting, I'm watching. SoFi rounding out. Icon saying Mike the writer. Okay, let's take a look at SoFi, then Icon. I remember trading Icon a long time ago. I don't know if it's the same Icon, but we'll wait and see. Okay, SoFi. We're doing lots of relative volume on SoFi. That's about 3.5 times, kind of rivaling a little bit of that of the prior 2 days here, 3 times, and then 2.5 times here as well. But strong selling on the day today. So, yeah, reversion on a higher time frame here, all the way from 29 halves. Let's get specific. 29.34s all the way down to 26.34s at the day low. So good move there on SoFi. I guess if you're saying it's rounding out, are you looking for the long? Icon is not a ticker. Yeah, Icon Energy Corp, man. Come on. No, I'm joking. This thing does absolutely no volume. No, I think it was a different Icon. They make motorcycle clothes and equipment, so that's where I kind of knew them from. But I don't think they're listed anymore. Yeah, that was the Icon I was talking about here. Let's see what else you guys are talking about. Yes, VRT right here. Wow, look at this one. Look at that. That's a V-shaped recovery if I've seen one on VRT off of the opening drive to the downside, 162.30s, and then all the way back. Now holding, consolidating above VWAP. Yes, above VWAP right now, 170 hold. So good call out on that one there. Let's see. Bank of America has a mixed note. Adara saying in the chat. Yeah, there's what you call an Icon living. Yes, shout out to
no,
Jaden
we're not shouting that out.
Why? Come on. He made a couple of good songs.
A couple. Name another one.
Icon was one of them.
Yeah, all right. There you go. There you go.
Jaden Smith.
Oh yeah, I dropped that Icon reference.
Yeah. Well, Obi
there was that other song. There was that other song.
Well, what is the name of it?
He made one with Will Smith.
Did he?
Yeah.
He had the verse with Bieber. He was on Never Say Never by Justin Bieber, where he had the terrible line, no pun intended, I was raised by the power of will.
Yeah.
But, yeah, other than that.
He was there.
That kid was wearing a house as a hat. Like, don't talk to me, man.
I mean, people have interesting styles.
Very interesting. To each their own, man. To each their own.
Come on.
Bieber does.
What do you know about fashion? I'm joking.
Yeah, exactly. What do you know about fashion? But what I do know here, Obi, is that we're going to head off to Adara with happening now in the Neo with his lesson of the day.
I think what's certainly iconic here is this reversal we're trying to make here in the NASDAQ, trying to do a bit of a transition here. We also had a lot of headlines this morning, a lot of which came from U.S. President Donald Trump's comments here. This was a speech at the GOP leadership retreat. I'll get to some of those comments in a minute, and we had some other comments from CEOs. But just to start with overall market news here, I think maybe the biggest thing to know from this morning came out around 10:50 a.m. I did mention it here during the Money Talk segment, but Bloomberg reporting that apparently Supreme Court is setting Friday as their opinion day. We know tariffs are pending, so keep an eye potentially on a tariff-related decision or update coming from that day. And as you guys know, I will be certainly watching it and keeping you guys posted. I have no details as to the time. The last Supreme Court hearing with regards to tariffs, I believe, started around 10 a.m. If that is the case, I would assume it to be so, but if I get updates, I'll let you know. But, speaking of updates, we had quite a few updates from Nvidia CFO Colette Kress at an industry event today, saying that the U.S. government is, quote, working feverishly to get licenses to allow Nvidia to sell those H200 chips over to China. It's also worth noting she mentioned that apparently that $500 billion demand number they gave earlier this year looks like they might have already surpassed that. So great look here for NVDA. AMD a little bit less enthusiastic, though, their stock reaction to comments from CEO Lisa Su today on Bloomberg, a lot more muted. Lisa Su saying, though, that apparently she sees they're going to need, 100x increase in demand over the next 5 years, or sort of computing demand here in order to support AI. And speaking of AI, we've got a whole lot more CES 2026 action happening, guys. This infographic features more than 50 publicly traded companies that are confirmed to be exhibiting at the event. That's according to the CES website. Because the exhibition, the show floor, opens at 1 p.m. today. So in just under an hour, this infographic hasn't even been posted yet. You guys are getting a sneak preview. This will be posted at 12:45 p.m. and I'll give you guys an update at that time. But a couple names to keep an eye on here include Microsoft, AT&T, 3M, Adobe, AMD, Alibaba, Amazon, and literally every branch of Amazon. We've got that Newegg, NEGG stock that was popping a while ago, Nvidia, Oracle, Qualcomm, Pinterest, Reddit. I could go on, but I won't, because you guys will be able to see it on X pretty darn soon. Now, before I send you over to Neil's exciting, effervescent lesson of the day, we're going to take a moment to thank our friends at Origenics, because concussions demand fast solutions. And NYSE-listed Origenics, or OGEN, is developing one, which is designed to reach the brain quickly and non-invasively. How do you learn more? It's easy. Schedule a meeting today. You won't have to schedule a lesson of the day, though, because Neil's just going to give it to you right now. Neil?
Thank you, Adara. Before we get into the lesson of the day, sometimes I'm listening in, and I have questions about that infographic. What exactly is Goodyear presenting about it? That's what I'm a curious person by
Honestly,
nature.
I have no idea, and I actually debated even putting them on there, but I thought it'd be fun, because why not? They're listed.
That's what gets me all curious. It's like every other name on that, well, every icon that you saw on that list of CES makes some sense to me, but Goodyear, okay, so that's interesting. What's also going to be interesting is I say compare apples to apples all the time in risk, and every time I'm looking for a perfect example of it, there isn't always one in the day. This time there was one. So that's why I want to talk about SoFi, because if you saw when SoFi was pulling back in all morning, heavy dips, and if you've been trading, then you already know what's going on here. Almost SSR now, almost 10% to the downside. Once, twice, thrice, third one was good. 4, so 1 for 4 catching dip buys on SoFi. There's no chance, if you're going long, that you can make that one work. But oftentimes I'll say something like, okay, well, if I have Intel was kind of an okay stock today, I'll get to that one in a second because that's what I want to compare it to. And there's a couple of others that did okay. But you have to compare your apples to your apples. SoFi is a unique trade. If you're a trader that trades specific setups, then you want to look at two things when you are going back and judging your trade or grading it, whatever it is that you do, or what you should be doing is recording your strategies and see how they occur. So 1 for 4 on trying to catch dip buy reversions on SoFi. Here's how you have to grade it. 1, against other heavy dip buy regression trades, which is good because I can do it this way because yesterday I had 2 on Intel. Intel didn't trend down long enough to be 4 trades, but it was a couple. It was the first green candle here, and then it would actually still have my trend line. Hey, Intel's breaking out. Who knew? And here's the trend line break. So I took 2 shots at Intel. So if I'm 1 for 4 on SoFi, and 2 for 2 on Intel yesterday, the way I see it, I need to be green between the two. Now, even if I'd gone 0 for 4 on SoFi, I'd almost want to be like flat. But if it was 2 for 2 yesterday, and even good enough to get 1 out of the 4 wins, then I want to be in a position where, okay, well, that's 6 separate trades, and I won on 3 of them. And if I shot 3 for 6 and I have good risk to reward, I need to be green, right? So that's 6 dip buys off the open on a failed break between 2 yesterday on Intel and 4 today on SoFi. 3 out of 6 of them worked. But if you have good risk to reward, should be green. That's the way that I like to look at a strategy. Like if I need to be, like if you need to shoot 80 to 90%, it's very difficult to have that kind of a ratio. You need to be really, really good with your risk to reward. You need to be really holding your winners longer. Now, ultimately, if you have any semblance of that, then it's easy to shoot 50% and then be green amongst the stocks. But there's another way that you also want to be able to look at this too, which is not as simple to judge. And that is, what did that trade opportunity give you? So the first one, when effectively I was buying it at this range where I first saw, I mean, again, didn't even have a green candle, but I was buying it up the initial breakout dip. I'm holding a sneeze right now, so apologies if I have to rush over to my mute button in a second. I think I'm good. So I was buying this particular dip to the low. My price was about 28 and a quarter, so difficult to see, and about 10 cents worth of risk. So the first short, I'm risking about 10 cents. The second short, I'm going to do all at once. Risking, again, about 10 cents. Breaking back through 28, I gave it to about 95, and it's effectively the same on the other. So in all 4, I'm in the range of 10, you can call it 12 or 13 cents with some slippage on all of those trades. So then you've got to ask yourself, okay, well, what do you need? Like, how is it that the risk to reward on that Intel trade applies here that you can only win 50%? Well, what was your upside if it were to bounce? Now, I know this one in particular, it's like half out to here, second half out to there, because that's the you've extended from VWAP trade. So that's really easy. Like, I can look at it and say, well, when it half wins, it's pretty good, but if it goes all the way, my average out is going to be about 50 pennies. That's like 5 to 1 if it goes all the way on that trade. And then when it goes half the way, you're going to be able to get like a 2 to 1. It's the same thing with this trade. It's like a 4 or 5 to 1 in there. So I know the 2 deep dip buys, no questions asked, they fit the bill from risk to reward standpoint. Where it gets trickier, and this is where you learn from them, is the dip buy here, there's no VWAP play that's going to work out very well here. Maybe I can talk about it at 28 where you've got a 2 to 1. But at this point, like this trade here, I'm now starting to look at it just going back technically to like 28.6 and then even this 28.45 level. That's really tight in terms of the risk to reward. So when I'm going back and judging this, I'm happy with the fact that, okay, I shot 50% over the last 2 days on this particular setup and I was able to be green. However, the risk to reward on the first trade was not quite good enough. It was acceptable on the second, but it wasn't acceptable on the first. So I can go back and tell myself, I tried to be patient, but no, I can take this hit at 28, but I shouldn't have had that first trade. And then maybe the next time it comes through, maybe I only take 3 shots at it, and then I'm 1 for 3, and then I'm possibly up on SoFi today. It's just that little bit of nuance is what can be the difference. It seems boring and it seems ridiculous, but I can tell you boring and tedious and ridiculous is how you can be profitable as a trader. That's just how it is, and 20 years of experience has taught me that in spades. So just want to shout that out. I think there was a perfect example, because it's not very often that, like yesterday, there was a falling knife dip buy trade that worked perfectly in a VWAP, and then today, one where I can show you when it doesn't work, and then literally compare apples to apples, and show you that you have to find a way when you are wrong, or when you're only like 50%, or 51%, or 52%, you've got to find a way to be green on that basis. Because what scares me when I look at a lot of traders over the years is I have seen, and this is a very true statement, I have seen traders, multiple traders, many traders, dozens of them, where they'll have a month that they didn't make money. And then you look at their individual, not just their individual trades, but their individual days. And it's like, you're shooting like 55, 60%. What's going on here? There were 22 trading days in a month, and you were green on 13 or 14 of them, and yet you got smoked this month. Like, what's going on? Or I'll look at an individual day, and we'll be going through a trader's trade list, and they may have had 12 trades on the day, and there were like 7 of 12, shooting 58%, and they were shut down. And I'm like, what's going on here? And it usually comes down to the simple fact that the risk reward on their individual trades didn't make sense. So when they were winning, it's like they were risking 50 cents to make 20, little things like that. It's like, well, my stop, I'm long at $1, I'm going to give it to 50 cents underneath. But then they were at a half the trade when it goes 10, 15 cents in the money. It's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. Risk to reward, you can't make money that way unless you win 70 to 80% of the time, maybe even higher than that. So that's something that a lot of traders have struggled with. I hope that it can help, and it's the kind of thing that over time, it will make you a better trader if you actually narrow down individual strategies, compare them against each other, not some random breakout versus some like trend trading, mean reversion. Those are two separate things. Try to go apples to apples so you can judge risk and you can judge the performance of your individual strategies, not just stocks. So hopefully that lesson of the day helps. I can report that the beef that we got was a little chewy, but the noodles were delicious. So I'll give the lunch like a solid B- here today.
Yeah, B-. All right, Neil. We'll see, man.
Great lesson. We're definitely. Some of my months I can definitely relate. I'll tell you that much for sure. You have that like 60, 70% win rate, and then it's just like 2 or 3 days just like take you out. And then the month goes absolutely red. But it's a work in progress. It's definitely a work in progress. But yeah, no, great lesson there. Yeah. Thank you very much, Neil. It does come down to how much you're risking for like risk allocation and like grading, like properly grading the trades that you're taking, right? Yeah. It's like taking C size on a B or A trade, or taking the same size on every trade. Those are just two of the things that like sometimes I find myself doing, and I'm just like, yeah, come on, man. Like this is a B trade. Like why am I taking my default, which is just set to C size?
Yeah.
And it's just like, come on.
Same.
But,
all right.
Yeah, just being a little bit more aware of that.
Most definitely, man. I totally agree. I think a lot of us were doing this as Neil was going through his lesson of the day. But Ryan, let's see here. Let's see. I forgot. Is it Duffy? Who is it? Ryan Duffy, it is. All right, brother, it's your time. It's your moment to shine. He says AUR, I say AUR. It's looking pretty good here on the intraday. Aurora Innovations here, guys, as it's climbing up to $4.38. Most definitely Sharif's world right here, but that doesn't even matter. Price action is price action, and you're starting to see some really, really clean, and you have been seeing throughout the intraday session on AUR. Let's head over to the daily 5-minute time frame. Looks like it wants to head and breach that high of the day, and it seems to be on that trajectory, but keep an eye out on the lower time frames, guys. That's where you're going to run into a little bit of liquidity issues. Be cautious of what you have going on there and any clean flushes. Ryan Duffy, thank you once again for those £2, £2 of super chats, brother. Nice breakout. You can see that the volume hasn't stepped in quite yet, but maybe that'll change by the end of the day. You open up around $4, you climb up to $4.38, and that's where we're roughly trading at right now. So thank you very much, Ryan Duffy. On the hey man, it looks like we got a bottom around there, $6. As I continue to go back in a little bit of time, it's not looking too good. So Aurora Innovation up to $10. You're going to take a hefty haircut, and if it continues to climb, it's even a worst case scenario. So, but right now, it's all that matters. Here and now, stay present. Aurora Innovation seems to be that guy. All right. And as for Rusty, I don't know, Rusty, that was a little bit of a base. It wasn't the largest. We are getting somewhat of a bounce. You'd have to get a really precise entry in the 40s, I think, to make it anywhere attractive. 52.60s was a good out. That gives you 20 cents, especially if you're going to risk 10. That puts you past the low of the day. So 40s, 52.40s was the ideal entry on that front. I'm going to head back to SLV and see what this name has been up to, 73.19 as it continues its grind to the northeast, and that's exactly what we would like. I'm not involved in SLV, but can't complain whatsoever, up to 73.19. The TQ's continuing its bounce and recovery from the aggressive selling that we've seen about halfway through, 10:30, I shouldn't say halfway through the day, 10:30. Boom, hammer candle bounce off to the races, forming another one exactly at the volume weighted average price for the individual in the chat who was asking what VWAP was. It is the volume weighted average price. All right, this is going to be this blue line right here on this specific chart, and it's also going to be the green line. That's all I use. Obi, I know you only have VWAP on there as well too, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I mean,
barely use anything.
Yeah. Earlier in my days, I had the moving averages and everything along those lines. I used to use something called the Camarilla pivot points, which if I could, I probably would still use those specifically for retracement plays and balance plays and breakout plays. But we don't have them. I'm not going to modify these charts to use them. But those were the only ones that I stuck by. I'm a price action guy, and I even look at it from a daily, and that's all I really use is tell me what price is, because essentially everything is derived from that, Obi. But what's, no, I don't, that's not a good segue. All right, Adara, what do you got for us?
I don't know how else to describe this in Marvell other than a pop and drop. Looks like Marvell presented at CES 2026 at 12 p.m. today. Just to kind of do a quick recap of this presentation. Apparently they mentioned Q4 quarter-to-date bookings running ahead of what they saw in Q3 and remained very strong throughout the holiday break. So nice look here for MRVL. Looks like a little bit of buy the news and then immediately sell after the fact. If I get more details, I'll let you know. I'm also going to try to look into getting a more concrete schedule of all the presentations for you guys and then keeping you guys posted on that, because it looks like there's quite a few presentations happening throughout the day. Back to you.
Right on. Mike 6489. I like that idea. Keep the SLB, keep swinging that until it really starts to cool down, brother, and look for other intraday trades elsewhere. Right now, we're getting a curl over in IBIT. SMR is finding somewhat of a base as well, too. Couldn't crack through the low of the day, so be patient and wait for those prime time opportunities. This is exactly what I'm doing. My last out and my last trade was exactly at 53, or sorry, that's the price. Hello, 11:08. So a little bit over an hour. What do you got going on there? You just
I'm watching this Marvell. Marvell broke that 88 and instantly prints 50 pennies below. I'm just like, oh my! I was getting ready to punch that.
Go, and it just went without you.
I mean, maybe a little too early, but this thing is really, participants are really hitting the bid on this one. For it to do something like this, that pop and drop, definitely a good way to describe it. VWAP and then slams right back down. So yeah. Maybe feeling a little bit of FOMO, but I'm just looking to chase into this. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, not at all. I mean, Marvell is popping. We want to talk about that for sure. So, let's pull it up here and see what you have it on the 5-minute time frame there. Let's hit it on multiple MRVL. I thought you had you do have a coffee or a hot chocolate there. I'm thinking about getting the exact same. Maybe
this? No, it was a green tea.
It's a green tea. Yeah. Even better.
A slow, steady caffeine drip.
Yeah. The caffeine drip. That would be insane. All right, guys. MRVL. Maybe a little bit of a bounce off of this print here. Doesn't seem to be the case as it blows past it. Not looking too good. You get that pop and then you get that drop. So who sings that song?
Pop, lock, and drop it?
Yeah, Baby Huey or something.
Is it?
No,
I don't know.
Maybe a Dara.
Definitely pop and lock it and drop it.
But absolutely caffeine trip. This is Mike Peter Ryder. No, there goes the TQs. Guys, watch out for this resistance zone over here. Was previously acting as support. We're getting a move into that 54, 53 level. Yeah, it is Huey, says Michael Baldwin. Oh, Baldwin, hey, that's my family is part of my family's last name there as well. So MRVL, so we like you, Michael Baldwin. Still holding up. Maybe we can get a little bit of a trade here. I'm going to keep my eyes on MRVL. It seems to be in play. The volume on the volume is starting to increase on the lower time frames. Not so much here. Intraday looks absolutely horrendous, if you ask me. 5-minute inverted hammer candle, volume supporting it, and then now you're starting to bleed a little bit lower here. The momentum is to the downside, so you want to be cautious just in case some prints are starting to get broken. Obi, what are you thinking here on MRVL?
Well, I'm watching it. That 88 was nice. We did drop down. What was the low there? I didn't even pull it up on my multi-time frame just yet because I was just getting ready to just hit it. And then as soon as I go for it, it already dropped 50 pennies. But MRVL here, let's see. What is the day low currently? Yeah, 87.35. So it gives you about 65 pennies almost right away on that pullback in. But that's kind of what I wanted. I think if we're going to reclaim some of these lows, I'm going to let it chop around. But you have to be here on this pop to really see what would happen. I think I wasn't there for that, and I think taking it back down through 90s, maybe even through 91s, if you're nice with it, that 91 back through short after a VWAP wick rejection could be interesting, you know, just the flow kind of maybe telling you that, yep, we're not going to go that way anymore right now. I am stalking Amazon, waiting for the prime setup. But it's not here as of right now. We had one of the highest volume bars on the day with the push of 240s. Looked like a little bit of capitulation, maybe, I don't know, but maybe it was just people hitting the 240 push. But we're slowly continuing to trickle back up. The market is taking another leg back up, so we've now reverted 50% of the down leg that we've had on the market. So that's looking pretty good for maybe more Amazon continuation. But I'm watching this one. This thing is pretty extended on the day. We have a day low at 231.75. Current day high is at 240.75. Nice. We're up about 3.2%. Roughly from prior day's levels. But the breakout, I want to reiterate, that breakout of 234, that was the place to get involved and stay involved with Amazon today, as that was the prior day high, and we had some significant action yesterday, in my opinion. But yeah, no, break out of that, and then break out of the 235 high as well, because prior day we had a strong wicking candle right there on Amazon that was at 235.45, so 235 halves maybe, and you can see this pullback. I'm looking at a 30-minute here. The pullback on this candle was 235.60. So, you know, sometimes looking at those higher time frames can give you a little bit of perspective. You don't want to get stuck on, you know, like a 1 minute, 2 minute, 3 minute, 4 minute, 5. Well, I don't know if anybody uses 4 minutes, but a 5 minute onwards, whatever. On some of these names. That's why I think I showed you guys before, I like to have a multi-time frame view where I'm looking at multiple time frames at the same time, just so that I can see, wow, there's some tape acceleration there into 241s. So I can have a perspective of potentially different kinds of participants. You know, there's some participants that only play on the hourly. There's some participants that only play on a 15-minute or a 30-minute. Some only play on like a 3-minute, 2-minute, or a 1 minute, right? So it's just like at the spots where most participants are getting involved, whether if they're getting in or getting stopped out, that's where I want to be looking, especially as a day trader, for some information or maybe to get involved myself, right? So yeah, it's definitely something that is coming in right now, the market bid. So let's take a look at some of these Mag 7s and see who's the one catching a little bit of a bid. We noticed that earlier the market was catching this strength, and the Mag 7's not really moving anything, anywhere along the lines of the future. So that was interesting to me. 241.15s here on Amazon. Amazon is the most relative strength, has the most relative strength, is the strongest stock in the Mag 7 on the day today. So that's why I have it on watch. I'm just like, this is overextended. Is this relatively mispriced with respect to the rest of the market? Yes, maybe. I don't know. We'll find out. Doesn't matter. I'm just waiting to see when and if that buyer or those buyers start to really slow down and we get some distinct selling, and then maybe a market turn confluence would be nice as well. But it seems like Amazon's just doing its own thing all day long. What's up, Adara?
I just wanted to keep you guys posted. I know I said I'd be looking more into the CES 2026 schedule. I'm going to be posting the link to said schedule here for you guys right in the chat, but I'm going to be needing to look through this more because I could not find this Marvell event that they spoke at 12 p.m. Eastern on this schedule. Now, the thing is, too, is a lot of these events have multiple speakers, so I'm going to continue looking into that and come up with some sort of rough schedule to keep you guys posted. But yeah, just an update here with regards to the CES schedule. I do have like the main highlights. Those are already posted in the calendar and X at TTV Research. I can post that as well. But as you can see, these events all kind of vague. I'm going to be trying to get as best of a sense as I can as to when executives from publicly traded companies are going to be speaking over the next 3 or so days. Back to you.
Thank you very much. I was looking at that schedule, Adair, and everything was just like AI, quantum computing, AI.
Quantum.
So yeah, no, this is going to be a very interesting year as you know, AI starting to accelerate in a very exponential way. We were talking about this yesterday after hours. We are definitely maybe a little bit of trouble. It's definitely one of those times where it's a death or die, you know.
Exactly.
2026,
like
we're
that
probably
one.
going to see a lot of that happening. So again, a lot of these companies are spending so much of their capital trying to be first, trying to have the right kind of infrastructure for that race. It's very much an arms race of the 21st century. So.
I completely agree with you, Obi. It's going to be interesting the next couple of years. People say we're in the early stages of AI. I don't know if the stages is correct. Yeah, I mean, absolutely we are.
Yeah.
But
I said this last year.
There's no end to it.
Last year, I was in the infancy of it. Yeah. We're in the embryonic stage. It hasn't even been born yet. Just wait for the true singularity.
Man. You got to think about, like, I mean, if you want to just look at it from our lifetime perspective, you can obviously put it in stages. But as long as you're here and something catastrophic doesn't happen, there's the potential is limitless, right? It's going to continue to grow as humans continue to evolve as well. So there is Tesla, guys, a nice little indecision print off of those lows. Once again, the price and it's where the ceiling is and that stuff. Just anyways, anything can happen. And, what we got going on over here? Big leg down consolidation, additional leg down. The consolidation, if that move comes into play. Rusty, I told you about that base being formed on IBIC. See if we can catch the lower end of a range and then a nice little pop. But right now, we're in a 5-minute candle sitting on the top end of that. I want to get my RVR as close as possible. 52.40 was that entry price, and I didn't take it. Marvell had a good time opportunity at 87.63s. That's now trading at 87.71s. So I haven't. False, brother. What is false, my brother? No, I'm not calling it a permanent base, my friend. I'm just saying right now it is. If humans aren't here, I'm not worried on the price of Microsoft. Yeah, exactly. Me neither. I think there's much bigger issues to worry about. I don't know. There was I think it was Will Smith movie, right? He was blind, or Denzel Washington, he was blind in it. And it's like apocalyptic or something along those lines. He's just walking down this road. So I'm saying, anyways, that's so far. Continuing to bleed here. You can't get this one to stop bleeding here. ITC, what are you up to? A nice base, and then an indecision 5-minute print right off of these lows as you continue to climb a little bit higher. NFLX, the Book of Eli is right. There you go. That's Denzel, correct? I'm pretty sure it is. Did I have, yes, my friend, Mayan Quova. Shout out to the H2O right here. We'll take a sip for the folks. AMD. Just running through our scans right now, looking for some quality opportunities. This is the resistance zone I was talking about here. You can see that we're starting to get a little bit of reaction here on the triple Qs as we got that prior support acting now as resistance. So keep an eye out on that just in case you do have a rejection of that specific level. MRVL getting that nice bounce. Obi, did you take anything on MRVL? No, yeah, I know, man. There's a good opportunity.
I wanted to hit it short, and I was like, that's definitely not a short back through 88s. Again, reason to buy? Yeah, valid. They're back through 88s, back in the 89s for sure. I'm watching this Amazon, and Amazon is starting to accelerate on increasing volume. So I just wait. Like, this is starting to look like this might have a bit of a blow off top, and that's what I'm waiting for.
Oh.
Maybe 45s coming in here, but this is interesting price action here on Amazon. No news. I don't know what's going on here, but the price action is very telling. I'm just patiently waiting for the next trade if it's going to have me, right? We'll wait and see, but some acceleration here through that 240 happening on Amazon. Take a look at some of these 15 candles. We were consolidating around that 238, and then boom, right to 242 halves right now. And the market tailwind is definitely there on our side as of right now. So maybe that is also a little bit of confluence, but I did say before, man, yeah, it's doing its own thing. Market pulled back about 50%, being consolidated at its highs, 239s, and then now off to the races. I'm waiting to see if we do anything interesting into 242 halves, 45s, sorry, 242 halves, 245s. I don't know what the trends are looking like on the 42 halves and 45s. Joe, but the 45s are probably nice and stacked, as well as the 250s as well. So me sort of pardon this, but a bit of, like, this is kind of squeezing action, if anything.
Yeah, so what you wanted 240 and 242 and a half?
242 and 245s are probably stacked. 45 interest?
Sitting around 9,200
So that's
there.
about
I mean, that's about average. 24K is at that 240 strike.
240s?
Yeah,
okay.
240s has
Yeah.
the most amount of size right now. With
then the 250s as well,
24,400.
probably.
250, 5,000. So a little bit less intraday action on that specific zone. But if we head over to the 16th, we might see a little bit more activity. Look at that, OB. At that 240 on the 16th, 76,000 open contracts, 250, 60,000. And then we head up a little bit higher up to those 260s. You have 36,100 on that level. There goes MRVL getting that recovery. Oh my day. Yeah, we should have just took that one, but that is all right. Well, look now. No, I don't want to. Is it good or is it bad? That's all I want to know, if it's good or if it's bad. Is dealers buying to be delta neutral, says Ozan. All right, fair enough. We like that thesis there. Ian Ganther, please let me know if we're getting any form of recovery there in NFLX. If not, I don't want to hear anything about it. Amazon looking not too bad, guys. We talked about NVDA tops. There's a lot of open interest here. TSM is building a new facility with a new generation of chips 2020, so they can, yeah. Sharif definitely knows a lot about that, and we look into that as well, too. So thank you very much for pointing that out as easy. Okay, Ian Ganther hasn't replied to me. Okay, moving up, but that's all I want to hear, brother. Thank you, much appreciated. Here's NVDA. We talked about the supply zone over to the 16th expiration cycle. That's continuing to grow. I mean, we talk about these call walls over and over again, and I think this is going to be a key level to keep an eye out here on NVDA. If hedgies want to push this price down, if you're short that, then you want it to close below 190, and it looks like it's going to be the case. We've seen this on multiple occasions in the fact that NVDA has massive call walls, whether it be leading into earnings or even outside of earnings, and it's hard to push past those supply zones, and I'm going to call it that. If we head over to the daily there on NVDA, you can see that we're just in a congestion zone, and I'm not the biggest fan of the names right now, to be honest with you. The semi-trade has most definitely been hot, but things can most definitely cool down, and I think that's the case that we're currently sitting in right now. So let's pull up NVDA and see what we got going on. You are getting somewhat of a bounce heading up into that zone, but by the end of the week or next week, I wouldn't be surprised if we close into or close below 190. I could be wrong, and for those who are long, hopefully I am. But, I mean, we just got to go with our previous history and see how things flow, and that's what trading essentially is pattern recognition, seeing the same things over and over again and trying to capitalize on them. 189 consolidation. Let's zoom this out here. Let's get this off of here. So I just don't want to mix things up. I'm trying to keep things as orderly as possible so I'm not bouncing all over the place. But for the Condor gang over here, I think this is something that you would want to get involved with. And we talked about this on the NASDAQ as well, that I think this is a great time considering. And those who are familiar with Wyckoff's theories, you can see that we have this accumulation phase, and then we have, I forget what this is. I haven't read that book in a long time, but consolidation, I wouldn't be surprised if you make a little bit of a move down, distributing everything in UTHAT, and I have to go over that book. I have all my notes and everything along those lines, but enough is enough. Obi, what do you got going on here? I think I'm going to get involved in a little bit of BTC here. That's going to be via IBIT.
Yeah, no, man. I'm just, just jamming out, just waiting for this trade to potentially show up. I just took a little bit of a feeler there, punching into 241.70s, and I'm like, if this goes, this should go right now. Otherwise, I don't want to be involved. And then we started printing 90s right away. I was like, all right, nope, no, thank you. I'm going to let you do your thing. You know, I got to get a little bit more comfortable with taking lower highs. You know, it's getting in on the tape turn and hitting those tops and bottoms. It's looks nice on a chart, but you know, a lot of less headache just getting in on a lower high in the long run, right? So maybe that'll help me lose a little less hair as well over time. You know, I got to manage the risk in multiple ways. So let's just see what this does here at 242s. Amazon's going absolutely buck wild here. This is crazy. This is so overextended. But again, we talk about the SPY is about to break high a day. The TQs or the Nasdaq are about to break high a day as well. So yeah, that could definitely give more of a push to Amazon, and we can definitely clip another 50 pennies to the high side. Look at that, it's coming right back in. If you guys can see the tape here, I'll put up the filter as well, just so we can see anyone significant that does potentially show up. But I'm watching this thing very, very closely, and yeah, no strong reason to sell, for me at least, as of right now, if it's going to continue doing this kind of action along with the rest of the market. The market's headed for its highs on no, I'm not no longer. I had a quick short on Amazon and then just punched out. But yeah, no, that thing is definitely not going that way as of right now. Now, that could change with every tick, right? The probabilities do change with every tick sometimes. So if I do see that change starting to stack in my favor of my bias right now, then yeah, I'm more than willing to get right back in. But the thing is, these things move so fast. Sometimes it can just wipe down 50 pennies to $1, and then you're like, damn, I just missed the best entry. But you know, it doesn't. You don't have to have the best entry. You just have to be involved. That's another thing I'm trying to get more comfortable with as well. But there we go. There's the 30s coming in again. So high day on Amazon right now is 242.66. 30 penny wipes, easy on Amazon. It can very easily do that without any sort of trouble. Here we go. This is the 15-minute chart. You can see here how we're building this current 15-minute candle with about 8 minutes left. Even if we pull back to say 41s, right? It's $1 down. If I'm looking for a reversion to VWAP, that's all the way at 237s. I highly doubt we're going to get that, right? Maybe going into the end of the day, perhaps, but who knows? I have no idea. If Amazon's going to be this aggressively strong, look at this. We have volume candles that are towering and almost contending some of those of that of the open. And this is the middle of the day. So definitely some interesting participation happening here on Amazon. It's the only one doing it. So someone knows something. Maybe someone's, like you said, some delta hedge or whatever happening right now. Bit of a squeezy action for sure. We're breaking out daily levels. We're breaking out weekly levels. And the market's about to break out of its day high as well. So the longs are back in action here on Amazon after a few days of selling. But there's one stock where the longs are definitely not in charge, and that, my friends, is Tesla. Ooh. Tesla continuing to lose its charge here all the way to the downside. 430.01 is still the day low. So that's still very interesting to me. We'll see if it continues to hold that low, but if we crack that 430, maybe there's a quick scalp on hand there on Tesla, but already beaten down pretty decently on the day. High a day to low a day, that's about a 4% drop right now on Tesla here. Let's go through some of the volume leaders as Amazon decides to break that high again. See, there you go. See, that's why I like to kind of dabble. Some of the traders in my pod, we had this conversation recently at one of our Sunday meetings where we were just like, okay, sometimes you got to get hit in the face to get your game on and really lock in. And sometimes getting involved with the front side of the move and feeling it out can give you that kind of confidence and that kind of pressure to be like, all right, well, I've felt it. I'm in the fight. I know what's happening. So when I know things are distinctly different, you know how to almost punch back as well. So definitely a bit of a strong bid here. 243s incoming on Amazon. So I'm gonna let that one cook. Let's see how far that can get before that buying starts to dissipate, if it does at all, right? We'll see. Let's go through some of these volume gainers as of right now on the day and see what they are up to. Nvidia, we had some strong selling, but we've kind of come in with a bit of a bid, holding some structure here at 88 halves, 188 halves. Sidu got all the way up to 5. Wow, look at that. 5 clean test on SIDU today, and some more sellers happening, but we're holding 460s right now on the latest pullback, with VWAP coming in at 455. So that's stepping up nicely as well in a higher time frame. Let's see, maybe one day soon we'll get to see that $10 level. I have no idea, but I'm waiting and watching. SoFi continues to sell off. That's interesting. This one I had on watch this morning, Alumis, ALMS, as well, selling off since the open. So we're giving back a decent chunk of that move. And I think they had some endpoint results there, phase 3 trials. showed rapid deep skin clearance and strong safety in psoriasis. So one of their primary endpoints for phase 3 was met well, and we had that strong move off of into the open. But you got to remember, a lot of people in biotechs, they already know that these trials are happening. They have a decent probability of knowing whether or not they're going to be successful, and they kind of position into it. So when the move happens, you know, is that a reason to sell when the news finally comes out? Seems like this one was exactly that on the day today on Alumis Inc. So plug power to the downside. This one's always up here in the most traded, most volume on the day. ONDS, we know this one's been a little bit in play over the past few days as well.
Whoa.
What's up? What's
Dude,
happening?
what a clean flush. Yeah, I'm literally writing on my notes here. I'm like, watch out, because this can be a consolidation before a leg down. And it looked like we got that curl over, Obi. And as soon as I get out when my stop hits at 35s, look at that clean flush. That would have been not fun to participate in. Man, it's easy when it goes to the downside, but unfortunately we couldn't get a move up. I was going to take some off at a 1-to-1. Here, Obi, so I was in at 45s. I was going to wait till 55s, 52, 55s, that is. And I'm like, oh, okay, all right, rejects this. So running into the supply zone, I get right out at when I'm supposed to, and then you get that clean, like 15-cent flush, even more, 20 cents, straight to the downside. So I'm like, thank you that I got out. So we give back all our gains here on IBIT on that specific trade. We didn't take anything out, but that's all right. We're going to continuously look. We're still slightly positive here this morning, but AC Slater to IBIT on the day, that one didn't come to, it didn't work how we wanted to, so we'll mark everything down. We'll get timeout, whatever, percentage stop out, results of the trade. But let's find something else that has more relative strength. And my guy Ian Ganther is saying, look at NFLX start to recover. So we have a low of the day of around 89.77, and then a strong move to the top side. There goes IBIT right to the downside as well too, guys. So keep an eye out on that. I could switch over to the TQs and look for a potential move, but with the likes of Amazon climbing higher and we're getting a rebound here in Netflix, I think we're going to avoid that and head over to our scanner to see if we can find anything that we like potentially. Ready to and prepared to remove IBIT, considering it doesn't look like there's going to be any form of buying stepping in yet today, as the volume weighted average price is really starting to curl over and hug tight towards the price action from an intraday standpoint. So great out there. Unfortunate that it didn't work. We didn't quite get 3 cents away from hitting a 1-to-1 where we would have taken a little bit off, and then sure enough you get that clean flush. So that's the name of the game. What time did I get stopped out at? Let's document that here before we forget, 12:40. So we weren't even in it that long. I mean, it was in there for 6 minutes before we did get stopped out. And sure enough, it's important to stick to those rules, guys, because it's going to keep you in the game. And if I continue to bag hold, then I would have been red on the session, even though it's a cup of coffee at the end of the day. But I'm happy that we did get out of that. And then sure enough, we did get out at 12:40. So just documenting everything as we go and see what else we can find here as a potential setup. TQs, we like that one. Let's pull up here. I'm slightly frustrated with myself that I didn't take that Marvell move. That was a really prime time signal, but I'm prepared to remove IBIT off of this chart, my secondary, and on what we got going on for the examination standpoint, and seeing what potential trades are setting up. So let's head over to our stock scanner to see if there's anything in a place where we want to find it. Man, we need to get these Jimmy Carter picks going in, because full disclosure, I was going with Amazon here today. And if I were to have got it yesterday at around 228, we would be nicely. So I think I'm going to stick to my guns. I might even roll over one of my picks, and I think that's going to be. Pardon? Oh, I thought you were talking. I thought you were talking to me. So yeah, I think I'm going to roll with. I'll just say it right now because it's no secret. I think I'm going JPM. We're going JPM, Amazon, and Tesla. So no acronym here today. Or this year, I guess, or maybe I could switch it up. We'll do a little bit of research, but I know I'm going to be sticking to my guns with JPM. That's the one. That's my #1 pick, the first overall pick for me for this year. I want to stick with some of these banks because I think we can start rocking and rolling. SMR looking like it might find a potential bottom as well too. Going long Apple. No Tesla, says Katie Damster. Let me know, guys. Put your picks in the chat. What are your top 3 tickers this year? What are those that you are going to stand by regardless of what happens throughout the year? Obviously, don't bag hold or anything, but speaking hypothetically, What are your top picks? I already told you. For now, it's JPM, Tesla, and Amazon rotating out of Apple. I want to find something that's slightly lagging. I mean, we haven't put in an all-time high yet here on Amazon. It's lagging its peers. I mean, there's a couple of them that haven't reached that zone yet and have pulled back off it since. But I like our chances. We're definitely going to stick with JP Morgan leading into our picks. We should get that going relatively soon, man. Time's a ticking. Every day counts around these neck of the woods there, Katina, man, and Neil. So yeah, let's see what we got going on. SMR finding a potential bottom. Is this our time to get involved in some new scale power? Yeah, I think so, man. Let's see if we can get this ball rolling here. We're going to take a little bit of a stab here on SMR, Obi.
Yes, sir. So there's a little bit of distinctly different action happening here on Amazon as of right now. So as soon as I saw that flush come in off of 243s, I was like, yeah, I definitely want to get a little involved here and then be a little nimble, because if that buying steps right back in, I do have to be wary about that. We are still kind of within trend, but yeah, we're also on the 15-minute, maybe making a little bit of a bottom wick as well. So, but instantly off of that 243 push, we dropped down about $1 back down to 242. So I do have that on watch. Let's see if that selling can start to step in now. That was an aggressive move, a little too far, maybe not too fast. We were slowly kind of grinding, but you saw that move kind of starting to build up, expanding candles all the way in, and then that turn was a little significant. That got slapped 50 pennies. That kind of action did not happen at all since 239s. This little chop in here, we were getting slapped around a little bit, and then I'm like, okay, grind for about $4 on Amazon, and then someone slaps it down 50 pennies. Like, bro. All right, I'm definitely getting involved there for the potential of a reversion. And we instantly, it instantly works. So that's a good sign. Some of the best trades, they work right away. So that's a great sign there as well. The market just wicked its highs as well at the same time. So I'm watching that, being nimble. Again, covered about half of it here. Did not take that much, but I'm waiting for that lower high to really start to push into this name here as of right now. But that's all I got going on. Let's see if we can pull back into 240s. We talked about that being a little bit of an interest on the chain. What's up, Adara?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know, I teased this earlier, but now it's officially out. Our exhibitors at CES 2026 infographic specifically for publicly traded companies is now on X at TTV Research. I'm going to be dropping this link in our Trader TV live chat imminently, but I do want to let you guys know, again, this is live, so you can see what companies are exhibiting at CES, including IBM, Meta, MasterCard, Oracle, PayPal, Snapchat, Roku, Texas Instruments, Reddit, and probably not the sponsor of this video, but we're going to go over to that sponsor. Again, this link in the chat right now.
Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap into the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500 with Beta Pro 3X Daily leverage ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging. This aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you're feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. All right, so not too bad of a look. Obi, as the market's really starting to come back in, my brother. You're short Amazon, are you? He's in. All right,
talk to us. That 242 halves.
Talk to us about it, brother.
That's why I just sometimes, I don't know, like people say, you can't be trying to pick tops or bottoms or whatever. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to be like, what is distinctly different? And as soon as that changes, or as soon as that shows up, I want to get involved, and sometimes you get lucky doing that, right? So that's what I'm trying to do here as we pull all the way in, and again, it's a good one because it works right away. Now, like I said, that buying can step in at any point. That 240 is still a key level. That 239 is still a key level. We're only a few dollars away from that level. 243s can come back in, especially when the market was trailing up. What if this selling is just market related and we're just taking a quick little pullback off of a 243 failure to follow through, right? I don't know that, but I'm going to try to stay as nimble. I'm going to try to stay on my feet here and see if I can look to take more, right? I've already covered a decent chunk, but I want to be in more. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what I want. The market does not care what I want. What actually matters is that, am I making the right decisions at the right time? times so that I can effectively, exercise to the best of my abilities, right? So waiting for that lower structure right now, nothing too crazy as of right now. Let's see, I'm looking at a few different things here that I think that other players are probably looking at, like a few moving averages and a few prior bars. And the tape turn was definitely a little distinct as well at the same time. So I want to see the information that I'm given when and if some of those places come into play here. So let's see if we can do some of that. 241 halves is what we're bouncing off of right now. 241 halves clean. Yeah, 241.48 is what we're bouncing off of right now here on Amazon after an attempt at 243. So that was a good little turn. Again, confluence with the market. I even mentioned this before. If it's confluence with the market, maybe it definitely increases the odds for me. That's for sure. Let's see how well this works out. VWAP all the way down here at 238 and some change as of right now. So it's working. Let's see how long it stays working. That buying was absolutely crazy. This buying can step right back in, right, going into the end of the day. Let's see how this 15-minute candle ends up panning out right now on the NASDAQ and the ES. If we just go red to green again, and we have a bit of a bottom wick, and we do break out of this high, then yeah, it's more than likely that Amazon could very much see that 243 again. But I like the kind of tape that I saw in there for sure. So I definitely want to take a piece. We'll see how far it can get.
Right on, brother.
That looks great. What is that?
Netflix?
Is that right now?
Yeah.
Wow, okay. Something's happening there for sure.
Yeah, Netflix is a nice, strong recovery. Probably some news for sure. But the volume is relatively cool, but it's a big time recovery. I mean, we're looking at multiple 5-minute candles being closed extremely strong. So boom, 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 all the way to the top side there in NFLX. Amazon right there, nice little move. Obi, nice move on Amazon. Hopefully it continues to break through here for you. You're still short 242.48. Oh, you have a prime time entry right there. Let's see what Apple is up to. I was looking at AMD not too long ago. I'm just looking for something to replace IBIT as it took an additional leg lower. SMR is bouncing, but what's more important here is what Adara has for us.
I want to let you guys know Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang is set to start speaking on Bloomberg Business here at 1 p.m. Eastern, so in about 8 minutes. If there are any comments of note, I'll keep you guys posted. NFLX, I'm not seeing any news, nor am I seeing any significant social media attention to explain the bounce. As always, if that changes, I will keep you guys posted. But NFLX, no news to speak of as of right now. You've got an NVDA 7 minutes now till Jensen Huang steps up here with that Bloomberg interview. Back to you.
Pathik for pointing that one out. New high of the day right there for PLTR. That's looking pretty good. Let's get this adjusted here. This is what I'm looking for. Valuable. No, this isn't it. Canvas. Visible mouse. Where are you? When I want to find things. Extended trading hours. There we go. Now we can kind of decipher what is pre and post market. There it goes. Palantir. Wow, what a 5-minute print right here on the low of the day. It's tough, man. If you have your eyes on all of them, it makes it significantly easier, but that's not unfortunately the case. And you also don't want an analysis paralysis either. Just too many things going on too much. There goes the quantum space to the downside. We had a couple strong sessions there, guys. QuantumScape battery company here. What the is going on here? Okay, so Halt does something with a massive gap up. That's insane. Applied Digital, APLD, it's been pretty strong as of late. Doesn't seem to be the case on today's session. RIVN, Rivian starting to climb a little bit higher. Wouldn't be surprised if you come and test this wick high on the intraday session. So just keep an eye out on any forms of pullbacks there, guys. As for Netflix, still forming that consolidation, but that's some strength. I like seeing that. Wait for that pullback and look to get involved. Again, I'm just going over things for the potential replacement here in for IBIT. There's Rocket Labs heading up to $83 and change. This is a $10 move, roughly $9 here on the intraday session on RKLB. On the daily, is this an all-time high? It looks like it. It'll be up to 83 smackers, and then sure enough, breaking through that $80 previous pivot high on RKLB. AMD was a good potential move here. We're going to head over to the lower time frames to see if this can hold up. Why does it keep switching that? Oh, okay, this is on the daily. Sorry. Yeah, oh yeah, disastrous. I shouldn't say disastrous, just overly promising, right? 20% off of that previous high. But man, this thing recovered with extreme strength and rebounded. I mean, for quite some time, we were talking about AMD being number 2, and it was just lagging. And then in a span of a couple of months, it decided to play catch up, and it played it pretty aggressively. So pretty good look there on AMD. Let's head over to the lower time frames. That's going to be the 1 minute, and see if this signal that I'm looking at in particular is going to hold up. Seems to be the case right now off of this low 211. Around 212.57, so not too bad of a look right there. What is IWM up to? Is this an all-time high? No, not quite. We're not far off of it though, guys. Only a couple percentage points, 1.85% to be exact. So not too bad of a look so far. How's your Amazon short going, brother?
It's okay. It's starting to slow down here on top of that 241.5. A little bit of consolidation. We snapped up to 242s and then got a flush right back down into that I guess that short-term consolidation low. So I'm just looking for this low to crack right now, 241.5. So if we can get below it, I think I like it a little bit more. If we don't, that's fine. More than willing to punch out and look for the next trade as well. So that's what I really have going on here on Amazon. Yeah, it's a little choppy here. We could definitely take legs higher before we pull back, if we pull back at all, right? I have no idea what's going to happen. I don't have a crystal ball here, but I'm just going to try to maintain focus on some of the price action here and see if it'll go in my favor or not, right? That's what we got here. I think we got a bit of a super chat here by JY Sup. Salute, gang. Have you looked at Microsoft now? Long? Question mark? I don't know, man. It's what is it Softy up to as of right now? We'll take a quick look here at Softy. Wow, yeah, Softy. I mean, here's the thing, man. Market is attempting to push highs as well, and then Microsoft at the same time. Take a look at this. Microsoft is blasting off as well. So we talked about Microsoft being maybe potentially distinctly different earlier as it kind of sold off and relatively weak on the day. Pulls back up at that 470 hold right here with a day low at 469.75. So yeah, I think a trade here is potentially a push of this opening range high at 274.25s ish. So if we can push I guess that was very clean if you were already watching it. But I don't really necessarily like to chase things at the highs. I don't know. That's just me. That means absolutely nothing, right? But the breakout of this seems like, in retrospect, a really good long here. The breakout of this consolidation as well, maybe the breakout of this downtrend that we were holding all day long as well was nice after the VWAP reclaim and break of this prior VWAP, prior structure above VWAP as well. 472.60s there on Amazon. But yeah, maybe you're looking at it as this breakout, 476. Yeah, you got to continue to look back here. Maybe prior day consolidation highs there at 476.06s can be taken for a push as well after a strong sell day on Friday, right? A lot of stocks kind of had a similar kind of action there at the same time. So maybe that's a good point out there. If Microsoft can get through 476s in any sort of distinct way and sustain and hold, then yeah, it could be something that could be worth watching. But again, I want to reiterate that I have absolutely no idea. At the same time, Netflix here, I don't know what that was, that little spike, but it seems like we have a bit of continuation that's happening here on Netflix. So good look there. 91s maybe coming in. That's that consolidation high at the same time. So maybe that is potentially something to look out for on Netflix. So okay, another super chat here. We got one from Justin Spangler. Thank you very much for the super chat. XLE or other oil-based energy plays strong for short-term? Question mark. Again, man. Listen, I have no idea what's going to happen in a day or 2 or 3 days. That's not really my thing. I'd like to. It's easier to kind of know what's going to happen in the next 5 minutes to next 30 seconds than it is to know what's going to happen in the next day or 2, right? Or even a couple of weeks. So Let's take a look at those stocks anyways, regardless. XLE, let's take a look. So I got out of the Amazon. We're kind of consolidating here for a pretty long time. If we can get back below 241.5, I'll re-engage. But if you're going to chop around here and hold that last quarter, that 75 level, for me, the probability of printing the hole becomes much higher, and I've already added aggressively enough to put my average below 242. The market doesn't care. I was going to say something else. Market doesn't care about my average. There it goes, back through 242. Market doesn't care about my average, but if I'm being aggressive, I do have to still manage risk because I care about my risk. But here we go. XLE, good long, you're saying? Maybe, I don't know, man. Sellers are dominant on the day today. Let's take a look at a higher time frame here as well. Ooh, I smell that hot chocolate, man. That's
it's a mixture, brother.
Oh yeah, what do you got going on there?
The coffee mate. It's that Tim Hortons Insta coffee with a little bit of the
the chocolate. Yeah, I know.
You know which one I'm talking about.
It's like a Nestle something, right?
Yeah, something along those lines, man. I'm no coffee connoisseur, that's for sure.
True. Me neither, man. I just like my caffeine in my café. So, okay, XLE here, pulling back into prior structures. So you can see here, these structures were made, I guess, over the past couple of months here, highs of 46s on the XLE, and kind of just pulling back into there. What's interesting to me is after this strong flush that happened again in April of 25 last year, where the rest of the market might have caught a strong bid, we see that bid coming in here as well on XLE, just pulling back up into the higher time frame trend. So you can see here, bigger picture, yeah, we have been kind of higher highs, higher lows. The question is what the time frame for the long would be, right? Look at how slow this thing moves relative to some of the other things. If you are looking for a breakout of this, you got to remember that 44s are well within range if we pull back. Even if we pull back to 40s, that's well within range of the higher time frame kind of trend that's going on here if we break down. But like I said, I don't know what's going to happen. But some strong volume that pushed us through these consolidation highs, that's getting sold off the next day. So that's something I do want to keep in mind at the same time. It's like any sort of push into this area has resulted in selling back in 24, back in, okay, so let's get specific, back in April 24, and then once again in December, November 24, we got up to here 47s, so that got sold off, and I guess we had a little bit of a split as well, but some aggressive selling here in April 25, and then once again, right now, January 26, we came back into that area, 47s and some change, and we're getting sold off on the second day. So that's the only thing that I'm seeing here off of the chart. What is it going to do 5, 10 days from now, 5, 10 years from now? I have absolutely zero idea. That is not what I do.
Who's that, XLE?
Yeah, XLE.
I think I stand in the same boat there as Katina, man. I think it's a little bit of a tougher trade. All right, guys, let's do this one more time here. I mean, we might as well, right? What else are we here to do besides put on the positions that we think we see here, Obi? If we can pull up my screen there, Assassino, we're starting to form a little bit of a print there. So I'm going full size. I'm going full size here with approximately 20 cents risk. So I'm going to post up at 95s, and then we're going to get out of Dodge approximately at 75s. Let's see if we can wait for one more pullback, but I'm going to post up there. We're full steam ahead on this potential setup, considering we took only one loss on this trade, and we never got to maximize our winners on this previously. So maybe after the continuous aggressive selling and we're starting to form this indecision print, we can get something cooking up here on IBIT. I want 95s and I want nothing more, and I would take less, to be honest with you. I shouldn't say anything less, but I want nothing more than 51.95s. And if we are fortunate enough to get that to come into play, then let's see what we can cook up here on this trade. We got it when we were supposed to, waiting for that selling to come in, and now you can see that we're climbing up to 52s. So a potential strong setup here. Let's head over to that 5-minute time frame, as this can be the strongest print of the intraday session. Obi, I don't know if we're going to get that pullback, as the bid is now printing 97s. We're now at the ask at 98s. We're going to start to ramp this up. 99s there, 97s. Come on, only a couple of pennies, and you're going to feel your boy, and that's it. All right. Yeah, anyways, let's see if we can get that going. 51.99s. Also, sorry, a couple super chats here. So we need a 5-cent pullback approximately to get him involved with this position. So John Baker, Mr. John, am I beginning to feel positive about Costco? Think about it. It's hit a bottom and rebounding. Okay, let's pull up Costco. There we go. We caught that fill there, guys, on IBIT. Let's see if this move can really start to work out for us. Once again, we're giving this one 15 or 20 cents. We're out at 75s, and we'll have to take that loss for what it is. It's starting to come back in, and that might be it finito for IBIT. If this print doesn't work, this is going to be the second largest 5-minute print of the intraday session. So I'm just trying to stick to the guns and find high quality opportunities. And I do believe that this can be one if it does decide that it wants to find somewhat of a rebound. We're down almost 3% here on the intraday session. But in the meantime, let's pull up some Costco and see what we got going on. By the way, the drink that I made it's not good. I don't think very many people would would like that one. So let's see what we got going on Costco, starting to pull up a little bit here. Yeah, I mean, not too bad. The only issue with this is that these guys are trying to battle the current government, right? And I don't think that's a really good play. We've seen stocks hit on multiple occasions, whether it be Tesla, kind of comparing apples to oranges here, considering. But once you go against Mr. Trump and the administration, then I don't think that's too good of a play. If this downtrend breaks, then by all means, I think Costco could be a good buy in the long term. It's just battling the government. You typically don't end up on the right side of things. But Costco, I like the name, to be honest with you, but if you're looking to get involved with this space, you know where we're going to lead to, and that's Walmart, right? That's one thing I think over time is really important to note, is just why complicate things sometimes, and just go with the flow. And if Walmart's working, hopefully it will continue to work. I think you're putting probability in your favor. And I think what I'm getting at here is with NFLX, trying to catch a bottom here, so essentially a falling knife after the split, and this ongoing war between a couple of the media giants is not looking too good for this name, and it doesn't look like this downtrend is going to crack anytime soon. And if we go back in the history of NFLX, you can see that it's had 75% retracements and pullbacks before it's even found any form of a recovery. So I'm not saying that's necessarily going to be the scenario this time, but you do have to take into consideration that we're down 32% off of that previous high, and no real signs of stopping, and this is exactly what we want to see. We're in at 95s. We're going to have to wait till 52.10s to take anything off here on IBIT to at least give us a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. If we do, we will take off half of our position at 52.10s. And then we'll leave the rest for a remaining, because we did hit that 1-to-1. So patience is key. Even though it's tough, we're in full size on this trade. Let's see if we can get this name rocking and a roll in. There it is. All right, a nice little push there. A recovery. Why am I in this position? Well, one, because of the volume in the print. It's been selling continuously. Yes, I understand that we're trying to catch a falling knife here, but we're just trying to catch a solid trade as well. So it's been working for us throughout the day. And I'm glad that I was scrolling, and I seen the print being formed, and I'm like, all right, yeah, let's take one more stab on this IBIT trade. And so far, it's working for us. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. But what I'm going to do is get ready and place my order out, or ready to punch my order, that is. I don't want to place it just in case. Superstitious individual, they know what we got going on behind the screens there, Obi.
Yeah, man. Sometimes, I'm not superstitious. I'm just a little stitious sometimes. And this price action's got me feeling a little stitious as well, in terms of that bid stepping up above 242 and then coming back down. So 241.5 was that area right here. We attempt to push up another $1, and then we're coming right back down. So I'm going to wait and see. Again, if we're going to do some sideways consolidation here, Amazon has been very strong on the day. I do have to respect that, and kind of just dance with some of this price action here. And be very cordial with some of the stuff that goes against me, right? So we'll see. We'll wait and see if that 41.5 can get taken out on the day, and maybe that'll leave us a little poised for a bit of a pullback here as well. So that's what I'm waiting for here on Amazon. In the market, second 15-minute candle here that's red on the Nasdaq, but again, it's not over just yet. We still have about 5.5 minutes roughly on this candle to finish printing the rest of the 15-minute, and that could go one way or the other. And I've already kind of attempted to push in pretty closely to where price is right now. So like like I said before, this entry right here, this 242 halves. If you got anything between 242 halves and 243s, that was ideal in my opinion. But this is, remember I said I'm looking for the lower high. So this is technically a lower high as of right now. And then if we break that for 41 halves, then we have a little bit of confirmation happening as well for sellers, maybe more in charge as of right now. But bigger picture, man, this thing up still 3.8% roughly on the day and continuing to hold some of these highs. So that's pretty much what I'm looking at here in terms of current trades. Tesla continues to sell off. I saw somebody in the chat saying that 420 is incoming. Yeah, man, it's at 428.90s right now. So we broke that day low at 430.01s that I mentioned earlier, and we're trending even lower. So yeah, sellers have been in charge on Tesla since that 500. I'm going to call it a failure to follow through, even though some people are like, you know, failure to follow through means you came into that level, you tested that level. I don't care. It's that level's arbitrary. It's an area. We came into that area. We could not get through. And since then, levels have just been getting broken to the downside with consistent back-to-back, day-after-day selling on Tesla. So, you know, what more do I need to see? What more do I need to see to be like, I need to get some, you know, I need to sell some calls, get into some puts, get into structure breaks, take trend trades to the downside, and short pretty much every pop. Come on. Anyways, that's something I got to get better at. What do you got going on?
What do you want to sell some calls on, Obi? Let's set it up, brother.
Tesla. I mean, no, I'm saying should have been doing that already.
On Tesla?
Of course.
Oh, okay. You know what, man? I'm going to be honest with you. I've seen, even here, I've seen some people have a really bad time.
Oh, of course. I'm sure people
selling those. I've had a really bad time. Dude, I was here. It was one of the craziest super chats of all time. Yeah. I told you guys this story. Just get absolutely rinsed on the call writing on Tesla. It was an absolute rinse job. Quick 4 figures just like that out of the old Percy. But hey, it is what it is, man. You got to stick to your guns, and that is going to be, where's Katina Man at? I know he's right next to me to my right. Shout out to Mr. Katina Man. We'll hit this one so far there, brother. We're at the highest point of the day. I'm just going to run through all of my animations right now because why not? Here's the Stone Cold. We'll wait for everything to slow down, and then you guys know what's coming next here. Probably a fan favorite if you ask me. So yeah, exactly. So a nice little move right there on IBIT. Once again, I had to take a little bit off at 07, so only 10%, but we did take the majority off right here. So we're holding it to that 1-to-1 target in which we were talking about. You can see we're at 51.95s. Wait for that 15 cents we were risking prior. So a nice little play here on IBIT. We're still negative 2.5%. No, it's not me. It's Spice Adams. The laugh is Spice Adams. It's not me. For those who know who Spice Adams is, probably the greatest basketball player of all time. If you ask me, dude is absolutely hilarious. So yeah, that's what we got going on. IBIT is working for us. Obi, you're still short. Amazon looks like it's breaking structure there, my boy. It's trying to. Okay, bouncing off of that. We like that.
Could step right back in. I don't know.
You need Randy for some fresh coffee. He says, listen. Listen, if I worked at Starbucks or Tim Hortons or something along those lines and I handed this out, I would probably get fired. It's disastrous, this thing here. So yeah, we'll continuously sip on that. SMR, not too bad of a look off of these lows. We'll pull this up for you guys here one more time. I like this potential bounce play here in SMR as it was bleeding throughout the whole day. This is the support level I think that you need to get to keep an eye out on, 1847. And then if you head over to the detailed time frame, the 1 minute time frame that is, you can see that you're getting a bounce off of that one. We were involved in IBIT, so we're not going to complain whatsoever. So if we get any form of a pullback with more indecision prints, we're going to get involved with SMR because SMR was our primary. For the individual who was asking me, yes, this is what I've just been logging throughout the day. I mean, this is one of how many pages. I mean, this is what I used to do every single day when I was at home trading on my own. It's just write what was on my mind, and I think that's really important because what I was saying to Obi yesterday, I like using Notion for documenting things, but for me personally, I just find that things stick better in my head when I write them down, opposed to just.
I mean,
just
there's proof. There's like
type it.
there's research being done on that.
Yeah,
It's like,
exactly.
it just forms better connections.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's what we got going on. SMR was a thing of beauty off of the lows as well too. Obi, how's your Amazon short going?
Still exactly where it was, man. So we're just holding that 241 halves right now. So I don't know really what to do with this right now. If it's not going to show me anything else, then probably just going to punch out and look for the next trade. But again, we've made lower structure, we've made a lower high roughly, but we're holding that 241 halves pretty well so far on the first retest of that area here. So that's what I'm waiting for. Marvell here, still holding underneath that 190. So watching that a little bit at the same time to see if that can give us anything interesting. But that shake and bake, that was it, man. I think that was the place to really get involved and stay involved on that name here. And you just have to be there for some of those opportunities at the same time. So it is what it is. Oh, you were checking out some of the back desk here. 242s here on Amazon. Let me know what you guys. Bob Curran saying long Amazon. Hey man, go for it. Go. I really don't care. If you think it's a better long, then yeah, maybe it is. I'm really thinking about like, okay, if this holds and continues, I'm probably going to hit out of this and take the next trade. I'm very impartial as to whether my trade is going to work or not. I am very partial at where and when I do get in. So that's the only thing. We'll wait and see. Just got to be patient to see if this will pan out here. But the market is not really in the direction that I would like. Right? If we had continued to sell off here, that would have given us a little bit more tailwind. But if we're gonna step back up and push through those highs, then it is what it is. Microsoft, Amazon will more likely to kind of hold here. But at the same time, I also because it's kind of been doing its own thing. Is it overextended on its own accord? Does it not care what the market does? It's already kind of shown us earlier that it's not really caring what the market does. And if all of this action was a little bit of a squeeze, and that was a lot of buying pressure, when that buying pressure steps off, and if that buying pressure dissipates, what is the likelihood of the direction that we're going to head in? Those are some of the questions I'm asking myself. At the same time, I have to kind of respect what it's showing me. So far it's showing me that we've made a lower high, but we're also holding this 241, which is pretty much near the high of day. And we have just about, I guess, 3 hours left until the close. So a lot of time for a lot of things to unfold here. What is the current low of this here structure, you might ask? That is sitting at 2147. So the prior low was 48s. We dropped down 1 penny below it and then bid right back up. So it's the initial test, that's why I want to stay involved a little bit here and just wait for it if it's going to roll over, then it might take longer than I'm expecting. It might even make some more pops before it does exactly that. There goes the market attempting another push through its highs as well, Joe.
Right on. SMR was pure cash off of that bounce, Obi. That was a really nice trade there. Save man, woman, peace. I'm curious if you are long or short. Joe, Dan Ives' top pick for 2026 is LRCX. Yeah, let's actually do that, man. Let's go through some of your picks that you guys decided to choose here. Jamlossi, we're going to pull it up because I know you're in the chat every single day and we do things. We do it for everybody, but I know you always ask kindly and everything along those lines. So let's pull that up for you on SoFi SSR. Right now, we're doing pretty good. We're at the highest point of our day right now on IBIT, just sticking to the guns, and I'm happy we did so. I mean, I've taken the majority of my trades here. Trades 2, 3, 4, and 5 have all been on IBIT with only one trade there on SMR, so not too bad of a look whatsoever. But heading back to SOFI, come on, break through that 52.10, head over the 52.15s, and we'll piece a little bit more out. SoFi SSR, yeah, I mean, how much are we down here on the day, Obi? I think that's going to be a really important question, man. Bitcoin. Come on, you can do it, man. Just if it's going to liquidity grab, the issue is I'm only sitting on 35% of my remaining position for this closure. But if this breaks, the chances of me getting stopped out break even are relatively high. I won't get frustrated because it was a profitable trade for us, but I would like for a nice move to continue because I mean, it's been the narrative, right? These pullbacks have been relatively shallow. We've been fortunate enough to get involved with them here throughout the top. We take a little bit out, nothing substantial at a 1-to-1, and then we get stopped out break even. We take the majority off up here, and then sure enough, so I mean, let's see if this can hold up. But I think we're just in pullback mode right now with this name. So yeah, not too promising right now. Save man, woman, peace. I'm curious if you were long or short. I think the short's still going to be in play here on IBIT. All right, sorry, enough. I'm distracted. It's SoFi. Let's pull that bad boy up and see what we got going on over here. SOFI. How much are we down here on the day? 10%. Yeah. I mean, is it SSR? Yeah, it should be. Shouldn't it? I mean, yeah, I mean, now you can only hit on the bids, essentially, so keep an eye out on SoFi. If that means SoFi is getting wrecked, that means we probably have to pull up Robinhood. I haven't looked at that name yet today either, and see what that has been up to. Robinhood, yeah, taking a shellacking, but still hovering around 118s. Price target for this thing, I believe, was in 160s, so we'll be happy about that. It's unfortunate, and if I had if I had Robinhood, which was my primary pick, in my personal account last year, it would have been an outstanding, man. I might have competed with Katina Man for maybe that first place spot there. But I don't know if we can get that same type of return here in Robinhood this year. But stay fortunate. It remains it. And I wish I was substantially heavier. Obviously, oh yes, let's go. Nice little pop there in 52.09s. There's 52.11s there, Obi, on IBIT as we continue to climb a little bit higher. Let's see if we can get this move up into 11s there. We're going to post up and take 33% of what we have remaining at 11s. See if we can catch that fill. We are rejecting it. You can see the defense really start to step in, but any strong pop, I think, will be okay. Crypto banks, there it is. Bang. What up, crypto banks? I got to read your name out more as we catch that fill, but Adara, talk to us.
We thought we were going to get Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang coming through here at 1 p.m. on Bloomberg after a very long political segment. Looks like Jensen Huang is about to be interviewed by Bloomberg. Keep an eye here on NVDA for this interview. We know that we had Lisa Su, CEO of AMD, on Bloomberg earlier, and then I think more market moving was CFO Colette Kress of Nvidia at a fireside chat earlier today. The stock moving on that, so with that in mind, NVDA absolutely on watch. I'll be listening to this interview. Back to you.
Perfect. Just jotting a little bit of stuff down here. I mean, listen, the reason I really got involved with Robinhood, and if you want to do your own due diligence at the end of the day, is just go through the earnings reports. I think that's the beauty in what Sharif's morning note is for, because, I mean, we talk about technicals every day, but when you're looking for those names that are going to continuously grow, what I did is just over a period of time, over the previous couple of earnings reports, was I just kept looking at the growth within the company. And what I seen and discovered was triple digit. And the stock was relatively cool. And it was just like quarter after quarter. Every time it reported, it's just like the strength remained. And when I first really was like, hey, I like this name more than maybe I should potentially should, is that options activity increase was like 150% year over year. The crypto activity and transactions was like 700% year over year, quarter over quarter, or something along those lines. And what I'm referring to is just the triple-digit growth across the whole platform, not just crypto. I get it. You can have that correlation with the name, but it's growing outside of crypto transactions. It has the gold membership, which is absolutely massive. So you have people paying membership fees. You have the increase in options activity and fees, and there's just so many things across the board that led me to the name, and I think would help drive it on into those new levels that we've never really seen before. And I like Vlad Tenev as well too. Glow up Vlad. I mean, the guy had long hair, doing nothing. Like, there's nothing wrong with long hair or anything along those lines. Obi, obviously, but what I'm getting at is just it was strong across the board, and I really, really liked it. And I mean, with that style of growth, it's hard to be sustained, but hey, we were a part of a solid growth cycle, and that's what I'm going to be looking for into the future as well, whether it be through the quantum space or anything along those lines. So when I see that triple-digit growth, I'm definitely looking forward. Joseph Lexi, oh man. Not repeating that. What do you got going? How many is it, Katina? Man, are you mic'd up too? You mic up, my boy. Mic up, my boy. All right, Obi, what do you got going on?
No, it's a good look there on AMD. Let's see what AMD's up to here at the same time. Okay, yeah, nice. A little bit of a base at 211. You said 212s? Nice. Currently trading 21360s, 21370s right now. Kind of attempting to push its consolidation high from earlier, and that's sitting right there at just shy of 214. So yeah. Hopefully that 214 comes in. I like that reversion, man. Maybe coming right up into VWAP going into the end of the day. Micron did a little bit of recovery as well. Really strong, some of these names as well. Now Micron has every reason to be. These guys are making all the DRAMs, all the DDR5 RAMs, and those things are off the charts, mainly because they're being used in a lot of data centers, and that's the latest RAM as well. So I was saying I'm so glad I built my PC just a couple of years ago, and it's just like I got all the DDR5 I would need, and I also have extra sticks as well.
Who's that, man?
I don't know. It's just
on the screen. Yeah, I like that.
Some girl.
I like the haircut.
Yeah, the cut is cute. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. No, I've been listening to this artist. I think I mentioned it yesterday. His name is Lith.
Yeah. You're mentioning that. Oh, look at that view right there.
Oh, that's sick.
That is pretty sick.
Nice.
Hit that one more time there.
Boom.
If we can.
One side, the other side. Hey, we got some.
Oh, we're going back.
We got the banner on both sides.
The banner on sides.
That's
yeah.
sick. But yeah, dude from Australia, I think.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's got some dope sound.
Adara was telling me this morning that she likes Jello.
Jello.
Yeah, that G-Lo, that tweaking, that I put up on my shuffle and my YouTube, and I was angry. And I was laughing, and I certainly wasn't focused or enjoying my life.
Okay. No balding over here, says K Hoddle. All right, man. Well, then you're not trading enough share size if you're not balding, then. So I don't know what else to tell you, man. Yeah. not big enough in the share count there if you're not losing a little bit of the follicles, my friend. But yeah, no. In all seriousness, a nice little move there in IBIT. You're still in that Amazon. It's just kind of consolidating, I guess, sideways. Right there. Grant Cliff Cliff in the chat. Sorry for butchering that. Did you see SNDK up 23%? Man, I've been watching SNDK all day. You guys know I love reversions. I even borrowed some shares on this. Guess what? No strong reasons to sell all day long, so I did not get involved. Just gonna wait for it. This was absolute strength. That 285. If anybody got this 285 off the open, oh boy, that was the trade. If you got the 300. That was also the trade. If you got this high, 315s, that was also the trade. And we got all the way up to 343s on SanDisk. Definitely, saving a lot of space there on that one as it kind of rips to the upside and didn't really give you a lot of downside on that move. So yeah, I'm definitely watching it, man. I've been watching it all day long. Not my best trade to hit that long, even though because I wasn't here this morning. I told you a little bit of a delay on the TTC. The old taker.
The train stopped like 4 times. I got to my desk at 9:35, and then there was already chatter about SNDK in the pre-market and coming into the open. And I'd seen it 5 minutes later, and I was just like, "Oh, this is crazy. This move is done." That's literally what I thought. Guess what? It was not done. It did another leg for a whole $30 more. So I saw it around 315s, and then on the breakout, I think I could have taken the breakout, but by the time I sat down, got everything opened and ready, it was already pushing that 315, and it was off to the races. So I was just like, yeah, maybe not the right time. I was like, where's the next trade? The next trade might be the reversion. Wait for that to happen. We did get a bit of a pullback from 343s all the way down to 330s. That was a bit of a $10 pullback, but not what I was looking for at all. And if you've been involved in the short, well, it's consolidating near the highs, man. So I don't know what to tell you there. Definitely not part of my playbook to hit that short. If I am taking shots at it, that's just me kind of doing my own thing off of vibes. So Didn't really touch it at all today.
Yeah, right on, right on. All right, man. Getting my Matthew McConaughey on. Right on, right on. So there it is, 51.95. We get up to 52.22. We're sitting on approximately 15% of our position. I mean, you nailed it on the head, John Tarzan. Just precision, man. I believe precision beats speed and timing beats power. So shout out to the great. I don't know if he's never really that good, but shout out to Conor McGregor because I love that, and I think it's very true in many aspects of life. Adara, talk to us.
Here is NVIDIA. They're still interviewing here both NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang and the CEO of Siemens. There's nothing really big being said here. The stock is kind of reacting in kind, just chopping around. But I want to let you guys know mostly he's talking about energy efficiency with regards to AI and also robotics. A lot of this, though, is not new. Nothing really that we didn't hear from that keynote earlier. I would say comments from NVIDIA CFO Colette Kress earlier were much more market moving and novel. Back to you.
Good stuff. Thank you very much for that, Adara. And yeah, just talking about it, guys. Hey, we were patient throughout the whole intraday session. I mean, this is our 5th trade of the day, and we just waited for this one to come on and try to capitalize on this one. So shout out to John Tarzan. Shout out to Gorev also. I said, this is the least I can do, man, considering all the call-outs you give me. So a lot of fun stuff here going on. Just wait for that prime time opportunity. Yeah, SMR, that was a great op here. I like that you're pointing that out, Kareem. Yeah, there it is. A nice move off of these lows, and I would love to have participated in this, considering the PA has been a little bit cleaner than what we've been experiencing here on IBIT as we're starting to come back in off of that previous high of around 52.20, a little bit north of that, or a previous couple-minute high. Anyways, you're probably going to Cancun end of January. Nice. Have fun, my friend. Cancun in Mexico is a wonderful spot. I love it there without any questioning. Hence why I continue to return. So, TQs, slightly toppy. We have SMR coming off of the lows. SLV selling aggressive there off of that previous high. Maybe not overly aggressive, but man, oh man, look at that bounce here in SMR. Put it in the chat. If you're involved in new scale power, I would love to hear. And what is your entry price? A guy from work, where are you? Are you involved in this once again as we climb back up to 1857? We have a pre-market high of around $20.32. I'll pull this up one more time. And I believe on our options activity, we said that was going to be a key level in SMR. Even though we have rejected it, that was a big time play. So let's pull it up here one more time for the folks, because I've seen a couple individuals later on in the day. They're like, hey, man, when did you guys start doing this? Well, every morning, bright and early around 8:20 is when we're going to go over our options activity. Don't forget that the show is starting at 8 a.m., so you can get everything that you need right here, bright and early. So let's head right back into what we had going on. I told you guys, just never mind the strike prices here. They're just a little bit mixed up, but SMR, this is going to be that $20 strike price. Volume and open interest are still relatively the same. There's Meta, 670 was the level that we were talking about. And IBIT at that $55 mark doesn't look like it's going to be coming into play just yet. But SMR, a nice recovery here on the intraday session. Adara, talk to us.
I do want to talk to you guys about Dexcom and ABT. Both these stocks pretty strong today. Here's ABT. I'll pull up Dexcom. Now, I heard this report earlier, and the stocks were already kind of moving pretty well on their own regardless, but it is worth noting here, there were some reports rolling around earlier suggesting that the FDA was going to be, I guess, updating its guidelines on Dexcom and, sorry, not Dexcom and Abbott, but more generally wearable devices for health. Now we get an update here from Secretary RFK Jr. of Health and Human Services saying that apparently the US FDA is, quote, unlocking wearable devices for general wellness that have been for too long tied up in red tape. So long story short, looks like there's going to be, I guess, less regulatory hurdles for these wearable devices. Dexcom and ABT both liking this news. Again, likely reacting to reports from much earlier in the day. Back to you.
FOB, how's your Amazon short going?
I mean, we've broken through that 242. There's some choppy action happening here. Obviously, people playing against that 242 as it was holding, and they kind of pulling back into there as well. You can see this 15-minute candle here on the Nasdaq is attempting to go attempting to go red from green. I'm watching that at the same time as well. Watching this chop, any sort of pops right now, they seem like they're getting kind of flushed into at the same time here. SanDisk might be the one as well. Like I said before, I did have eyes on it, and I continue to have eyes on it now. And that's pulling back decently off of its highs. So maybe that one is poised for a bit of a pull, but we still have a couple hours, 2.5 hours left in the trading day. I'm going to take a closer look at it, maybe after the midday show here. Maybe going into the last couple of hours is what I'm looking at there for SanDisk. Again, maybe we get something on the imbalances. Maybe we get something crazy happening going into the close as well. So that's kind of what I have eyes on as of right now. But let's see, what are you guys looking at going into the end of the day? Let's see, advanced so much in the graph. Yeah, no, we've made leaps and bounds, Save Man Woman, in terms of the studio and how the whole setup is looking now. Absolutely looking fresh. Remember when there was just tables in the back and we had the floor and everything?
Yeah, man.
It's like all that is history, and we've got some really high tech stuff going on. I mean, look at that.
Yeah, that one
board
view that they
that's
tossed
going
up
on
not too long ago was pretty good. So
Yeah,
I just dropped my
solid,
pen here.
solid stuff here.
That's
But
the pen.
yeah, some bigger and better things for sure.
That's how it is, man. You got to continuously remain moving forward. You don't want to be stagnated. Pardon me?
A little bit better every day.
That's it, man. 1%, even 1/4%. I'll take anything, tenth of a percent, whatever it may be. That stuff adds up really quick. Just like small wins, and that was kind of been the narrative of my intraday session there. Oh, Gorbs, did you see silver? Yeah, 1 minute print on SLV, brother. 5 not looking too clean, so maybe this is just a little bit of a breath, but as I was typing it in, I just was late on that trigger. Otherwise, we could have caught a couple of cents right there. So maybe we'll be a little bit more patient and wait for that pullback. TSLL says melanin, okay, particles. Yeah, I have a deficiency, so maybe if you have any extra of that, we'll take it. All right, let's pull up. What was I about to pull up? Nvidia, oh no, TSLL. Take a look at TSLL. All right, yeah. All right, no. Yeah, we don't like that here. But we'll take a look at it for you guys, right? This isn't all about us. This is about you guys as well, too. So we'll take a look at TSLL. Tesla not having the ability. This is the 2x levy right here, guys. TSLL. Tesla just straight to the downside, and you can see the liquidity issue starting to run here on Tesla, but SMR was that trade, and that's all right as Bitcoin is starting to get in. You can see that my horrible drink is slowly starting to kick in here, and I wouldn't give that to, honestly, my worst enemy, to be honest with you at this point, but Adair, what do you got for us?
Jensen Huang is being incredibly cagey in this Bloomberg interview. It's actually really interesting to listen to. He was just asked, so your guys' big deal with Grok, AI, Grok with a Q, obviously not Grok with a K. Is that an acquisition, or is it kind of, this talent acquisition situation? How are you classifying it? He did not answer the question. He was very vague about it, but he basically said that they wanted that team from Grok AI, including one of the founders there, Jonathan Ross, and then also another individual by the name of Sunny Madra. We mentioned both those individuals earlier. He just said they have a lot of talent. They're doing things we're not doing. The interviewer is routinely asking for him to discuss things further, and he says he will not. So things are getting kind of more cagey than they normally are in a Jensen Huang interview. Also, Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang here talking about demand from Chinese customers, saying that it does remain strong. He is now the third AI-related executive, including his own CFO, Colette Kress, and AMD CEO, Lisa Su, to talk earlier today about how we're really trying to get these Chinese chips here out of the U.S. and to China. So quick recap here of what's happening with Jensen Huang as this interview does continue. Back to you.
Right, thank you very much, Dara. This 242 here on Amazon is a little interesting. We're kind of just chopping around, not doing anything too crazy, but it's distinctly different than what it was doing up here, right? The buying is definitely dissipated. We're kind of just chopping a little sideways in this range here. The range lows kind of being 241 halves, the range highs being 242 halves there. And look at that, some selling coming in here as well as of right now. So I was just like, I saw those bids coming in through 242s, and I was just like, with the way that it just happened, I was just like, yo, this is some fugazi-ish right here. But we'll see. We'll wait and see. You know, sometimes I got to do my best not to get too irritated sometimes with some of this stuff. But you know, it is what it is. Let's see if the follow through will come in. Let's see if it'll come into the low of the range.
Why would you get irritated? The trade's working for you.
No, I mean now it is, but it wasn't. It wasn't literally 5 seconds ago. So you know, that's why I was just like. Sometimes I'm just like, okay, well, you know, it's coming in, and I see some action where I'm just like, well, that's just probably like one guy punching out or punching in or trying to whatever. It doesn't matter. Tinfoil suit, tinfoil hat. Yeah. Anyways, I do have to get a little bit better at that. We'll be right back from Madeira.
Great timing here for TSLA. It's at day's lows, and then Jensen Huang says some nice things about TSLA, saying in response to Elon Musk's response to his AV demonstration yesterday, saying, quote, I think Tesla has the best AV stack in the world. So we're gonna have to wait and see here. TSLA may be trying to bounce here at day's lows, but let's see if it can get a bit of a pop here again. TSLA's AV technology being praised by Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang. I also want to mention here META to move on, I guess, the third Bank 7 company I'll mention in these couple of minutes here. Worth noting, Meta appointing CJ Mahoney as the new CLO or Chief Legal Officer. Not a major headline, but because I'm here, thought I'd mention it. Back to you.
Absolutely, yeah. Mention that, Obi. You're getting that breakdown. It sounds
dude,
like there.
Finally, it's coming in now. I'm just like, you didn't have to do so.
And you're adding to it.
I mean, I added through the 50 break, but again, we could reclaim as well. I do want to stay nimble. I understand and realize the kind of mindset I'm in right now. I even said it out loud. I might be a little slightly irked, but you know, it is what it is. Emotions are a passing phase. It's how we manage them when that really matters. So just trying to get better at that as well. So let's see. I might just take some off here. Wait for it to kind of tell me that we are going to step down lower. That this is not just another lick or like a wick of the range lows. And buyer step back in. Again, do have to continue to respect how strong this thing is on the day. Still up 3.6% on the day. So wild. Absolutely wild here. But the selling finally coming in. With any attempts through those 242s, they got slapped back in. Came all the way up to, what was that last pop there? So we got all the way up to 242.28s. Here, this push got up to 48s, and then it came back in. So I was just like, all right, cool. We are making lower highs, so technically this thing is looking like it's going to roll over. The probabilities are starting to stack a little bit as well. And there's hopefully this is the follow through. We did get a follow through the low of the range, but look at how it's moving, man. 20, 30 penny wipes. I'm sitting at 90s. 30 penny wipe has me back to break even. Not even that. A 30, 40 penny wipe has us back to the high of the range as well. So got to be patient with these. Let's see if it'll come in here. The 15 minutes are getting absolutely choppy. The 30 minutes are looking pretty nice here as well. But the hourly is kind of slowing down a little bit at the same time. So I do have to watch all those different frames to see what's going on. A little bit of some noise going into the end of the day. Not as clean as some of the buying that we saw earlier, right? This breakout was nice. The 39 breakout, I think was probably the best one there as we continued to push. Not only that, the prior day high breakout, the 234s, was absolutely mint at the same time here. Wow, you see that? Look at that flush of greens into the ask there as we bid right back above some of those prices. So you know what? I'm just gonna step away from this one probably and ask myself, where is the next trade? So thank you very much. Come again. Let's see if we can hold below 41s, add some resistance, then more than willing to get involved on the next lower high here. What's up, Adara?
A very, very entertaining interview with Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang and also Roland Busch, CEO of Siemens. It's now come to an end with literally this ending here on this note. Jensen Huang was asked, what are your thoughts here on this wealth tax in California? And he said that he hasn't even thought about it because, quote, this person is too busy trying to build the future of AI. So Jensen Huang definitely ending this interview on a high note, to put it mildly. Again, TSLA actually now starting to get a bit of a bump after Jensen Huang praised first the company's technology in the AV space and then Tesla CEO Elon Musk himself. Back to you.
Right on. All right, man, Gaurav. Way to cook up here, brother. I like seeing this. This is cash. This is as cash as it gets. This is what we're looking for from a daily basis, on a daily standpoint, right? Like there it is on SLV, prime time. You can see the similarities within the prints. I'm telling you guys, every single candle tells its own story, and each one writes the novel, right? So you just combine a bunch of them, and eventually you have the bigger picture. But there it is. Nvidia, a nice pop. SLV, a nice pop. Oh, you guessed it. IBIT, a nice pop. Did we get it on the 1 minute? This is a beautiful thing. I mean, if you really enjoy trading, and I get it, it gets extremely frustrating at times. I get frustrated myself. But 1, 2, 3, and then you see the similarities within all these price action prints. I mean, we did it. If you go back into the archives of Trader TV when Sharif and I were doing lessons of the day, we talk about volume price analysis, volume signature print standing out, volume print standing out. Even a stronger print because you have an additional volume candle cooling it down, and then sure enough, look at the volume. Okay, this is a beautiful thing. So look at the volume on this specific candle. I have my crosshairs on that print, and you almost can't even see it, right? But look at the volume. Massive compared to what the actual print is. I'm going to classify this as an anomaly. So keep an eye out on things like this. Extreme lows, extreme highs, and at volume. I can't talk about it enough. I mean, you can build systems based off of that. I created an algo after of all the years of me trading based off of this specific thing. All right? I just typed into GPT and got GPT to write me the script and then refined it based off of that. But I mean, look for this, and essentially this is what trading is, right? It's pattern recognition. So let's have a lot of fun with that. Gaurav, nice work, brother. Let's see if you guys can figure something out. Let's talk to us. We've got 15 minutes left. What is going to be your trade? Oh, that's what I wanted to do, but I don't know if I can go back that far. Yeah, no, I can't. I was going to see what everyone else in the chat's top 3 picks of the year were going to be. There are some interesting names, and I mean, they're not the typical ones that we talk about here on a day-to-day basis, and that's why it was intriguing to me. So, I mean, hey, let's see if you guys want to put those back in the chat, get you guys a little bit more engaged in what we got going on. But I'm going to be honest with you. Gaurav, I want to know your 3 picks, and Mike Peter Ryder, I want to know your picks as well, too, leading into, I mean, we are in the 2026 year, but throughout the rest of the year, that is. Rocket Lab, we got Pathis, that's 1 pick. Anyone in Nike says Penny Style Coaching. Love Pattern says Marco Moscata. Who else do we got? Both pushing for last-minute exits. Space Stock says Adrian Patterson. Oh, okay, not Peterson. But hey, UNH is 1 for me, says Gaurav. Okay, you like UNH for the year of 2026. MVTS, OPTT, ASTS, the miners. Okay, we like that. James Dell, see you in the chat all the time. Who else do we got in here? Sidu, 50 by end of day. Okay, that's not necessarily what I wanted to.
I don't know about that.
What is it at? What is it at right now?
It hit $5 at the day high. I don't know if it's there right now.
Okay, short Nvidia and
Sidu's
silver.
at 474. So.
Oh, okay, all right.
$4.74.
Are you in it right now? You're in Tesla?
I'm in a little bit of Tesla.
You're in Tesla long, okay. Yeah. Oh, you're all at Azani?
Yeah. I mean, it showed me that it's going to come back into the range.
Yeah,
so I'm
yeah.
If you're going to pull some more Fugays in the range, I'm going to let you do that.
Katie, one thing here. I want to read this there. Obi, I like this. Katie Damster says NVDA, Walmart, and McDonald's. Very interesting.
Ooh, McD's right there. So I kind of hesitated punching into 431.5s here on this Tesla. 430, nice little consolidation push here as well. We're breaking next structure is 432.5s, and we're running up into that right now, 432.20s as well. So let's see if that can come into fruition here as we pull up a little bit higher. Wow, there goes Amazon. Look at that. See, this is what I mean. This is what I mean right there.
Yeah, ripped.
Boom.
Good out.
Straight rip out of there. So it's like if you're going to false break the low like that, because like that kind of consolidation, I'm expecting that to go right away. And if it doesn't, then that's more than enough information for me. All right. So anyways, let's see if this Tesla can break through this 32.5s. That's the next kind of high that we had most recently. But again, sellers are very dominant on the day, man. I don't know if Jensen's going to bring this bid back on, but apparently they've got the best stack. Now let's see if this price action can stack on top of its prior levels here as well. So that's what I'm looking for, and you know, just keeping it relatively tight. It's the candles are pretty wide. It's like $1.50 each. So you know, you got to be aware of that and risk accordingly there as well, and just be nimble on your toes. It is Tesla, right? Tesla does a lot of craziness. It's a lot of participants. It's pretty much almost always pretty crowded. So the play style, I definitely think has to be slightly different there. Even though price action is a little fractal, it seems like a lot of the technical stuff gets taken out before the follow through comes in. Kind of goes to show what kind of players are being targeted on this name.
Yeah, right on. Yeah, Gorev, let's go. Rusty, let's rock and roll here. I mean, we're not calling the bottom or anything here on Bitcoin. It seems to be the case though right now. There's just so many things correlating that said, hey, you have to hop in this trade and take it. We went over it time and time again, and throughout me sitting in this chair, we'll continue to do so. So IBIT now down only 2 1/4. All right, 2 1/4. So a nice little move from 51.95, currently trading to 52.26 with only 15 cents of risk. So not too bad of a look whatsoever. Definitely our best trade of the day here on IBIT off of those lows. So a nice little move. Katina, man, you still in AMD there, or what do you got cooking up, brother? 212. He's on 212. Let's pull up Advanced today. Money duplicator 214. That's $2 just like that. Katina, man, nice little move right there on AMD as it's heading right in towards the volume weighted average price, guys. He's nice. Listen, the man said he's $3 ITM on Tesla off of Adara's story. So a nice little move. Obi starting to cook up on Tesla as well. NVDA with a nice little bounce. We got IBIT. I only have that's an odd number, but 7% left here on IBIT. It's easy to do the quick maskies on that one. 7% on what we got on IBIT, so a little bit of a runner. We don't have to worry about that size anymore. What we want to do is pull up TSLA and see what we got going off of those lows. A nice little pop from that 228, Katina, man, all the way up to 428, now up to 431s. So I'm assuming he's long from that neck of the woods. Let's head over to the lower time frames, the LTF here, and see what we got going on. That base being formed, a thing of beauty on Tesla as it's starting to recover. Dare I look at this one? Of course, fear. What does fear stand for, Obi? Face everything and rise. All right, okay. So that's why we're going to look Netflix dead in the eyes, my friend, and see what we got going. And see what we got going on over here. I was obviously just joking around here with that because this is a position that I do currently have on. So Netflix still consolidating. I mean, we had that nice move to the top side, but not doing too much right now.
I'm just looking at what people are talking about here in the chat. John Womack saying Meta algos are on. Okay, let's take a quick look at Meta here. I mean, dude, algos are always on. Don't think they. I mean, some of them turn on and off, sure, but there's always something on some of the Mag 7s for sure. Let's see what Meta is up to here. Okay, all right, cool. So a little bit of buying happening. Nice V-shape recovery here of the selling that kind of became prominent at around 1040, bringing us to a day low of 650, 192s. Now all the way back up to 660. So kind of a sideways chop on this name here on the day. But take a look at some of those legs. Those legs are definitely long and strong each time they go in the direction that they are going. And look at the range on this one right here. So once those sellers step in after that buying is done, you get a 1% move to the downside. You get a 1.5, no, roughly about just over a 1% move back off of the open. I don't know if you're getting short off of the open, but that was also another 1% move. On the break of that trend, got about almost a 1%, 0.75-ish. Let me measure from the low there. Okay, there we go. And that was almost 0.8. Okay, so close enough. So 0.8 there. So yeah, I kind of just hopped out of this Tesla here because I was expecting that 32 halves to go right away, and it didn't. But the thing is, like, it's not, I'm looking for it to go right away. It could just chop around for a little bit and then go. My average is not necessarily the best. It can definitely have, it has room to kind of chop around before it gets back up to VWAP, which, I think it's well within range. Someone, Jensen Huang just mentioned that they have the best stack, right? So that could definitely bring a bid back in. It has been seller dominant all day long. So if those sellers are going to dissipate, then yeah, maybe only one way to go. Wow, look at this, man! Some straight selling. This is a missed trade on my part, and I'm definitely disappointed at myself for not having this trade. Chevron, Chevron continuation, right? Even if you took prior day low breakdown, 159s to 156s, that's still fine. If you took pre-market low break, if you took prior day close, there was a continuation of the initial reaction that we got yesterday coming in off of the open here. So bit of a miss on my part here. TXN, someone was talking about before. XOM is looking kind of similar here as well. Take a look at my friends, Pepsi and Coke. Yeah, a little bit to the downside here as well on Pepsi and Coke at the same time. So Coke kind of more choppy, like I said before. SNDK continues to hold highs, SNDK. So no strong reasons to sell here that I'm seeing, Joe. Just a chop, just kind of a chop. You know what? We can let's draw some arbitrary chart art here at the same time. So we'll go from this point to that point right there. Boom. Bit of a flag happening here. Where's VWAP? Okay, cool. Bit of a flag happening here on the day as we come into the lower end, but this still has its range. If you're not looking at the flag, maybe you're looking at it as a range, and if you're looking at it as a range, then we can just use horizontal support and resistance right there. A little bit of darkness that just happened right there. So if you're looking at that, that's tightened up a little bit as well as this low holds here, and then this low as well. So range and range right there happening here as the SNDK kind of compresses some of the ranges it was having on the initial pullback after that aggressive bid that came in off of the open into the open. I'm just going to measure it off of the 285s because I honestly think that was the trade here. 285s, 20% push happening here off of that pre-market high break. Not only was it a pre-market high break, it was also a higher time frame breakout. So when you go to the weekly here, would you take a look at that? Look at that right there, boom. The high of that candle is 284.76s. So just that 285, just round it up, call it 285. So that breakout was absolutely clean. The only thing was it came in the pre-market, almost a front run going into the open. Just a few minutes before that, you see this candle right here. The low of this candle is 284.20s. The high of the candle is 287. So we already broke out on this candle here, the 924. So maybe with those imbalances, that thing broke out there as well. Wow, good out on Tesla. That thing just, it kind of stalls that action and then pulls right back in, slaps all the way down back through 231s. So yeah, I don't necessarily want to stay involved with that one just yet in the direction that I was initially. What else do we have going on here? Marvell, not really looking too marvelous today as that shake and bake, pop and drop, whatever you want to call it. Something was said during CES, and you have that strong push all the way up into VWAP, and then got sold right back in. Going into the last 2 hours of the day here, we're getting some more selling here. We could not get above this 90 level. So that's what I was watching here on MRVL. You guys saw earlier, I did have it on my screen for a very long time, but it was kind of just chopping in this $1 range between 89 and 90. And I was just like, I don't really know what to do with this. But that 88 back through was absolutely clean as well, and good reason to buy. I was attempting to hit short here, but it just dropped down 50 pennies instantly, kind of held a little bit of a stall, and then ripped right back up through that 88 level. So I'm like, I really don't know what to do with this as of right now. But what are you guys going on? What is RGC? Reddit making moves apparently. Regicell Biosciences. All right, so let's see. That's not really looking too great right now. Reddit, okay, Reddit's pushing to its highs as well. Are these all? I think Reddit was pushing all-time highs recently, was it not? Let me check the weekly. Nope, it was not. I stand corrected by the chart and price action always. Okay, 282.95s is the all-time high, intraday high on Reddit. But take a look at this. We're kind of breaking out of this consolidation right here. What was that high? That high was 246.15. Let's see how 246.15 was interacted with in the intraday action here. 246-ish area right here. So we got below it, strong selling. Attempt to push back up into it in that area, rough area. We got to a high of 247.5s. Selling came back in, and then finally a distinctly different bid with some expanding volume going through 248s as well takes us all the way through that opening range high at 251.70s, currently trading at 252. So now the high of day is 252.70s there. Wow, Marvell's really kind of starting to do a bit of selling here as of right now. SNDK, what are you up to? Still sideways chop, low volume, man. Here's the thing, SNDK had really strong volume in the morning session, and look at the volume dropping off here. Now the volume dropped off, but the price hasn't dropped off. So guess what, Joe? This is definitely going to stay interesting for me tomorrow, for sure, for sure.
Sandisk, yeah. You're going to look for the continuation?
I mean, I don't know if I'm going to look for the continuation, but I pointed out the range that I just, like this range right here, this range in range. I'm going to be watching some of these levels to see if we do any sort of a breakout of that range. If we break out to the highs, let's see if we continue. Do we continue, fake, stop out, pull back in? Or do we break down to the lows? Does 330 hold as some support? It was support today. This area, 239.50s is that low. Does that hold? Does this hold 235s? I have no idea, but I'm going to be looking for just support and resistances. Can we hold or break those? This range is very distinct for me after, what is this, almost a 20% move to the highs there. Again, I'm just going to measure it off of that 85. Yeah, 20% move from open to the highs there. So if we're going to hold a 20% move in the upper quartile and just range really tightly all day, I'm definitely looking for some sort of a range break, a range fake, or just a range hold on the day tomorrow. So different iterations. I have no idea what it's going to do, but I'll try to have a plan for each and every one.
Yeah, exactly. If and then statements. Nice work there. All right, iGrow Fighting, man. Let me know a little bit more detail later on in the day. I'm pretty sure Obi and I will be sitting here in these seats, but enough is enough. We've had a pretty solid one. Yeah. Again, not the most amount of trades. I've taken 4 trades on IBIT and 1 on SMR. This has been our best one of the day, so we're happy with that one. A couple other attempts there on IBIT that we never really got rocking and rolling, hitting key price targets. This is our only loss on the day. Obi, I'm pretty sure you had a good one as well. I don't think you had a loss. It doesn't seem like on today's session. I'm not going to obviously assume anything. I honestly
don't remember.
He doesn't remember. It's essentially irrelevant because he's just trading the price action. So there it is, guys. It's now 2 o'clock. You will see us momentarily, see me momentarily with the afternoon rundown, but it's time to send it off to Neil and Sean. You most definitely have some banger trades on, guys. Have a good one, and you'll see us same time tomorrow. Yes, make sure you tune in for the options activity. 8:20, show starting at 8, and then we're going to run through some of the bigger names and the more active ones on the options chain come 8:20 tomorrow morning.
Take it easy, guys.
So 820 is options. Okay, I always say upgrades and downgrades, but now I will.
We had a hard time.
Now I will never forget that it is 820
on the dime.
Oh yeah, we have
because everything always has to be exactly at the right time with Fair TV Live. Like we don't start at 2:02 in the afternoon show like we are right now. No, look, you guys know. Ultimately, there's a lot to consume. But we're not network television, so when you come in the morning, you're gonna get everything that you expect. But if options don't start at 8:20, don't hate on us too much. Joe said something that he was interested in SMR.
Yeah, we've been trading that all day.
It was in SMR. Actually, that's the one coming into VWAP that I'm paying attention to right now, and really it just comes down to like the structure of the morning. Like it was like this 19 to 1910, and then that's going to be VWAP, and then you're going to throw out. That it was afternoon resistance as well on SMR. So this is kind of the spot that I'm looking for. We can obviously keep it to the ground today because when you think about CES, all the headlines that have come through, there's been a lot of individual headlines. So you want to keep your ear to the ground. That's why we have Adara. That's why you have SIA. My earpiece is in. I'm going to make sure that my new service is restarted and that kind of a thing, because we've had a bunch. Tesla came out of nowhere. There was a Marvell headline. I thought we knew about the acquisition, but it seemed to move the stock anyways. Like Marvell.
The biggest story was that Tesla. I mean,
well, Marvell was stupidity, the movement.
Yeah, I see that it went to the downside. But this was, Adara literally came and said, Jensen, I was sitting right here. And she said, I don't know, Obi and Joe, I don't know if they were on Tesla or not, but this is literally, you can rewind the tape and go to 140, 139, and listen to what Adara was talking about. She said, Jensen came on and said, Tesla has the best AI stack, something to that extent. And I was like, Nvidia mentioned something about Tesla. Okay. So we just bought twice, man. I got hit on the bid, and then I punched even more long, and then $3 it goes. Well, it's $2 now. So yeah, $3. So it goes up to 432 right there. And that's just by opening up your ears and listening. So that was, not only was it at the bottom, which helped the trade for sure. And that's why we got out of a little bit right quick there again. And then honestly, we've been taking a bath on SoFi trying to find that bottom, and now we're short. But also AMD, man. AMD was getting hit all day, and we just sat there and boom, again. Right there. So nice, found the bottom, and now basically out of that. We'll have to wait to see where AMD goes. But yeah, man, it was perfect timing on this Tesla trade. And I want to thank Adara and thank everybody for paying attention to what she has to say. Maybe hopefully not as much as what Neil and I have to say, but that was a big trade. And I want to thank Adara for that one. Put that one right in the sky. So that was a good one for us there on Tesla. I'm now out of 65% of it. Maybe I'll get out of a little bit more right here, but a big trade alert obviously there on Tesla, and we'll see what happens with SoFi and then AMD. I have 5% left of AMD, so hopefully that continues to work out as well. But we'll see what happens with Tesla here. I just got another piece out there. We'll see if it can go a little bit higher than where we are right now. Getting less and less interested in this trade, but the 200 period is a spot for now. Down 4.5%. I mean, the market's up 1%. So
there's a lot of that going on today. Like Nvidia is a great example of that. Nvidia went red several times after trying to get back into the green. Marvell was going super strong. And what's weird about the Marvell thing is we knew about the deal. They announced it at like 10 o'clock as well. And then you see like there was movement to the downside. Then during CES, there was another crazy spike. It went $3.50 up, followed by $5 down, and then came back like $2.50, and now it's headed right back into the low. So the volatility on some of these chip names is going to be a little bit intense, but you got to pick your spots. SMR is coming right into that volume weighted average price. It's trying to break out here. Well, I'm not in the front end, thankfully, looking at this VWAP. Going to wait to see if it shows any weakness here, as SMR maybe tries to go a little full circle, but I'll give it a chance to fail under VWAP and take that shot to the downside. The other one I'm tracking is a V-shaped recovery of sorts. Well, not really, it already did it. But Intel looking higher lows. Intel was a big dog this morning, in addition to AMD and some of the other chips. But this is approaching the high of the day. So I had a reversion short before, it bounced off VWAP, so we got out. Now I'm just gonna look at this top. We're either fading this same 39.8 area, or we're looking for an afternoon potential breakout here on Intel. So we'll let you guys know, and we'll let Joe get set up. I see him matriculating out over the desk. Let us know what you guys are trading here. Chop overall in this market is all I got to say. And so you want to make sure you get chopped up. I'm trying to avoid any headshots.
Oh, they came?
What came?
Our vests from ICE. Okay, and yeah, not that ICE. We're talking about Intercontinental Exchange right here. Not going to be going around the city of Toronto. We don't do that around here. There's Tesla right there, 432. Nice movement, and we just got out of some more there, so I just want to tell people that nice out there in and around 432 up to 433. We'll see if it gets going up there, and I might just get out of AMD as we break through the 200 period moving average right here. I'll just offer it out there. Okay, we'll hold a small piece there of AMD as we break through the 200 period, a little small opportunity there. Yeah, we're working with ICE. Yeah, that is for sure. Yeah, SMR,
The second you said it, I was like,
yeah. So put your passport numbers and all that stuff in the chat, and we'll double check them for you. So,
but they kicked us out of the Hilton. So
don't worry. What was that? What was that?
Oh, you didn't hear?
No.
Oh, so people. So apparently, look, from what I heard, I read this online. There's a couple of articles that there were, I think it was ICE officials, I believe, were staying at a Hilton.
Oh, okay,
Or they got kicked out, or they had the reservation canceled.
What?
And then there's this and then people are boycotting Hilton over that.
Okay.
Because hold on a second. What's
These are the ICE vests right here.
HJV? Is that what it is?
Oh, ICE.
Nah.
So there it is. there.
Finance Pro.
Yeah, so now we can all be. Show me your passport days immediately. Yeah, thank
The
you.
fact that it's a vest and it has ice on it.
Yeah.
Hey,
Oh,
there we
good.
go.
Oh, good. All right, thanks, Mark. Yeah, you've seen Mark come in here again. So there it is, ICE. We'll have to say a big shout out to Mark O'Keefe from Intercontinental Exchange. So thank you so much for hooking us up with that. But there it is. Nice vest, man. There we go. So we'll
See my vest, see my vest.
my vest. See my vest.
It's made of something
Hey,
gorilla.
oh, Gorilla Glue? No. Okay, so all right, so SoFi, unfortunately, guys, I mean, we've been shorting it, longing it, doing all the best things with SoFi. I thought we could, okay, here it goes. If it breaks 26.35, we're out. I mean, now it's starting to get going again. So we just tried to short this on SSR, kind of underneath the I mean, it hasn't been working, so whatever. I mean, we just covered a little bit down there at 24.25 on ICE, on SoFi right there. But okay, here it goes. So it is going to break that top right now. You could wait until 43, 44. Okay, it's going to go, and there it is, punching me out there at 36. So we'll stop another fail there. Another fail on SoFi as it just keeps on going upside. They're trying to short it against its 10% downside play, but I don't know. We just got stopped. I mean, do I want to get back in there? I don't know. Got to give this a couple more minutes before this one does anything. It's Tesla right now, nicely cooking on AMD. We're down on Nvidia today, trying to go long. That's breaking the lows too, it looks like right now. SMR is flat. SMCI is up today, although it looks like that was wrong, all the way down to 29 bucks. That kept on going. I mean, some of these tech names, and then SMR we're flat on, but there goes SMR. We said 1875 as a long. That was good, but I mean, it gets down to 1820, so we had to get out of there right away. But yeah, that's what's happening right now in my land. But yeah, just waiting for AMD and waiting for Tesla, but more shares on Tesla than AMD. So we'll give it a little bit of a go here and see if this can go long. Yeah, long SoFi, I don't know, it's down 10%. I bought more in my long-term account today on SoFi, so I really like this stock, and I've already said it's going to be a pick of mine moving forward, as is Marvell. So I actually get a benefit today. Both the stocks I like are down, so maybe a better price action for that contest.
I like
of ours.
that overreaction to the oil overreaction, because it was twofold. You had CVX and, well, I mean, whatever, all of them, all of the oil names kind of going down for a couple of days in a row. And then you had here in Canada, up and then rejecting. And then you had here in Canada some energy names that I guess panicked in yesterday's session. Like you had a dividend name like Enbridge drop 4% because of fears, I suppose, that the U.S. wouldn't be as much of a client going forward. It's like, come on, man. Way too big of an overreaction. So I like that one. We're going to get into the rundown as we speak. But before we go to the desk, I want to point out critical metals, which I'm pretty sure a few people were talking about earlier, going a bit parabolic on no news that I can find. So watch out for CRML. That is running. Probably not the top of the list on the rundown. My guess is, well, I'm going to say Tesla because that's what I see in front of me.
Okay.
All right, guys, welcome back to the afternoon rundown. This segment chose by you. So make sure you get in the chat. put in those tickers, $ at the front, and then we talk about the names that you guys want to go over in the afternoon rundown. Before we start things off, let's take a look at some of the major averages here, guys. At the top of the list, we have the IWM leading the way on today's intraday session, up 1.1%. And in second place, we have the Dow Jones up 1.8% approximately. And with the Qs and the SPY, roughly around a 0.5% positive on today's intraday session. Now, as for the top performing sectors as well, too, guys, we have the healthcare leading the way, up almost 2% here or I guess today through the majority of the session, but at the bottom end of the range. Something that we thought would be hot for quite some time doesn't seem to be necessarily the case, down 2.44% is XLE. But let's get right into the afternoon rundown and some of the tickers that you guys want to talk about. And leading the way is going to be SoFi. SoFi, not so high here. Goldman Sachs maintaining a neutral on SoFi Technologies, lowering its price target to $24. That's a couple points lower than where we're currently trading. Sia.
So the SoFi was down 8% in pre-market, and it's currently down almost 10%, which is a 13% decline from the stock in December. And the massive 1.5 billion stock offering announced in December could possibly be the reason for the volatility. 100%. The stock has also tumbled 10% after Bank of America resumed the coverage of the company at an underperform rating and suggested that there was more downside ahead. It's funny because I just bought 2 shares of SoFi today.
Oh, you bought?
Yeah.
Okay, wonderful stuff. Well, with Goldman Sachs putting a neutral rating and lowering once again, guys, the price target from $27 to $24.
That's cute, 2 shares. Yeah, I bought some. I bought 50 shares here. I just averaged in today to the SoFi position. Let's go figure out what's going on with SoFi. And we didn't, we asked all morning sort of what the story was about SoFi. And yeah, it actually started out the day flat. So there was actually nothing going on with SoFi there, all pre-market. This is where we closed. It was up here at 29 bucks. Everybody likes the financials. I didn't even really have it on my, I didn't have it on my list at all. And then we only got involved once it dropped all the way down into 27 bucks. Then we started to buy and sell. And we were basically flat or up on SoFi, I think, when we left at 11 o'clock. But we've made a mess right now trying to go long sort of off the bottom. And then that last short, it's a good thing we got out of it because now it breaks way higher now as we tried to short this whole basic move there on SoFi right back up. And I wanted to give it basically to the 50 period. We should have stopped out there, but it was just pretty choppy. We did have a move back in where we were able to cover a little bit just before we came on, or just as we were on there at 2 o'clock. And then bang, there goes SoFi straight up to the upside. So yeah, man, it just keeps on going. But I do like your thinking there, Sia, because SoFi is going to be a pick of mine for 2026. I really like moving forward with SoFi. I think it's going to be a big bank at some point, just a baby one now. We'll see if SoFi can recover. I think it will. But yeah, I like SoFi for this year. It's going to be one of my plays. And I bought down there at 26. So I bought a little bit more today as well. And I like the stock. It's one of the ones I'm putting my money back into.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not quite yet adding to it. But look, I love SoFi has been a holding for a while. And I see this year as a buying opportunity. I was actually showing Thea this chart too. This is a monthly chart on SoFi. And whatever, like we've seen this pattern before. There's your IPO top, and then it's like a big U. And then look at the consolidation. So last month when you had the red month, what does it do? It bounces right above that top at 26. So 26 is a very crucial hold. If we lose 26, I think you're almost wading back into the 20 level. I'm sitting at 20. I still have a stink bid at $22.22, which whatever. Like that's either gonna, I think it's at the end of the month is good too. It's either gonna expire and put a new one in, or I'll maybe even get filled. But if we can start to hold this 26 level, probably at least midway through the month, when I'm more convinced that we have some support there, I might nibble in a bit early. Because on the monthly chart, this still absolutely looks fine. But if you lose that 26, I think you have some serious backfill. But if you're holding it for the long term, I don't think it's that bad. But reality is it's like 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 for 4 in SoFi. If I take every single trend break, this one probably would be good enough. But like at that point, you can't really work that way at the end of the day. So yeah, it's like, well, if you like all these other trend breaks or bounce levels, why didn't you take the one at 26? Because at some point, It's like if it doesn't make sense, just get out of just get out of its way. I think with this particular name, and it's worth noting. If I can load, if someone wants to load up a little bit faster, like if I look at, look, they're not the same thing, but if I look at some other places, like say like a Robinhood, this was only down about 3 points. It is trending down, and they're basically moving the same. One is just moving 3 times more than the other. So this can't be seen as, oh well, everyone's kind of getting hit. And SoFi on big volume took a big dent out, so it's going to need some convincing that it's going to look a little bit better. Wow, SMR really took off VWAP.
Yeah, that was a great trade, damn it.
That is, there hasn't been a red candle on SMR in quite some time. So that is absolutely not a short. But again, that's why sometimes you got to wait for the back end of the trade. I'm actually looking at IBIT because IBIT's very close to a local breakout here. I was long at 52.10 a couple times, and then it kind of broke down. Now it's trying to break out this 30. So I'm looking for this 30 breakout on IBITs. We'll go to the desk, and maybe this time it'll be Tesla. I guessed wrong last time.
0 for 2, Neil. That's not much fun now, is it? No, obviously being sarcastic. All right, guys, next on the list, we have the very most popular Nvidia continuing to expand its partnerships with Siemens and reinnovating the end-to-end industrial value chain from design and engineering to manufacturing, production, operations, and into supply chains. So AI still very much in vogue. What do you have for us, Neil?
So Nvidia also announced at CES in Las Vegas as of today that its autonomous vehicle AI called Alpha Mayo is going to be available in certain Mercedes-Benz vehicles as of Q1 in 2026. Nvidia also plans to roll out the vehicle AI in Europe and Asia after its US launch. Nvidia has also added that it's working with the robotaxi operators and aims to have its autonomous vehicle tech in fleets as soon as 2027 to achieve level 4 or true autonomous driving capability. Stocks have risen almost 1% after that announcement today.
Beautiful stuff. All right, so CES 2026, guys, bringing multiple volatility spikes into the market and into names like NVDA. How are we playing this?
My thought was sell the news on these types of plays. I didn't, not specifically on Nvidia, because Nvidia never really tagged that anywhere close. Well, it got somewhat close to these tops in here. Like I was specifically looking at 193 there, and then you had a wick high 93 into 93.5, and so it looked like we were trending in to 193. It just didn't quite get there. I ended up in Intel short, which I'm actually looking at for potential break right now. But it just feels to me, oh yeah, no, not split adjusted. It just feels to me like we're in a bit of a range bound off the 50 period here on Nvidia. So it's low, it's mid 180s. But the bad thing about this support area that we're sitting in right now is, as I said, this 92 area or 92, 93, where all that selling is going on. So you've got some support mid 80s, but at some point, if you have this heavy selling coming in every time we think there's going to be good news, you eventually end up breaking this flat bottom. So I came in thinking we'd be looking for some fades. I end up in Intel a couple times, and I'm looking for a third mean reversion off this 40 level. It's basically been giving you point and a half each time, but this has actually been strong. And Nvidia, best of the best, is the one that decides that it's going to be weak. But until it breaks that channel, there's nothing to panic about on Nvidia. Like if you consolidate sideways like this after a move up, it's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just no follow through till whoever is selling here or whomever is selling here at 192 to 93 can get chewed through. With any luck, we don't break 186, because structurally that's going to kind of suck if you lose that support at 86, and that'll drag a lot of things down with it. I copped this one to sell the news on CES and wouldn't be overreacting.
All right. Yeah, we tried to go long on NVIDIA, but our better play was just waiting for the bottom or some kind of a bottom on AMD. So like we just, let this all fall down basically, and try to take a little bit of an advantage there on a 50 period break. And then against the low of the day, it took off. We're pretty lucky to grab that trade, to be honest with you. But there it goes, straight upside. And around 1 o'clock is when it started to go. We just took a little bit out there again at the 200, but I think we're going to offer around 214 again, see if we can get something out of the top side. And we're getting out some more SoFi. I did go short there against 61s, just the potential top, and this 50 pair. We already talked about SoFi, but just right into here. So finally, we get to the 50 period moving average. Now might be time to look at a short. But I mean, just against that top wick, and we only covered 20% there. So might take another L here, trying to go short on SoFi. Tesla's $4 right now in the money, so we don't have too much to worry about that one. But Nvidia, yeah, we tried it early and just didn't work out, and we were able to get out of it. So here the greens are all the buys. We were able to catch a little bit there off 188.50 or so, and then eventually when we took down that 188, we had to hop out of it. So a loss there on Nvidia trying to catch the falling knife. It never works, man. Trying to catch falling knives never really works. Better off waiting until you can finally think about a bottom, and that looks like it was at 187.50. So, oh man, the market keeps ticking higher right now, and Nvidia just now turning green. So, yeah, potentially there is a move to retrace back upside here on Nvidia, but with the market up 1% and Nvidia just turning green now, I still think it's a fade. But if you look here, you don't have too much else to do until this 200 period, so that's 188.50. So if you have patience, I think it might be worth a while just to wait around and see if you can hit something on that Nvidia short 188.50 up to 189. I'd give it that much room at least. So there it is. All right, let's go back over and see what the next stock to talk about is.
Even more popular here, Katina, man, we have Tesla up next. A lot going on here with this name. We're down approximately 13.5% off of its previous all-time highs, but the competition is starting to ramp up for this name. Tesla's rivals, Lucid, unveiling its prototype robotaxi and also collaborating with Uber amid strong Q4 deliveries. Tesla down slightly here this morning, but what's slightly alarming is the 13.5% off of its previous all-time highs.
So while this could potentially be a concern for Tesla, Elon Musk has rejected basically every post on social media and has not made any comment in favor of that. But he has said exactly what Tesla is doing on X. I'm not losing sleep over this, and I genuinely hope they succeed, right after the Alpamayo announcement this morning. And Tesla is down 4.17%. It was almost down 5% after the Alpamayo announcement. And another thing of note here is that in December, Tesla's UK numbers fell 29% year over year, which is quite not a small number.
No, not at all. Market share continuously dropping across the pond there, guys. Boston Dynamics also debuting Tesla's Optimus rival Atlas robot teams up with Google's DeepMind as Hyundai prepares deployment. We're down 13.5%, guys, off of that previous almost $500 mark. What are we doing with Tesla?
$4.99. Before we get to that, let's just throw out the super chat from David here, because thank you for answering, David, because we were just kind of, you had that great story in the morning talking about your gains on the year, and we were just curious, day trading and swing trading. So you had 373 realized from day trading, but swing trading actually lost. So mostly on Tesla and Nvidia, which tanked last day of 225 when they sold. So I guess you were swinging them into the end of the year, but ended up. So I guess another question would be, do you use the same account for both? I'm going to assume yes, you do, which that's not easy for a lot of people to go between day and swing in the same account, because it would be easy to turn day trades into swing trades. So congratulations. David Blacklock. Love the name. Appreciate you for sure. Look, Tesla, we said Tesla was in the penalty box. It just, when I say that, it doesn't mean like the company's bad or any of that kind of stuff. It just means there was one up day in the last, since that 500, every day has been a down day with the exception of this really just yesterday. Some of them have been pretty nasty. Others have been somewhat structured where you found some support. Today was on the nasty side. And if you were looking for any kind of a pop and fade, there was never, you just had to be sitting there short from the absolute open. I think what to watch here would be what happens when we get back into support. And 2 days ago, before we had the update, that 435 zone on Tesla. Are we going to hold? Are we holding these levels in here? Or are we looking for another push eventually down into the 420? Where I'm kind of thinking it's 400, it's 420. Those would be some bigger levels. Maybe you can put 1 or 2 days in a row. You're about to lose. Unless there's an absolute miracle, you're probably losing the 50-period moving average today on Tesla. So that $500 pullback, reasonably speaking, it's not even that bad if it gets to $400 for Tesla. It's done this kind of a thing before. We went 480 to 380, so 500 to 400 is effectively the same move that it just did in November in 3 weeks in November. That's not even November or December. And then next thing you know, you're pressing to the 500. So it's still upward trending. I wouldn't have too many concerns with that. I could draw you a trend line, and I'll tell you right now, it's still holding it on Tesla. I'd be more concerned if we do lose that 420 this week, though.
Okay, we're 450 in the money now on Tesla. I mean, this is going to be the P&L number one here. And one trade. And this just goes to show you, like, this is the benefit of listening and watching what we're talking about here at Trader TV Live. Honestly, Adair just said, Jensen, Tesla, I bought immediately. I just said it's at the low of the day. Very, very easy for me to bear risk on this trade, and there it goes. So this is why this stock right here today is number one, and I think Tesla is one of the best day trading stocks around, right? I mean, it gives you tons of opportunity, but at the same time, it's very, very range bound once it gets going. But we were lucky enough to find that bottom, and the news hits right when it was at the lows. So yeah, great story there for Tesla. Happy to be on this one here today. And there it goes, monster move to the upside. I still really like the name, and like I already said this morning, I actually based the trade down for everybody. I said you could buy some this morning if you wanted to at the 50 period, and then look to see if you can get a little bit more down here around that 400 marker. And then if you get into those levels, yeah, then you got a decision to make and figure out which levels at that point are key. A lot of stocks go to the 200 period and bounce. We've seen Amazon do that. Would not surprise me. Tesla is still going, but wouldn't surprise me if Tesla does get into this like 380 to 360 area. And at that point, it's even more of a buy than it is right now. So yeah, I still love Tesla here, and good trading for sure. Getting lighter and lighter, man. Less than 20% now on this trade left. So we'll go back over to the desk and see what stock is next. Palantir's on one today too, by the way.
Palantir is not it, but a fellow tech bull here, Dan Ives, seeing a potential 25% spike in the tech space throughout 2026. But the name that we're going to be talking about here is Micron, up a staggering 432% from our benchmark of the April lows.
Yep. Memory stocks overall are soaring pretty high today. And CNBC also did a report earlier today about, and it also mentioned that certain prices for computer memory chips needed to support certain artificial intelligence services, which is what also caused Micron stock to surge, and now currently is up 8%.
Yes, another substantial move. And according to Benzinga here, what we're seeing is that Micron is just trading at a 9.8 times forward PE. Still relatively cheap, guys. What do you think?
9.8?
Micron actually, compared to some other chip names, it's been for a long time trade much, much cheaper multiples than some of the other chip names. And that's, just look at it historically, that's going to be true. It's not even the most impressive name. Just very quickly, SMR, zero red candles for the last 50 minutes, and now it's breaking trends. So I'm just hopping in, stop at the top, looking for VWAP effectively. I know Ocul is also going as well, so anyone watching the nuclear space, they kind of went on this weird, just maybe program buying, whatever you want to call it, but it looks like it's slowed down, so I'm looking for a reversion there. There has not been a slowdown in Micron. I take you, look, you can take Micron and I'd raise you SNDK, which is going absolutely even 23%. It's up 3 times. It's also breaking out. The story is DRAM. The story is that nobody seems to think this lack of supply and this increased demand is going to go anywhere for at least the next year. And while that's happening, because of the reasonable multiple, like these guys are just getting buyers on every single dip and going parabolic. SanDisk is literally squeezing every single day at this point, like it's going out of hand. So this is one where I say I find it so much easier to say things like it's a short till it's not, because I find when stocks go are bad for a while, they're much more likely to just go down a bunch of days in a row. Whereas like Micron's last couple of days have been like kind of wishy-washy, like down day, ridiculous up day, ridiculous down day, ridiculous up day. Like it's doing this yo-yo up here where maybe you just wait for it to pull back and consolidate and then just take the break off the consolidation. Like give it the old like 50-50. You know, if it's a big down day before, just find a resistance level the next day and then take a breakout through. Because it was so weak yesterday, it would be hard to have come in today thinking you're going to break it out. on Micron. So I wasn't even thinking about this name after what we saw in yesterday's trade. But behold, maybe that's the pattern. Just find a resistance level when it's weak and then take the breakout. When it's weak, there's a resistance level, and just take the breakout. So maybe look for weakness tomorrow. Follows that pattern.
Wow. Like Tesla's going up a little more than obviously I had thought here. So I just have an offer now, 434.50s, and then 435 where VWAP is. I don't know if there's going to be any stopping to this, and we just did take a back end trade there again on SoFi. So I don't know, more covering down here. Just trying to make back a little bit there. We're short at 62. We got some 50. The best we got was 54s or 55s there. So yeah, here comes SoFi right back there to the upside. Yeah. All these names, man, continue to work. I don't think Palantir will be on, but there it goes, Palantir. Trying to take out this 180.25 again. This is the craziest stock because we should have had it right there at 175. You know, we talked about that a couple times on the show, and then there again at 176. Wow, good trading today for PLTR. We'll go over to Neil and then back over to Joe.
Your heart beats 100,000 times today, or at least it likely will, and every single beat is going to be a data point. AI/ML innovations on the CSE as AI/ML, you can find on the OTC, AI/MLF, turns that data into life-saving insights with max yield. It's an AI engine that filters noise and labels each heartbeat with lab-grade precision and shrinks ECG analysis from days to minutes. And I can tell you, if you've ever had a bunch of heart testing, it's a pretty valuable insight. Their mission is to revolutionize, everybody, how heart disease is detected and monitored and eventually prevented. So learn more at AI/ML.health and follow at AIML_Innova on X. Shout out to them. You can scan the QR code you see right there out in front of you, everybody. And we'll go back. I think we have one more to talk about. This time I can't really guess.
Maybe Big Bear AI?
Oh, yeah.
All right, one more guess. Come on, throw it out there.
Open door.
You got it.
Oh, no. Come on, man.
It's not even on
the ultimate
Amazon?
No, come on. It's the
Rocket
ultimate.
Lab.
It's the ultimate tech ETF. Who is it? It's Google.
ARK.
ARK. No, obviously being sarcastic. Just saying so much involved here with Google. But yet, continuing to expand its partnership, Snowflake is going to be on the receiving end here, bringing Gemini 3 to Cortex AI for faster enterprise. Now, as for Snowflake's guys, Snowflake, we are up a staggering 92% from our benchmark in the April lows. Google performing relatively well as well, too.
So we also know that in CES Las Vegas today it was announced that Gemini AI will be collaborating with Boston Dynamics to equip humanoid robots with intelligence. So it's also going to allow them to operate in an unfamiliar environment and manipulate real-world scenarios and objects. So the robotics model is now will be deployed across several Boston Dynamic platforms, including the humanoid Atlas and the four-legged robot Spot. Also, in the coming months, the robots are expected to be tested inside Hyundai auto factories, which is basically what management says would be a practical setting on how AI could translate into automotive industries, which is a really cool outlook if you ask me.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, this autonomous vehicle play is going to be in vogue for quite some time, and I think with Google's Waymo, we're going to see a lot more to come. But this tech giant, guys, up 124% from our benchmark of the April lows and only a couple percentage points off of the all-time high. How are we looking at Google, guys?
Google's amazing, but I don't want you guys to get the idea that like we're just terrible at predicting what you guys are interested in, because I don't think we are. I'm just going to quickly point out, this is what I'm looking at. BBAI is on the list that we guessed. Rocket Lab is on the list that we guessed. Amazon is on the list that we also guessed. You got Silver, there's Opendoor, SNDK we talked about, Sidhu, ALMS. That's fine. I mean, I didn't see. That's why I was a little bit surprised, especially on a day where maybe not even the best traction for Alphabet. This one, people get hurt when you're this strong off at the open, and then look at it double bottom here, like right off the prior close was 36.5, and then it's like, oh well, we're just bouncing, and we're gonna go again for a John. It gets into VWAP, and then just rinses everybody throughout the day. But I think to an even greater extent than like Tesla, which we were just talking about, nothing. There's absolutely nothing. Like Alphabet has been on, there's two tears, there's the April low, but I'm sort of keyed in like the most recent move in the beginning of September when it broke this like really tight channel to the upside. When it broke that, it really accelerated to the upside. And since then, this pullback, you've already had the pullback bounce off prior highs. Again, if you lose 300, we can tell a different story. But this is a name that has so many moats. I love that Joe calls it like an ETF. That's a good way to think about it. The exposure that you get with Alphabet is fantastic, right? You like streaming? YouTube is a beast. YouTube is #1 in my house. That's not how it started, but that's how it's ending in my household, where it's just all YouTube. My daughter just YouTube this, YouTube that. You want automated driving, you got that too. You want advertising, you got that too. You want cloud, you've got that. You want AI, fine. You want quantum computing, you got that too. Like Google gives you everything that you need. It's probably one of the easiest stocks if you didn't want to just buy an index to be invested in if you believe in tech. That said, I think you wait. With the price action we're seeing today relative to the market, maybe this is a wait until it retests the 300 before going into some more interesting levels here on Alphabet. So it's been an absolute beast, just not today.
So we got that 550 there on Tesla, and I already put this out, man. If you guys are not following, and I got to give, here she comes right now probably, but I got to give all the credit for this trade to Adara, who's just back in the building right now. There it is, man. She mentioned this. As soon as Jensen and Tesla was talked about, we went long. So there's $5 right there taken out. So thank you to Adara for that one. Definitely putting a smile on this guy's face. And I think Google is one of now the largest holdings in the portfolio, and I want to buy more, to be honest with you. Although I've said this year, we bought a little bit more Netflix at $90 today, and we bought a little bit more SoFi already today. But my idea for this year would really to be, and it's funny that Joe mentioned this, but to get more indexes, right? And so to get, something more into the S&P 500 rather than individual stocks. But yeah, I really like Google, and it's just really appreciated right now. And the problem is the valuation, right? We're starting to get a little frothy on some of these values. I really liked Google down there when it was 17 or 18 PE. Now the market has a valuation of around 27, I believe. So let me just go see what Google's is against. Yeah, of course, the S&P 500. Yeah, so there's so now Google is no longer cheaper than the market. So I'm not, at these prices, fine. I obviously love the stock, love the fact that I'm holding the stock, but I don't think it's a buy right in and around here now. I think it's gone a little bit too far, but it can still grow. It's not, no problems. Just as some of the names that, or some of the reasons why Neil just gave, those are high growth areas. So you sometimes have to pay up for growth, and they'll move into their valuation, right? So it's nothing wrong with the valuation. I really like it, and I think that it's a decent one, high 20s into 30. Just it's been cheaper, and that's where that run has come from. Just as Joe said, if we're going to call this an ETF, should an ETF move 115% in 8 months? Yeah, maybe not, but there it goes, upside anyways. Just let it cool down a little bit, right? We could come back. We've seen Amazon back at the 200s, as we've talked about before, Apple, all that. So there's a lot of opportunity for this name to fall back in, and when it does, I think it's arms open and you welcome it into your portfolio. So we really like that stock. And it looks like AMD does not get to I was just waiting up here near the highs again. It doesn't look like it's going to get to that, but maybe it does. 214.50 in line there for AMD. All right, it's Sia over there at the desk with Happening Now.
Thank you. So API Crude Oil Stock Exchange will come out at post-market 4:30 p.m. today. Also want to remind you that tomorrow we will have the 30-year mortgage rate at 7 a.m. Let's take a look at some headlines for today. Meta has delayed its Ray-Ban display glasses because of certain inventory limits. The company has planned to launch the products in France, Italy, and UK and Canada this year. However, CEO Mark Zuckerberg said that due to unprecedented demand in the US, there are inventory concerns, but currently Meta stock is up 0.25%. We're going to move on to Nvidia here. Nvidia has launched its family, like I said earlier, of open AI models with the research community that will accelerate the next era of safe reasoning-based autonomous vehicle development, as said by the company called AAPL. And Nvidia shares are trading negative 0.5% at the moment. There was no major change after the announcement in the stock. Also going to take a quick look at Ford today. One of my favorite brands ever. Ford has reported its best sales since 2019. Ford Motors said on Tuesday that its U.S. vehicle sales last year has increased 6%, marking the company's best annual sales since the year 2019, with 2.2 million vehicles that have been sold in 2025. Also, Ford's hybrids are more popular right now than ever, but the company has discontinued the all-electric F-150 Lightning as part of its refocusing on electrification strategy, and Ford currently is up almost 3%. That's all, and back to the guys.
3% on Ford is actually nothing to sniff at. You know, usually that stock ain't moving much. Let's be real, but yeah, that
Not much.
No, like, I mean, obviously the F-150 is incredibly popular. Like, you could see, like, at first thought when there was that discontinuing of it, I was like, is that the right play? Because I think that's kind of an indictment of, you could have looked at it as an indictment of the EV, but I think it was, in some ways, it's turned out to be, no, people just absolutely love the regular F-150 so much that why would they, it's gonna take something to move off of it. And maybe that, I think that might have been more of it. So I'd still pick GM over Ford. They've just been executing better. Their numbers consistently are better. The stock has been performing better. But yeah, good for Ford, for sure. Like you've been doing pretty well with both those two names, surprisingly so, because GM's been fantastic. You're doing much better than you think with Ford. So SMR, just very quickly, because these are almost exactly the same setup. Broke this trend. There's the trend. There's VWAP. I'll take it all out when it gets to, if and when it gets to the volume weighted average price. I shouldn't speak in certainties. And then Intel's more or less the same thing. Intel's given 3 trend breaks. 1, 2, and then this is the third one in here. The difference is, I feel like this is structurally a little bit stronger because it's also a bit of a breakout. It's a breakout of the almost the all-day high here and then the pre-market levels as well. So I'll be a little bit more tight with where we're trying to hold it to, like more of a scalp trade. Like I'm in at 93 and I'm giving it to 40, so it's less than 10 cents worth of risk. But really, if we can get down in here into like the 75 range, I don't mind taking this at a 1.5 to 1. Just feeling like Intel's been unusually strong today. Just one of those days. You know, if you, like when I sat down this morning, if you told me that Nvidia was going to give up all of its gains and be basically flat, and that Intel was going to start off with this kind of a candle and be up 1.2%, I'd have told you you're absolutely crazy. And then I'd be like, I'll bet you $1 it doesn't happen, and then you could take my loonie, because I operate like trading places. All fun bets are always $1, just like Mortimer and Randolph. I guess it's the other. Randolph and Mortimer always do. Great movie.
Good movie. Yeah, I would check that one out again, guys, if you haven't watched it, Trading Places.
And then they're in Coming to America.
Oh yeah, Coming to
We're
America.
back.
Yeah, they did that.
We're back.
Yeah, they did that. That second Coming to America, right, on Netflix, on Amazon. Was it?
It was on Amazon.
Yeah,
we should probably just forget about that.
That was not great.
Although Amazon today, I was surprised.
Oh yeah, Amazon today is.
I was surprised Amazon didn't make the rundown list. Everybody, what's up with that? 3% on. Look at this move on Amazon today. That plays. You know, like that definitely will play. You're 50 gone, you're 200. Like it's, we said this morning, like this one has a decent chance to get back into the highs. Like sometimes when a good stock gets a little boring and finds a support level, it can be like the next thing to go. When everyone didn't like Alphabet, I don't think it's gonna do what Alphabet did. But remember, like everyone was like, oh, why? We bounced off those April bottoms. Like, why isn't Alphabet going like everything else? It was like sliding up, but it wasn't really taking off. And then when it did, it was absolutely gorgeous. To set upside. This NASDAQ is unrelenting.
I kind of want to go short at some point.
Unrelenting. But when I look, if you look at the Qs, it's still very much overall, like this might be a break of this little lower high pattern we're doing because we have higher lows and lower highs on the NASDAQ. And at some point, I think we get a little better directional breaking out of this wedge. It feels like we're testing that in here today, but these kind of things are resistance until they're not resistance, unfortunately. And that's why we're not really accelerating through some of these tops yet. I think it's a big yet.
I was just looking at the TQs myself right now, and I was actually thinking about this break right here of the 50 period moving average, and then just saying maybe going short if we can take this out. That's 90s, so that's just at 97, so we don't have to give up that much. It's not moving, like it's grinding forward. It's not doing, I just got back into SoFi again. Now I'm just like, it's because VWAP is right here at $27, so it's kind of like, okay, let's just see. Thank God Tesla and AMD both working because SoFi is not. But yeah, the TQs, just thinking, it's so funny, is I'm short SoFi and I bought it 75 cents ago in the long-term account. Like I think I got 26.08 or something like that. But that's when we first started going long, actually. Down. It's funny thing about SoFi is I was actually going long down here initially. All these greens are longs. Would have been great to have that one back in there, but okay, I'm not doing anything until we get to $27 on SoFi. I'm gonna take that one a little lower, a little bit softer. Ooh, bless you, SoFi softer. Yeah, so the high of the day right now on this TQQs is right here. So the NASDAQ is like right here right now. Nvidia CEO speaking, and we'll just wait on these futures possibly breaking. I actually don't mind trying this break against the high of the day, actually. Let's say a 95 break on the TQs. We'll go short, and then we can play it against the high of the day. But we need to see some kind of a trend start to break a little lower here on the TQQs. All right, it's Adara back at the desk.
This part of the show is brought to you by our friends at Global X, because savvy Canadian traders looking to boost their exposure can now tap in to the NASDAQ 100 and S&P 500. With Beta Pro, 3x daily leveraged ETFs featuring built-in FX hedging, this aims to amplify short-term market moves, minimizing the impact of currency swings. Whether you are feeling bullish or bearish, these ETFs are built for active day traders ready to take on the market. Read the full risk disclosure in the prospectus at betapro.ca before investing. Back to you.
Thank you very much there, Adara. And this is what I was sort of talking about, like having less of a, less of a VWAP perspective. Like, look at Intel. Look at the second it broke that 40 level. Make sure you have your stops. So it'll end up like the third one not being a charm. I don't really like it as much as the first. Gonna take it when it happens. It's basically a flat trade, but hear him just, he's just saying it's a break of the high of the day. Sometimes the news feed will just say something like stock is breaking high of the day without there being a news story, but there is no news story. Look, obviously CES is going on, and the other thing to consider with Intel is just because you find your way into a couple of shorts that might work, the daily chart still looks pretty darn good. This is the opposite of losing the 50 period. It broke it. It's now holding higher lows. They got the government invested in them. They've got Nvidia invested in them. They're releasing some new chips. I think maybe the foundry is going to be some progress that everyone wants to see, but there's been nothing on that regard yet. But still, Intel's got a lot of things that are starting to go well for them, for sure. Walt Winchell, we have a super chat to get to, but you just mentioned Open Door. It's still really slowly grinding higher, but it's just a little bit better than the day before. Like small up day, good up day. There's your 50 period, almost perfectly aligned with the $7 level. I think this breakout, I think it's coming. Like, it's already made a local break today on decent but not great volume. I feel like that big volume breakout, here we go. Let me just move. I'm going to move the name down here so it's maybe easier. Oh, now it just keeps on filling. But you need to break away from, I think, this area first. Like, yeah, great, you get like 680. But that 50 period on the daily where you break 7, I think then you've got like a big room into like maybe 10% into the $7.70 and $8 on Open Door. But I think that can be a good one if you're interested. And then I want to get to the super chat here. JKL. Oh, Nvidia. Short Nvidia jumping on thin ice of the 50-day. Of course, to the Canadian national anthem.
There it is.
Which it is fitting. Yeah, is the market just ticked higher? Nvidia actually started dropping again.
Yeah, we're finally, let's go SoFi. There it is. Right now the bears are now out on SoFi. So, we were bidding 62s and did not get them there. So maybe 1 penny too light on SoFi. Hopefully it comes back. I'll put a little bit of a bid there at 64. Again, very strong stock in the afternoon, not very strong in the AM. Was SoFi. Whoops. All the way to the downside. Tried to make it back. And finally, we were smart enough to wait for VWAP, but not smart enough to wait that long for it. We took a bunch of shorts, as you guys saw, and we got hit over there on that one. But that's aight. I do have an offer on AMD just up here. I think it was 20s. Yeah, 214.20. So if that comes in, we'll be able to hit that real quick on AMD. And then just before we go back, Tesla, I'm going to get out if this breaks 431. We got out some more there at 432.50. So now I have 8% left. So good trading there on Tesla. And hey, maybe Adara will be able to trigger into another trade here. Let's go figure out what Adara's up to.
I mean, are you looking at Nvidia or AMD, Sean? Because other than that, I might not really be able to help you. But we do have apparently Justin Huang here speaking at an industry conference saying that he does not expect a formal announcement of Chinese approval for these H200 shipments, but he rather expects to learn of Chinese regulatory approval through purchase orders from customers. So basically, he's not expecting the Chinese government to say, hey, guys, you can send your chips to us now. He's just expecting customers to start having these orders, at which point he'll be realizing, okay, we have orders, we can start sending them. So interesting note there, not what the market cares at all about, but wanted to let you guys know because we know China and chips, really worth watching here. Back to you.
You want to be aware of every headline, and then you got to.
Nvidia's not doing anything either.
Yeah, then you make the judgment, right? Like you either the news is not significant enough to you, or the stock is moving based on that news. Like those are the two things, and that's all you end up caring about. So always feel free to interrupt. Keep it leafy. Any mention of critical metals today? I feel a couple of times. This morning we discussed critical metals. It was more in the context of the other. I was mentioning MP, and then we were talking about. I think I mentioned Freeport, and we talked about some of the other commodity plays that were out there being, in my opinion, a better reaction to over the weekend with Venezuela. To me, was defense names, and then if this is like some big play for resources in general, well then just look for strength in some other resources, and whether it's critical metals and some strength in copper and palladium and silver, again rare earths, like they just seem to all work, literally all of them work better than oil. That's just it. And CRML, again, I like MP, but whatever, these guys are doing just fine here. So we did talk about this breakout. Just much bigger of a move than I was expecting today. Didn't really see 20, whatever. Who sees 24% coming in to this, especially when it was kind of dogging it most of the day. Like pull back in a prior high, kind of touch VWAP, not make any fresh highs. It just looked like one of those, you could have bought it for the stair step up, but it did the same thing as before. Like it kind of gave you the gain, pull right back in, kind of give you some VWAP action and some support. So it's more of like a good swing. And then all of a sudden it just went ham at like 130. And went programmed to the buy side. So I like MP a little bit better, but CRML, who knew? That's all I got to say. But I do believe this was a better reaction, and it's across the board as opposed to looking at CVX. I guess is we're calling the poster child of whatever. CVX just gets picked on because Chevron's the one that they had the biggest gap up because they already have dealings in Venezuela. And second day in a row, you got absolutely burned. The good thing with CVX has not been to chase it, ever. The good thing with this type of a name is to buy it off of established support levels. Right? Like you buy dips at prices where it's getting supported, and then you do pretty well. I think that maybe if people get too overwhelmed here and this comes all the way back in, it's under 150, I think then you start buying CVX again, because that's where it's been a good buy. And this could provide an opportunity. Maybe everybody that gets burned at this top is going to provide an opportunity for others to get in back where it's been historically good on CVX. It is going to take years to be able to get production up, infrastructure built out. And you probably want the government supporting some of those investments as well, which would be a good headline. But even at that, it's still going to take years of development for this to bear fruit for companies like Chevron. And it's not like it would only be them. They just happen to still have a presence in Venezuela.
Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what we're talking about this morning. We talked about that yesterday. We actually put a video out yesterday where I was like, I didn't see any of these companies. I even said yesterday, I think if you bought CVX or XOM yesterday, you're going to have a hard time seeing those prices again, but maybe sooner rather than later. I hope so too. I mean, I'm a little long oil, not really, just from before. I have XLE from like 4 years ago, but it doesn't really matter when you bought it, it's when you get out of it. Okay, so we are now in a new position. I don't know. I finally went short because we finally broke that 50-period moving average. I'm just going to give it to the high of the day, which is 55.07 or so. So I know, Ozan, you were mentioning that you were short now. So yeah, I think it's finally starting to potentially give us that back end trade. And we'll find out if it's going to be a good one or not pretty soon, because we're not too far away from the top side of that trade. And then, okay, there goes Tesla. But Tesla right now is number one, and then for me, and then AMD right behind it right now. They're almost dollar for dollar, AMD and Tesla. So it's been a pretty good one right there. And then SoFi, oh man, like I was bidding 62s again and just didn't get anything on there. So it's been coming back in, trying to get this 62 fill. We'll see if we can. Our best fill so far, 64s. Right there, but we're going to try to get 62, and we're going to see if the futures do want to give something up. But for now, it's back over to the desk once again with Sia.
The Russell is looking, it's a mix of green and red and a lot of flats today, but it's up 0.46 right now, and I want to discuss a few individual tickers today. HRI, Herc Holdings, the premium full-service equipment rental firm, is performing really well today, up 5%. MDGL, Madrigal Pharmaceuticals, is on pace for its largest percentage declines in almost a year and is down 5.3% as of now. AVAV right over here, sorry about that. AeroVironment, the defense tech company, is up 4.5% along with several other defense stocks after the surprise capture of the Venezuelan leader Nicolas Maduro over the weekend. And HL, Hecla Mining. So I know I keep a watch on the stock regularly over here, but it's almost up 9% today as shares of silver miners are on the rise. And that's all. Back to the guys.
Another high for the memory names.
Ugh.
SNDK, 344, 25% to the upside. Micron, 339, 8.5% to the upside. Just a quick, I know we had a discussion about the PE of Micron, like its valuation. Look, I don't know exactly, I'll have to double check when they have their next earnings. I forget where I find it on this website, but it's a forward PE that's under 10. The current is 29. So obviously, you know, if it literally doesn't move from here till the next earnings and they meet expectations, then you have a 9. Then you have, you know, you have a 10 job. But a lot can happen between now and their next earnings. Without looking, I know they're always at the end of the cycle, so we've got some time. And when I say the end of the cycle, like they're usually after even Nvidia when we get.
They just reported 2 weeks ago.
That's what I'm saying. Like they get, get like the earnings season will start, and then you wait around for Nvidia near toward the end, and then you get Micron like a week later. So we've got a lot of time for it to move around and possibly adjust. But yeah, it's trading at a 29 current, but that forward, that means that there's some serious expectations coming in here they're going to have to meet. But the expectations for growth are there. So, you know, good for them. Yeah, SMR trying to bounce. I'm thinking potential reload here. It wouldn't necessarily be a real trend, but you know, just given the way it slid back in here, if I do see it lose 19.3, what I would have done anyways is kind of move a trailing stop from that prior bar high into here. So if it does do that, I'll just move the trail and then add to it right underneath and then continue to play into the volume weighted average price. But yeah, that Micron chart, I just saw someone in the chat say that Micron haunts them. I mean, you're probably talking about like the missed opportunities, but you know, this happens. Did anyone really think Micron was going almost 3x in this fast a time? Micron literally just does not move like this. And on the monthly chart, like it's intense. SNDK, same thing. Like I've been thinking this feels like a little bit overcooked for a while. I'm just glad I haven't tried short. I keep saying I'm just waiting for an opportunity to short SNDK. I'm just, thank goodness I haven't actually tried doing it yet. Look at this sucker. This is absurd. on SNDK on the monthly chart. This one's insanity. Micron is crazy. This is stupid.
I called the top on Micron at 260, and now it's 350. So yeah, it was right into here. We thought we were pretty smart, thinking it was right into here. So 250 to 260. You know, it worked the first time, it worked the second time, and then this was earnings right here. So that's why I was telling you guys, like, they had just reported December 18th, and then so you're talking about like 2-3 weeks ago. And there it goes, man, straight to the upside off of a great earnings report. Never gave anything back, kind of like, I mean, maybe it did a little bit, but was talking about it's different than Oracle. Oracle gave back. Oracle had a similar move, and then boom, down there back to the downside. So I'm still going to wait before we eventually wind up shorting out for that. So it looks like Tesla's right into there. Okay, we're going to go over to Adara and find out the next story.
SMCI just popping here, likely in connection to this catalyst here. This is not SMCI, this is SEI, which is also moving on this, likely connected. But both SMCI and SEI moving as we get news that XAI is saying they've raised $20 billion in their Series E round. That exceeds their target of $50 billion raised. So $20 billion as opposed to $15 billion that was targeted. Now, why is this significant? Because SMCI has widely been kind of associated here with XAI when it comes to, I guess, their data centers here. So nice look here for SMCI, SEI, as I mentioned earlier. Also to the upside on this news as we send you back to the guys.
Why can we get that story when we're in the stock? Yeah, but no, I had written down SMCI $30. We get all the way back there. It was a great trade early. This one actually worked out, catching the falling knife. But the problem is, the difference is with this one, is it fell right into the level that we were already looking at, and then it bounced back up, right? Unlike Tesla or anything like that this morning that kept on falling. SoFi as well. We didn't even have SoFi written down on the list, so it sucks to be down on that one. But yeah, nice little bounce back there for SMCI. You know, another AI name and another AI play. So there's that, and then there's Dell. I always equate the two of them for the server side of the trade. So yeah, SMCI definitely working out, as goes Dell today as well. So both had very, very similar days, down and then up, down, and now breaking higher. Of course, that news that Derek just brought us was very specific to SMCI. So we'll wait to see if Dell gets going at all. Bitcoin had a move today, right? I mean,
it's trying to go now.
Yeah, so 92.3. I don't know what the bottom was, about 91, I guess, there on Bitcoin.
Oh, I'd have to. It's 51.7, whatever that works out to.
Yeah, 91 basically, 91.2 or so there for Bitcoin. Is that Bitcoin Joe over there? Yeah, I think you had a short, right, or a long or something like that. All right, long from 51.95. So
I just mocked my last little bit here, so we're
okay.
Make sure not everyone's going to know what mock means. That's a market on close.
Market on close.
You just put it into the auction, and you're automatically getting the closing print.
Yeah, if you can pull my screen quick here. Sure. As a signal. So yeah, there it is. We're in at 51.95 to piece them out, and then this is my mock line. It might be a little bit hard to see, but yeah, that's it. We're locked into the end of the day. Let's see if we can get this thing to climb a little bit higher, guys.
All right, good trade. Good trade there.
The second we go to Adara,
Big Bear AI also.
I was taking that 52.3 break. My breakout NASDAQ scan didn't fill, so I canceled it. And when it came back into the breakout price, I just bid it and got to fill anyways.
Nice.
But yeah, it's kind of weird. Like I was in it like these higher lows, but if we can just I know we're going to go to Adara in a quick little second, but this chart, 91.4. But like, what is that line? It's this kind of key. It's a price area. Give it like $500 above and below, but right around 91.5 has been a pretty key spot there on IBIT. But I do think I'm with Joe. I think at least until we get to the volume weighted average price, I think that's going to be the spot. That'll be about 52.7 here on IBIT. So it was a breakout trade, but ultimately, for whatever reason, didn't get the fill. Probably didn't cross far enough. I probably accidentally. You know what happens sometimes? Most of the time, if a breakout order fails, I know it's on me because I'll accidentally have put the trigger price and the limit price accidentally the same. So what'll happen is like, I'm going to take a 30 break, and instead of crossing to 35, I'll put a 31 break, and then I'll literally put the order at 31 too. So therefore, you don't get anything. So I probably just keystroke. But we're in it now. a couple of cents worse, but let's see if we can't press into the volume weighted average price. I'm like, now I'm actually certain that's what I did, because that's a pretty common mistake to make. Just a simple keystroke, but you get into the trade anyways, which is what you can do. Oklo apparently breaking high of the day. If that's true, Roof NY in the chat, it did tag the high of the day and pulling back. So this is one I got to monitor at least a little bit, because SMR is still making lower highs. So it did that thing where it made the lower high I was looking for. So I'm just going to add to it and then move my stop from HOD to this local high here at 1936. So I'll just move my stop down a little bit there on SMR, which, they're both trending up. Oklo's up 6.5%, SMR's up 2.8. So if you're going to short one, short the weaker one. Kind of the way I look at it. But if Oklo never really retakes that top, then I think that can bode well for SMR, which not nearly as strong, but I got to pay attention. Like if it's going to go, if Oklo is going to go and break that high, you might get dragged up here in SMR. And low of the day just broke on Nvidia. It's going to be hard to break higher for this market if Nvidia doesn't want to be part of the party.
Yeah, we're still short on the market as well, and short the TQs. And yeah, on our list today was Palantir, SMCI, SMR, and the futures. So yeah, we've traded what we wanted to today, but let's go over to Adara for breaking news.
Yeah, it does. Just keep an eye here on these oil companies, as we do have U.S. President Donald Trump reportedly set to meet with oil executives at the White House on Thursday. They'll be meeting about Venezuela. So I'm not sure which oil CEOs. Here is CVX. So I have this one up here. Other ones you could look at include XOM, ConocoPhillips, COP, Occidental, OXY. There's also some plays that are kind of tangentially in the area, like SLB and HAL, that you could be looking at. But again, the story here is I'm seeing reports suggesting that oil CEOs are visiting the White House on Thursday to discuss the Venezuela situation as it relates to, you guessed it, oil. Back to you. True.
All right, just here on the sticky note right here, we have Palantir, we have SMCI, we have SMR 1875, and then we have the TQQs long, but we didn't get to 5350, I don't think. We'll have to go double check that. We're short right now on the NASDAQ. And then this was it. We won for 2025. We're going to have 2026 coming up soon. Neil, not too bad there. Sharif, just green. Brendan, green. Adara, and then Joe coming in right here. So we'll see what happens this coming year. As I don't know, we'll have to wait for our producer, Brendan.
I thought we were waiting for Sharif, but
yeah.
We literally already bought one of the ones that I'm going to say. So there cannot be any surprise, because like the first stock I bought this year was AVAV. So everyone already knows that's going to be one of the 3 picks.
I've already announced I think we're going to do 5 picks. So get some homework there. But
I was ho-hummed on a couple of other ones. So I really wanted it to be 5 instead of 3. But
yeah, we could do that. I mean, we'll get it figured out. And Sharif is back next week. Obi will be involved in that as well. We're just waiting for Brendan to let us know when we're going to do that segment, and then we'll get that all figured out, and we'll get Sia's picks, we'll get Adara's picks, we'll get everybody, and then you guys too. Maybe we should have a poll, and then we get these guys involved as well. But
I think you can only do 4. Why does YouTube not expand? Every poll needs to be 4 things.
Yeah, it's weird. I know that even on Twitter, it's the same type of thing, where it only has a certain amount of options you can do. So yeah, it is pretty strange. And I don't know. I just saw a super chat go through there.
I know. There's a better way that we can do it though.
Sure.
Instead of using the poll, in theory, if things are orderly, we could leverage the visualizer potentially.
Yeah, you could easily do the visualizer.
So if we do the we could do the visualizer, and then whatever the top X are in the visualizer, you could almost have like a poll off or whatever. We can just put like a bunch of the names up there, and then you have to vote on those names in blocks or something.
Yeah, you guys could all, we could set up an email address or whatever. You guys could email in your picks. But there it is. You're welcome. Easy peasy. There it is, man. Up, you hit your 2K. You hit 2K on Big Bear AI. So again, man, great day. No one's up 2K around here. So that is a great opportunity there. So thank you so much. We love some Big Bear AI. Up 9% there today, man. We love us some Big Bear AI. And see what I'm saying? Like, this is what I'm saying. Like, nobody made 2K, so we have to turn the lights off right there. We don't have enough money to pay for everything there today. So we'll get those lights back on. I just have to get out of this SoFi trade and then add some money back into the account. But yeah, nicely cooking there. Thank you, easy peasy. And yeah, Big Bear AI. It's not a. I sort of went on a ramble there. It was literally 3 days ago or 4 days ago when it was at the 200 period moving average, so 540. So it's now up $1 from that. And I sort of gave you the bull case for it. And there it goes. Big Bear AI feeling bearish on that name. I am not very bullish. So there goes Big Bear. Not very bullish, but we'll see if it can go up here. I don't have any plans of getting out until 9 to 9.50. So in and around this area for me on Big Bear AI, and I think it can even get higher than that. Nothing else is really, I mean, Mara, I think I just got an update on, or a thing on Mara. Yeah, but it is from a couple minutes ago now that I'm seeing this. And
it was a spike. Like
yeah, so we probably got some volume spikes there on Mara, but still down 1.4%. So that could be something there for sure. Yeah, we're lights off right now. So here, we're going to get those back up in just a couple seconds.
Apparently, there's maybe an issue with your mic.
No,
someone's saying there's an issue with your mic audio.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
Okay,
I ain't in charge of that.
It should be fixed, so hopefully. Usually it's my mic that is problems, not Sean's.
Yeah.
So like anytime I see mic issues, I'm like, crap, not again. But
we can't go to you, Adair.
No, Adair, like the.
How we could just go to her mic.
Yeah, go to
if you
Adair.
want.
Put Adair on. We have some news.
You won't be able to see her.
MSOS, which is moving around a little bit here. Marijuana, one of these marijuana outlets, including here Marijuana Moment, I'm seeing has the story as well, reporting that the U.S. Senate has voted to confirm Sarah Carter Bailey as the director of the White House's Office of National Drug Control Policy. She will be their drug czar. Now, you guys know me. I'm not going to read this story without finding out a little bit more about our friend Sarah Carter Bailey. So here are some details that I think you need to know with regards to marijuana rescheduling and why this stock could be moving. Now, Sarah Carter Bailey was actually a journalist who was known for covering cartels, so she does know the drug space, though obviously that doesn't necessarily directly pertain to marijuana. Well, apparently she told senators that the administration is, quote, keeping all options on the table with regards to marijuana rescheduling. She personally, I guess, said that she doesn't have a quote unquote problem with legalization, so she is by no means an aggressive advocate for the cannabis space, but I mean, I guess either way, this being kind of ambiguous or neutral, maybe not a bad look here for MSOS as it pushes higher. Back to you.
Thank you, Adair. I was just looking at this MSOS. Because last week when we had, it might have been last week, but the last time we had Brian on, he was looking for a break, which it hasn't happened. This is sort of the thing about a breakout trade. One of the best parts about breakout trades, as opposed to a lot of different setups, is at least it's the most obvious no reason to be in. Like it's hard to be in early on a breakout trade because if it doesn't go, it doesn't go. And MSOS, ever since this pullback, just has not been able to break above $5. But it's a very obvious and clear level that you might find a little action on, and we have light again, so we're
back.
Get back into normal there. So the lighting's back on, but mostly the same. I said I tightened up my stop on SMR, so we jumped out of that one. I mean, Oklo has been pressing higher. That got at best down to 19.2. Like that's as close as we got, but once we broke that higher low, jumped out of it. So trend break doesn't get all the way into the volume weighted average price. So we're just sitting into IBIT for now, looking for that to get back up on trend into the volume weighted average price, which I do realize I say a heck of a lot. Oh my God, Icky. First of all, if you say that in the chat, because I can see it's not going to get through. But let's just say the blocked message was that Netflix is not doing well.
It broke through 90, didn't it?
But
I got filled at 90 today.
That being said, not that bad in terms of the follow through from the support at the $90 level. Now you step up, you're holding under 91, but that's structurally, well, that's right, it's not split adjusted. Thanks. Structurally isn't the end of the world. Like you have the potential for a wipeout bottom here on Netflix, where you get like a liquidity grab and then you regain the prior support level and break it out. But we're gonna go to see in a quick little second. Like for myself, and I'm just gonna use this because whatever, like if we're not split adjusted, it's easier for me to go to E-signal right away and just quickly show you. I think on a monthly chart, 70 looks good, but it's a weekly chart that I'm more fixated on for Netflix, on that higher time frame. Like pull back into 80 first. That's the first step. It's like $82. And then you go to the monthly chart, you find that 70 level. The 200 period on the weekly is actually way underneath that. But I think some patience is going to be worthwhile in Netflix. You're just going to have to wait out this downtrend. Let's go to the desk. We have Sia again.
Quickly taking a look at the market here, the S&P, I'm seeing a lot of mixed colors today. We already spoke about Tesla, spoke about Google, Micron, but I have three tickers that I really do want to talk about today. MasterCard, MA, company's value-added services and solutions segment is becoming I'm just going to move on to the chart. The company's solution segment is becoming a key driver of growth, helping to diversify its revenue streams and strengthen client relationships. And MasterCard is currently up 2%. Moving on to QCOM. The CFO and COO, Akash Pakiwala, sold 3,333 shares of common stock as of the 2nd of January, accounting to $577,620. Also, Qualcomm has incorporated Qualcomm Incorporated has recently unveiled Snapdragon X2 Plus platform. The earning estimate also for 2025 have increased 0.2% to $12.15 over the past 60 days, while those for 2026 have declined 1% to 12.58. Moving on to CVX. Sorry about that. To CVX, Chevron. Iraqi PM Mohammed al-Sudani met Chevron VP Joe Koch to discuss boosting cooperation in Iraq's oil sector, aiming to improve investment conditions and increase oil production and refining capacity. And in addition to that, U.S. President Donald Trump is meeting with Chevron and other oil executives later this week to discuss boosting oil production in Venezuela amid recent geopolitical changes and capture of the president of Venezuela, President Nicolas Maduro. I also do want to say that Chevron currently is trading negative 4.25%. That's all. Back to the guys.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Adara. I want to say something to Joe Schmo, so he had a good point in there. Here it is. Let me find that comment. I don't see how SNDK could be short squeezing less than a day to cover and just 4% of the float shorted. I see 7%, but there's a distinction without a difference. The day to cover, whether it's 1 or 1.5, is not a big deal either. It's real market forces more than that, I think. I agree with you on the real market forces aspect of it. I'm comparing, for myself, every time I bring up SNDK, I'm comparing it to Micron. I think Micron fundamentally looks a little bit more reasonable in the move that it's making relative to the numbers. Whereas I would venture that SNDK seems a little bit more frothy. Compared between the two, I think that one is just it's a bigger back-end trade if it ever stops going down. But I haven't shorted the sucker once on the way up. I don't think it's going too crazy for me. I just think it's a little bit more overdone. It has more squeeze personality than Micron does. So it's a comparison between the two. I understand it's in a space which has a tremendous amount of growth, and the market has been right about that for quite some time. On SNDK, it's probably, look, I was about to finish the sentence. I was about to say it's probably broken another high of the day. I didn't know that was going to be the case when I pull over to it, but yeah, another high of the day. So another 3 minutes, it's more than like 3 minutes here, and another breakout, probably Micron breaking highs of the day. The Qs are at the highs. Yeah, these stocks have been nuts. I just feel like the reason, and I'm going to go right back to this chart for SNDK, which I think it was a monthly, not a weekly, but this will look just as insane. Sandisk is up 8.5 times. 8.5 from, that'll be August, when it started accelerating. And then if you look at like the move on Micron, like don't get me wrong, it's not that it's bad. Micron's up 3x. So it's just a much bigger and crazier move happening on SNDK, and distinctly different. So I'm just comparing the two when looking at them, thinking that if the group starts to lose momentum, then the unwind is just a little crazier on SNDK. That's all.
Yeah, Kunal, I did add, and I'm done adding right now. So I don't know. We're flat now. It just keeps on printing 01s and 02s right here. So that's where I'm short. Now, it says 01s, but it's 01.5. So we're short, yeah, so we're short there, just waiting to see what it wants to go. It's actually a little under, it's 01 quarters. That's why it's showing 01. So we could just flatten it out right now and get out at 02. I mean, it's been printing us, even printed 01s, but it's not breaking any lower. I'm just waiting to see like this high break where we just got the high of the day short. So gonna give it a heartbeat above it. And then if it breaks above 10s, we'll get out and we'll take a 9-cent hit. You know, well worth it for me to take that kind of a hit, but you know, we are waiting for a downside. I mean, I say it all the time. It's like you don't want to short a sleeping market because, you know, especially with these names that we have out there, like in Nvidia and Tesla and CES out there, it is tough to sit here in the short. I mean, if you just sat in here in the long this whole time, you probably would have been okay as well. It's too bad that we don't have a tick right there. It would have only been for 10% at that time anyways, but we just missed it. Yeah, see, unless this trade goes in the money, man, we're not gonna be able to pay these bills. Okay, there it is. So 54.93. Again, hopefully we do come back in on this trade. And I'm bidding still. Actually, now I'm bidding 97s. And then I'm bidding 91, so I haven't pulled this order. Maybe we should. Just waiting to see if there is going to be a little bit of a flush. We do have, it's a guess. That's all trading is, man. It's a guess, and then it's balls on your share size, and that's about it. There's really nothing else after that. You got to check out chart patterns, see if they're going to repeat themselves, put your best guess down, and it is what it is, right? But all right, so TD here, it's kind of a mixed bag a little bit, sells and buys here into the close. So we're gonna have to wait, like GDX with a little bit of a sell as oil, maybe gets to the downside there. Some Canadian banks, but TD doesn't. I mean, sometimes we see these banks on here. It's not a big deal. UWMC, okay, that's a decent sell. I don't know what's going on there. It's a 3 million share size, while the volume on the day is just 8 million. So yeah, maybe something there. And then Bristol Myers has had a nice run, I believe, as well. We'll have to wait to see where Bristol Myers is going. That's up 3% today. And yeah, that's that run that we're just talking about. Wow, 43, 45 bucks down there. Gave you this bottom a couple times, and there goes Bristol Myers to said upside as well. But yeah, good move right there for BMY. ABV is what I like. I also like Eli Lilly. This is the biggest position in my account as far as these names are concerned. It might have overtaken XPI, I'm not sure. But there goes Eli Lilly. I remember selling Google and buying some Lilly just to diversify. And it turns out that, you know, we sell Google almost at the lows, but we are lucky enough to have gotten involved right here just before earnings on Eli Lilly. So we first bought some. The reason why I'm laughing is because the story actually has a decent ending at least. And then we gave it the 3-day rule, and we're able to buy basically the exact same position down here. So giving us an average price somewhere in the middle, and then boom goes a dynamite there on Eli Lilly. So although happy that Google's gone up, you know, would have liked to have won on both of them, which we did because we still own Google. But Eli Lilly there, nicely taken out to 1,100, and this was like 8, maybe more, 10 or so straight down days, followed by almost the same amount of days right back there to the upside. So you want to talk about a momentum stock. I mean, Eli Lilly is definitely one of those as it bounces around these levels.
And we were pointing out that any weakness they have on Novo's oral, I should say, yeah, well, whatever, pill. Oral GLP, there is serious talk that the method that they use, that Eli Lilly uses for theirs, is cheaper to accomplish. So their margins might end up being better. At some point this year, they're expected to come out with theirs. So ride that wave at Novo for as long as you want. But the big boys, like the Freeze. I don't know if you ever watched the Atlanta Braves have this dude.
Yeah, I know who he is. He runs around.
Yeah, so like Novo is like the fan that has the head start, and then the Freeze is going to be catching them this year when it comes to this pill.
I like that.
There's an easy way to beat the Freeze. I've seen like one or two.
Yeah, I saw the video too. Yeah, you can. It's about the timing of it, right?
Yeah, because he starts when you get to a certain point. So a bunch of people not very smart, they sprint as fast as they can. So then they tire out.
They get tired.
But if you're smart, you just jog lightly.
And then you go when you get to that spot.
Gradually, you don't hit top speed until you get to that spot. He has no chance to beat you if you have any. Like I saw like a track. There was like a lady who did that. And she was a track. Yeah. And she beat him easy with that strategy. But anyways.
Yeah, you don't want to overcommit. That is.
The guy has endurance. He's literally I think he was like a Division I track athlete.
Okay.
There was just a super chat up that I wanted to get to. I'm sorry, I didn't have it memorized, but.
there was this. Well, thank you so much to Icky. Best gut trader you've ever seen. Okay, well, I'll try to find some more traders. But okay, so here goes AM, and thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. Any kind of compliments I like. So there it is, man. 212 out right there on AMD. So there it is. Sirens up right there. So that was one of the better trades there. It is now dollars. Come on, man, I made a winning trade. Keep those lights on. It is now dollars away. AMD and Tesla for me, the top two. And good thing we got out of Tesla on that upside move there as well, as there goes Tesla upside. And unfortunately, we got to wait here. The Qs did go in the money for us again. It went to 98. Remember I was telling you I was printing 97s? Today is not my day. We had SoFi bounce off levels. We had the futures now bounce twice off of literally our bid. It just goes to show you, although there's a lot of size here, it really needs to completely run you over, or else it just kind of sits around. There is 25,000 shares here on the NASDAQ, but that's not all going to print. They're going to pull that. This is very, very algorithmic, and you got to just be careful with this and the TQs. And same is true of all of these futures products. They don't print as many shares. You can see even here on the time in sales, you get just a couple thousands when you really do have 100,000 right here. If you blast those levels, that's where tape reading comes into it, and you want to be able to see are they actually taking down? There was a good amount of trades right there. I'm bidding 99s and 97s now just to see if we do get a downside push here with only 30 minutes to go. Remember, in 20 minutes, those imbalances are going to come out, the ones that I just showed you. See, they can't even go down another penny. I'm just trying to take 3 pennies. But the imbalances will come out and change the whole game. Every day at 350, you get very, very, if we go over to yesterday, you get very dramatic moves. Here's the volume spikes. I mean, that would be nice if that happened at 350 today, downside. So that happened yesterday. I've never, ever in my life looked at what it did the past day and try to equate it to what it might do today. So I'm just trading off of the levels and what we're seeing here. And right now, futures at highs and don't look like they want to do anything. So I don't know, we might just be sitting in here and waiting to get punched out, to be honest with you. 55.10 is my out. So we'll give this one about, like I said, eight pennies and change. To try to make 8 pennies would be nice, but who knows, man? I think the odds are in our favor here. We just got to get that pushed out, and I can't control what this market's going to do, so we'll wait. All right, it was a call for Adara, so let's go back over and see what she's up to.
Hi guys, I have a fun little, almost kind of putting out a feeler here for you guys because I want to see how you like this. I was mentioning this earlier, I really want to show all of the CES companies. Now, obviously you cannot read this. It will be more legible when you see it on X. I haven't posted it yet, but just let me guys, I want to know in the chat how you guys sincerely feel about this style of schedule. CES 2026, there are way too many companies that are public that are going to be involved in some event. So this is kind of like a film festival style where things start at multiple times, and then as you can see, the timing kind of changes. I'm going to be posting this on X at TTV Research imminently. So let me know how you feel about this type of style, and I can do this for the rest of CES 2026 and or any other major conferences that we have that are multi-day and or multi-event, because I want to make sure you guys have all of the coverage of all of the events that I can possibly give you. Back to you.
You're a machine at there. I love the logo.
Doing that.
The logo one that you had before, I thought was fantastic. Yeah, which is because it just immediately stood out. When you see, I just see a company that I'm like, they're at CES, or
if you're a tech company, you're at CES.
No, but who was it? It was Goodyear.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, Goodyear.
Nothing like some tire companies over there at CES.
You're doing at CES. It doesn't even make any sense. So 330 just hit. Look, Bitcoin is really now not, it already wasn't going crazy outside of this one volume spike that ended up the breakout trade, but it's been trending up. I just think VWAP is starting to feel a little bit less likely, unfortunately. So if I see it fail again at this 52.5, it gets up to 52.5 and then wipe.
Come on, SoFi.
They just wipe the bottom of the range. So if that keeps happening, I might just jump out of this one if I see that happen again. And Happy New Year to MJ Dubs. Because I just saw the super chat.
Yeah. Thank you so
Happy
much.
New Year to you as well. And those are pounds. British pounds? Mm-hmm. Yeah, British pounds. Where are you from?
Thanks.
Where in England are you from?
That's about 105.
Go Liverpool.
150 or so. Yeah, SoFi.
Stanley and Lester.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, hopefully this, maybe they'll tell us where they're from. Yeah, so we actually got 80s there. It goes down to 7. Like SoFi actually broke there, and we were able to get some out. So we actually got out of 30% of our SoFi there at the 50 period. I mean, I was literally saying it came in and hit us a couple times, and we never got filled. That time we did, thankfully, and we actually put out another. So we got filled immediately at 82s there, and then I was just like, we'll get it. We got an 80 filled. So we'll see if it does make a move lower there. We are actually starting to get pretty happy there. Our net completely turned around a little bit on that move, but yeah, still going to be a red day there. You know, green yesterday, red today. All right, so and this move as well. We actually got 98s or 97s there. So I think we got our 98 fill, 97. Sorry. So we did get O's and then 97s. So okay, the 97's a much better fill, but you know, it's like I'm trying to let this go down, and every time there, we just got another O fill there. Every time that happens, it just gets bought back up. So I don't really know what I want to do anymore. I'm bidding 99s for 15%, and then after that, down into the 91 area, and then hopefully we can crack lower into these 80s. But I'm getting nervous now because we only have a few minutes left until those imbalances, which come at 350. So we're moments now away from those imbalances, you know, affecting every position that anybody has. If your name is on those imbalances, then like the Hunger Games, you're chosen, and you got to watch out. So, all right, that's that. We're going to go back over. It looks like SoFi finally, thankfully, we were able to get something out there at 80s and 82 and 80, because you're going to run right now $27 here on SoFi. So watch out now. We almost made that huge move right there, right back up. I don't know. No news about it, but doesn't stop this name from going back up. It's up straight $1, straight up $1. Right there on SoFi as we try to catch the tops every time and get burned every time as well. All right, we got another market update with Sia at the desk.
So the dollar's edging higher. The US dollar index is modestly higher as of this week, up around 0.3% year to date. But I also want to talk about the yen. The yen is weak despite BOJ hike signals. The USD JPY is trading mid-150s as the dollar's recovered early losses, but the yen continues to lag back even after Governor Ueda, I'm so sorry if I pronounced that wrong, signaled more BOJ rate hikes likely hikes this year. That's all. Nothing major happening as of today. Back to the guys.
Yeah, the U.S.
Quick one.
It's always been a big deal there. But look, I actually hopped out of that little range-bound trade in IBIT, and then it attempted to break the range. I'm like, okay, well, if it breaks that 50, I'll just try to jump back in to play it into VWAP. So instead of this long, we're giving it that little bottoming tail wick. I'll just jump in here and give it to this little body underneath. So it's new trade, just a new entry point, and still going to give it that like 10% pullback and see if we get into VWAP. I do want to double check. Still that UWMC, whatever that is. There was no index action, by the way. I checked on this stock, anyways. It's in CV and BDE, and yeah, SPACs are back. Oh, this anytime you see like in like this dot whatever weird symbol and like .UN nonsense, and then you see the auction price at or very close to $10, that was a SPAC IPO. Almost guaranteed. If the auction price says $9.99 or $10.03 or $10.01, then it's probably one of those SPACs. SPAC season is back, but I don't know if you want any of them. There's a trade I'd love to be able to do. We can never get locates on these SPACs. Every single time one of these suckers opens up underneath $10, you can just short at $9.99 and just take the spread as many times you want and do a few million shares. But it's difficult to get locates on them on the first day, unfortunately. But there's been a host of them. There's like 2 today. We've been averaging in December, outside of when it was the holidays, we were averaging like 3 or 4 new SPAC IPOs a week. What it means for the market, I don't know, but I feel like as more of them start lining up, and these are like when they IPO, they don't have like a deal that they're combining with. It's not the best sign in the world as far as I'm concerned for where we stand in the market when we're getting like a host of SPACs coming through. That seemed like it signaled some kind of a top before, but it's anecdotal, that's all I'll say. But they're getting a little bit faster and more furious. And none of them are doing anything until they get some kind of a business combination. So unless you know something about who is involved in that SPAC, who they might be lined up investing in, and really believe in them for good reason, I wouldn't touch a SPAC with a 10-foot pole. On an IPO, I know what they do. I know what they're trying to do. Maybe they're not making money yet, but you already have a company which has been operating. Some semblance of a business has already been formed. With a SPAC, you're just trusting in somebody that they're going to invest pretty well. Or you're just, you get your $10 back at best, which I guess isn't the end of the world. You sit in it for a few months and then you get your $10 back, but you could have just sat and got 5% or 4% in the money markets or something.
That reminds me of DWAC and some of those other plays.
Some of them worked, DWAC worked out well for people for a while, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think DWAC was up to $56 or something. All right, so MSTR, so SoFi just took out 27, so we're out of SoFi as that just gets worse and worse, keeps going to the upside. Glad we bought that in the long-term account, but not glad of what's happening to our account now. But MSTR is right back to VWAP right now, so this is a possible mover right here as well. So we could watch out. MSTR still down 3%. Yeah, it's kind of funny because Bitcoin is making a little bit of a move back, as is MSTR. IBIT. Hold on a second. All right, so we're not quite right there. Trump's talking, we just heard it there, about acquiring Greenland. So I guess that is what's going to happen. So maybe we do have the Greenland Bay Packers.
I can't see it, man.
That was pretty funny when someone mentioned that before.
They're NATO.
As well.
It's NATO.
Nah, that's not going to stop him. But he apparently there is some talk here. He wants to acquire Greenland. So, okay, we can go over to Adara. You have the story about Greenland.
So this isn't coming from Trump directly. This is just a White House statement, but I will talk about it because I'm seeing some indication as well. This is why CRML is moving. That's what, again, some people on X are saying. But basically, White House saying that Trump has made acquiring Greenland, and again, these are their words, not mine, quote, a national security priority. They are discussing purchasing the territory from Denmark, forming a compact of free association with the island, or using the U.S. military to get Greenland. Quote, utilizing the U.S. military is always an option. And apparently he is very dedicated to acquiring Greenland during his term. We had some comments coming from Stephen Miller, who is Deputy Chief of Staff, I believe, as well earlier today. And he also said this administration really wants Greenland. So again, this is continuing to come up. CRML on watch. I cannot confirm for sure this is why this is moving, but I am seeing a lot of indication that could be why this name is moving today. And back to you.
Greenland.
Yeah, Greenland.
Terrible movie with Gerard Butler, by the way.
I don't know. Polar bear down in Greenland. Yeah,
oh, no.
Greenland Packers. Yeah, that'd be hilarious. We did have that earlier there, a little talk of that. So I don't know. I don't think there's going to be too much need for force if you're going to overtake Greenland or anything like that. So, LMT, Lockheed Martin, things like that, Raytheon, Palantir. I don't know. I'm just trying to think what names might get going there, but
it's just about resources.
We already know.
I think you might just see some favorable trade deals.
Yeah,
in my opinion, it's a little bit harder to make that kind of a move when you're talking. The Danes are a NATO country, so this one feels way more of a negotiating kind of thing. Eventually, David, humble revenge.
Okay, we like
trade
those
of the
trades.
day.
We like those trades.
Waiting for SNDK and or Micron to see big sellers stop the madness and think of the children. Oh, won't someone think of the children? That was one of the all-time running gags on The Simpsons. Who was it? I forget the name of the. Shoot, it was one specific character. It wasn't Flanders' wife. Anytime something crazy happens, she's like, "Oh, won't someone think of the children?"
Yeah, it's a funny statement.
No, I tend to. Someone made the comment in the chat that they're repricing Micron. Micron is expected on their next earnings to have 4x growth. So you're getting this major event here where going into these numbers, which will come out in a couple months, you're expecting a huge jump for these memory names. It's really tricky. I can say all I want that I believe SNDK when this finds a top, SNDK is going to be a better short than Micron. I have no idea where that top is going to be. It is madness, as you say, but it's also crazy. At least this afternoon, that's about as linear as you're going to get. That's probably almost a 45-degree angle to the upside and just program buying. It's not parabolic. The move in the morning was parabolic. That's the thing. If it's parabolic up, there's a trade, an easier trade in there when it reverses, because at least you could expect some kind of gap fill back in. SNDK is a little bit a little bit faster to the upside here. So I'm kind of with you at some point maybe, but if you've been trying every single opportunity that seems like it's good, this has been rinsing you. So I'd rather see something distinct in Micron and wait. And maybe you're waiting, I said in the chat, maybe you're waiting for weeks and months. That's fine. Like, this is what it's doing. Like, if you think it's a top or it's eventually going to be a good short, the best you can do with those right now is not have done anything yet. You can't have done any better. If that is your take, which to me, that's what I feel about SNDK relative to Micron, then the best I can do is at least wait for something to happen and then try to be there when it does, because every other thing has not worked. They're flat out just going absolute nuts, man. Absolute nuts.
Yeah, I don't really know why the futures keep going up here. It just keeps on ticking higher, the futures do, but we have AMD trying to go, so that could be one small reason there for this play. But yeah, I guess we're gonna have to get out of the futures here. We're only 8 minutes now away from these. There we go. We punch out of those imbalances to hit right now. But yeah, Nvidia still making moves lower. I don't know. There was a little bit. Okay, there was.
It's bouncing a little bit.
187.50. Okay, there could be something there. Is a Santa Claus rally? Yeah, it should be the first 3 days. So I think we're over now, or this is the last. What day is today? Tuesday. Yes, this is it. This is the last day of the Santa Claus rally, and yeah, it's been a good rally for sure, man. The Nasdaq has been up, up, up as it keeps on going upside. So yeah, good VTYX. There it is. Eli Lilly in talks to acquire Ventex.
This probably won't open back.
So yeah, now tapping $11 right now, as we just heard that a little while ago there. Eli Lilly was looking to acquire. I don't think it's a big price tag. I think it was $1 billion or something. So LLY.
They got it.
Yeah, not doing anything on that kind
Pocket
of
win for Eli Lilly.
Yeah, kind of a news story there. So yeah, not much going on there with Eli Lilly and. But Broadcom, that's what I want to talk about instead of Nasdaq, instead of Eli Lilly, instead of Nvidia and AMD. Look at Broadcom. That's the one that just broke VWAP and starting to go lower as well here. So AVGO making some AVG lows right now. At 340, the low of the day, that's where we saw some bunched up action there as well. But yeah, maybe Broadcom could be a decent short off VWAP. Now, again, there's only 7 minutes left, so we're almost done with trading for now. But yeah, Broadcom maybe in and around here.
$1 billion? I see the market, that'd be a hefty premium then, because the market cap of this VTYX is half $1 billion.
Yeah, so it should be higher than
even if it was like 40%, that'd put it at like 800. If it's like
yeah, I think the typical buyout for and of course I'm a buyout expert is about 60 to 70% on biotechs.
On biotechs, it's been different. Biotechs are all over the place because it usually comes down to how long is it. If it's out of nowhere, the premium is vastly different from some of the ones where they'll talk about it for a while, and then you got to do it from like what's the 90-day moving average, and then your premium isn't really from the day before. But I strongly suspect if that's news-based, it might not open up again. It's only 5 minutes till 350, and once you get in the last 10 minutes on halt, you open at 4 o'clock, and that's how it goes. So one worth watching, but that's not. I wouldn't be concerned about Eli Lilly here in terms of the size of that one. I think the concerns of no, they're making a big acquisition. It's gonna go to the downside. That's not nearly big enough. So let's go to Adara. Only 4 minest till the imbalances. Slowly grinding higher.
Yeah, just keep an eye here with this Ventex story. There's another stock moving on it as well called SYRE. This is Spire Therapeutics. Apparently, it's a computing space to VTYX, which is Ventex. So I guess the implication here is if this one can get acquired, maybe at some point SYRE could be an acquisition target of its own. I want to mention as well here, again, it's supposed to be over $1 billion is what I'm seeing according to the Wall Street Journal. So over $1 billion reportedly here, Eli Lilly in advanced talks for VTYX. Lilly not doing too much on this. We're going to take a look at Sia though in her segment.
Thank you. We're going to quickly dive into two things from crypto today. Morgan Stanley has filed for Bitcoin. The bank is looking to launch ETFs tied to the price of crypto like BTC and Solana. The bank wants to deepen its presence in the cryptocurrency space. And also, U.S. President Donald Trump has encouraged financial companies to embrace the digital assets. BTC currently is down 1.35%, and Solana is up 0.7% as of right now. Also, XRP has surged past $2 in the crypto rally and has regained its strength. XRP ETFs have hit 46.1 million in inflow as of the 5th of January, and this has pushed total net assets to about 1.65 billion, highlighting very strong demand. XRP is currently trading, however, positive 3.59%. That's all. Back to the guys. Have a good day.
Thank you very much, Sia. But I wish I could tell you, look, if you looked at either Solana or Bitcoin today on that Morgan Stanley headline, it's not like it was bullish for them. Like, it was literally a sell pretty much all day long. It's turned into a bit of a trend back up, but you're just essentially going into midday resistance, and then we're really slowing down here. So 3 minutes to go. I'm probably going to tighten up the stop. Again, I see some of the chat saying XRP has been a disappointment. Yeah, but like, compared to what in crypto? I think that's a little bit harsh. Like, look at I don't know. I can't overlay here on P per weight like 10 symbols or so, but I mean we know what the Qs look like. We know what the SPY looks like. We know what the Dow looks like. We have an idea what most tech stocks look like, and really nothing like what's been happening in Bitcoin. So I think it'd be a little bit harsh to signal out any other one when the big boy is headed to the downside and has not been following the market. And today, it just simply couldn't break out this resistance in front of 95. It doesn't mean that it won't happen, but another test, and we still couldn't break it out. So I think at some point, this 54 is going to go on IBIT, but it was not today at all. Yeah, this is just, it's like so slowly going to the upside. Like, everything is like this slow grind. If it doesn't accelerate soon, only 2 minutes till the imbalances are going to come out, and that always means to me tighten up to stop. Not that I've ever seen IBIT on there, but the way I see it is...
Yeah, no, I mean, sometimes you see BMNR always.
That's what I'm saying. Like, the day that you're like, yeah, whatever, that's not going to be an imbalance locator, is the day that you don't tighten up the stop, and then it really does move. I still think energy names are... If I see an energy name come out of nowhere, like a big CVX, after it's been down so big the last couple of days, like a buy bounce on one of those would be really fun, but it didn't happen yesterday.
Yeah, we'll wait. I have the imbalance locator up, but it doesn't really matter. Big Bear AI right now is 9%. That's a chicken dinner winner for many of you. And again, just let's wait to see. No earnings, no nothing. Big Bear AI, of course, no earnings. We're not even in earnings season yet. We'll start with those with the banks. And I know my guy Joe over there has a plan of action for the bank stocks. All right, so I know he likes JP Morgan, and I'm invested. JP Morgan, I recently bought, that's 235. I like that one. BBAI, I just wanted to see what the short float still was here on Big Bear AI. Short float percent?
No, I can't remember.
No, that's not right. Big Bear AI used to be revenue, no. I mean, I don't understand it. Part of the reason why I like Big Bear, and I've talked about this
21%.
Yeah, a couple of times. So 21. Okay, there it is. So not 0.83. So we'll close you, Benzinga.
Sometimes they have the.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, like, I didn't see the price action get it that low. I mean, if the shorts got busted out, we would have been way higher on Big Bear AI. So still 20% short float on that one. I mean, I just can't wait till they start turning a profit. Then this name will absolutely skyrocket. So very, very happy to be in some Big Bear AI. Our cost base is just around $4. So far so good. And I've already gotten out once on this cycle. So we're gonna wait to see if we can. I don't have any offers out. I'm gonna actually wait for $10. Like, let's just wait to $9.50, $10 somewhere up here. Or if we get up here, you know me, I can't stop trading. So I'll probably put an offer in and around here, $9.50, if and when we get to that level as well. So okay, imbalances are now out.
And imbalances just hit. Nvidia is a sell of 1.4. That stands out the most. Rigetti is a buy of 1.2 million. Success is a 1.4 million buy. I just saw QUBT is $1 million. So it looks like, yeah, quantum names are going to be some buys, but nothing in big cap tech land. SMR, 1 million to the buy side. So it's really some small cap names in there. SoFi is a small sell at 900,000. It's done so much volume today, that probably doesn't even budget. Apple is a small sell of 800,000. Tesla, 800,000, not terribly big either, but it's there. So Rev, kind of muted imbalances led by Nvidia's small 1.2 million. DVLT, that's that penny stock that's no longer a penny stock with a buy. What is that now, $1.40? Yeah, so about $1.4 million on DVLT. Again, barely even moved. So relatively quiet, all quiet on the imbalance locator, at least for now. Wow, SMR, actually SMR broke the highs on that imbalance. So SMR is going. Oklo.
No, not high. It didn't break highs, did it? I was loving SMR today. Did it get all the way back?
Oh, no.
Close enough.
Okay, so no, my bad. Because when I looked up, this is the chart. I was looking at the trade. I was kind of zoomed in because of the trade, but no, it's nowhere near the highs today. SMR was over $20 earlier, so that's my bad.
Yeah, okay. No
that's
problem.
broken. That's stronger today.
Yes, Oklo. Really do like some Oklo. All right, SoFi finally starting to get back a little bit right there. I'm still on Big Bear AI. All right, let's go back over. Tesla's been a big trade here today. Come on, that's Big Bear AI's chart. There's Tesla right here. Again, big for the short. Of course, I call up to him as 420 down. There it is right there. But nice move to the downside, 450, cracking into 430. We'll see if Tesla can get some better stories tomorrow than today, because today's a downside play. The only thing that got me involved on this one, and I've already said it, thank you many times to Adara, because that made a big difference for me there today, being able to buy that 429 off the lows and off news of CES. So nice when Jensen was sort of talking a little bit there about Tesla. So that was a nice play back there to the upside on that name. AMD, we'll see something. That still looks like the Tesla chart to me, but it's not. Yeah, so AMD had the same kind of a play there off the bottom. That's going to go out just still underneath VWAP. We'll see if that can remain strong tomorrow. So that's Advanced Micro Devices. We'll see if we can kick the tires on that one tomorrow. And then something else I want to look at here would be Netflix. So, you know, I got long at $90. That happened, and I told you that, guys, that right in the open. Well, not in the open, right into here somewhere. We were bidding 90 flat. I used the Canadian. So you can take it NFLX if you guys are here in Canada. There's a CDR. This is what I use to trade with. I think it was 34.40 was my bid. So it came in, yeah, right into there. So 34.40. So I guess it must have been a little bit ahead of $90, or maybe it was 30s. Yeah, I think it must have been 30s. So right into there, and now we get that little bump up in the middle of the day. So this is a way that you can get it Canadian hedged. So you can see Netflix right there, down 0.72 here, 7. So it's the same thing back and forth as we go. So I use that because I have a little Canadian dollars in the old account there. So I like Netflix. We'll see if that can move around tomorrow as well, which it should be. We'll watch out for $90 again. Hopefully we can get a dip by there. And then Palantir is going to close at the highs as well. So that should be another name tomorrow. If we can open up around that 180 mark, I think that would be a good little springboard, as we'll be above or close enough to that 50 period moving average. You know, you're an upgrade away from this thing ripping again. And we were on this stock right there, and I just put an order just a couple pennies lower and didn't get it. It was the number one idea today. I had it written down here, 174. It got into 174.80. We were waiting at 174.50. So we just missed that one. Hopefully tomorrow will be a little bit better on that. And yeah, we do share the imbalances. And I know I didn't look at them yet, but here, or show them yet. There's an Nvidia with the sell, DVLT. I said yesterday, watch out for this stock around that $1.50. So it looks like you're saved yet again another day here. DVLT not doing too much, but the high of the day is that 150 on DataVolt. Joby buy. ASST, Big Bear AI, they're all here. Walmart is sell. So, yeah, some opportunities to trade today.
What's actually you see on that list is that BTYX, which is in advanced talks with Eli Lilly.
Right.
Well, yeah, Eli Lilly is in advanced talks to acquire them, I should say. That's the proper way to state it. With a buy imbalance. This might open up at 4 o'clock. We'll see. But we'll know more about the deal. It just simply says
I think
over $1 million into oral inflammatory disease pills. Or over $1 billion, I should say. But that would be, over $1 billion would be much higher than what it's currently trading at $8, or even the tap says $10, you'd still be looking at sizably more than that. If it was over $1 billion deal, then at that point you're talking about like a 90% premium on its price. And even now it's only indicating that it would gain about 33%. So we'll see in 4 minutes if it opens up for sure. CES is still ongoing, and David is still dropping super chats.
Oh, good.
Holst, huh? Jensen, whole Star Wars hairy arm glitch was beyond cringe. He's very short guy, that weird jacket. Finally, the chip design talk connected. So I must have missed that.
I don't know. I don't know. Was he wearing some sort of a jacket there yesterday? I mean, I don't know. Sharif is the one that's all obsessed with the clothing on Jensen.
I'll admit,
I have no idea.
Whatever it is, I'm sure it's funny. Sharif will be back next week. I'm sure he'll know all about it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Someone asked when is Sharif back. He just has a week off vacation, so he's back on Monday, as far as we know.
Yeah.
You never know with flights. It was bad, and
well, especially it was freezing rain.
When the Venezuela stuff was going on, like I have a family chat, and everyone was like, they had halted flights, even in Antigua, like a lot of the.
Oh yeah, one of my family members went to Aruba, which is just across from Venezuela. They didn't have problems.
There was some places that was like, yeah, they don't know if they're going to have flights or when they're going to come back in. It was a little bit hectic in the Caribbean for a bit.
Oh yeah, that is for sure. Be safe if you guys are out there. Of course, no matter where you guys are, we do have a lot of friends that are in the chat from Venezuela, and you guys know who you are. I've actually spoken to some of them via WhatsApp. So what's up to you guys there? I hope you're doing well, which I know you are. So, all right. So yeah, just about Data Vault, we had looked at this a little bit there, 150 as some of the highs for DVLT. So it's just now we've been in here a couple days. So that's been a good one. These sort of wick tops are right here, 140 to 150. So a good level of concern here for DVLT. We'll have to wait to see if it does wind up breaking above that 150. Again, like the stock, but hasn't really taken out any of these levels. So Data Vault there staying above $1. I mean, I like it as long as it's above $1. So that would be good. And again, a short float on this one, keeping this name going. So unfortunately there, what's up to Outlawed Trader? Which brokerage? You're asking both of us. I'll send this through here right now. I don't know. I mean, I would just say, like, for me, I mean, the reason why I like SoFi is I think it's like it's an all-in-one. It's the banking as well as trading. But I don't know, Robinhood. I know IBKR, I think, is a popular one. Maybe people in the chat. We're located in Canada.
That's what makes it so difficult. Like I would.
They're all the same.
But I haven't used them. Do I own shares of some of those companies? Sure, but we trade at Real Trading, and then we're here in Canada, so that's what I've used, and it's hard to, without knowing any individual ones better. But here we have a fantastic community. So you're already in the chat. Go crowdsource.
Yeah, some people, like I was saying, IBKR. Look, I mean,
look at the chat right now. A lot of IBKR in there.
If you're, I mean, I was just going to say, like, you don't need anything. You have to figure out what you're looking to do, right? I mean, if you're just looking to trade back and forth, maybe a couple trades a week, it's not going to matter whether or not you're getting free or you're getting routed like the way Robinhood will give you a bad price or something like that. It's going to be within the same penny. So I wouldn't worry about any of that.
But if you're like if you're super active, you want Blue Ocean, you want the imbalances, you want to be in and out. Like, yeah, that's a very different story. You're going to have to be very focused on what suits you. But ask a bunch of questions. That's the best thing that you can do. Like, ask. If there's certain features that you need, then make sure that you ask about them.
Yep.
I can tell you from Real Trading, there's literally click to trade in our charts because, like, there was a couple of traders that were, kind of big BP traders. We're kind of old school. We want to be able to click on our chart or click on our level 2 and trade. So they added it to the system. That's what your broker should be doing for you. Ideally, is sort of conforming to your needs. And I get it, not everyone's that big that you can make that call, but you can at least ask and shop around to see what works best. About 40 seconds to go until the end here. I'm curious to see if this VTYX opens up, because I feel like if it opens here, then that rumor of over $1 billion, it should have, in theory, would have room to the upside. And that's the big news this afternoon for them, and not Eli Lilly, but certainly for VTYX. 20 seconds to go here as the Santa Claus rally is over, and we end with a little bit of a bang. That imbalance is actually increasing on VTYX. 3.5 million to buy.
Yeah.
It's not opening at $10 at 4. So the closing bell brought to you by AIML.
Oh, wow, closing already.
You can find them on the CSE under AIML, of course. And let's ring that closing bell. Ding, ding, ding. It's better when there's a sound.
Right, there it is. Yeah, thank you, everybody. All right, so here we go. This is like, if you're going to take the Santa Claus rally, I mean, today, it looks like this is the SPY. So Santa Claus rally did happen because you're going to close today at all-time highs. So if you take sort of the first couple days heading into Christmas, we did have a dump down in, and the first 3 days of the new year brings you right back up to the highs. So if you played the Santa Claus rally, you're probably in about $10 or so on the SPY. So it's not a huge trade or anything, but that was a good level there, going out at the highs right now on the SPY and close enough on the NASDAQ as well, with the NASDAQ being up here. NASDAQ's up another 1% right now. So yeah, it's good. Let's just get a daily chart on this one as well. So yeah, NASDAQ actually had a little bit of a dip. So we'd have to relook at that Santa Claus rally for the NASDAQ. I'm not sure if it actually provided anything because that's what I mean. So that's December 26th. So we're just back to sort of Boxing Day, December 26th at our Christmas levels right now. So I would say probably negligible on the NASDAQ, but it looks like it would have been there on the SPY. But remember, we've already talked about like the fact that there's actually no, historical relevance to that.
It's not statistically significant.
Yeah, it doesn't give you the good going that you want on that one. Okay, it's 4:01. Sia's already out of here, so Sia, we'll see her tomorrow afternoon. Thank you to Adara there as well. Thank you to Obi today. He'll be back tomorrow for sure. Joe, obviously. Thank you to Fabian for running around there, and Andre Brendo as well. Thanks, Neil, for making the show. I know it's tough being beside your boy.
I can tell you that VTYX, it did go to 90%. It looks like this. It looks like it's going to be as expected because it's absolutely settling down right in that range, probably just under the bill. This one's going to do a ton of volume already. Just be careful trading. It's not that much liquidity, and it is the aftermarket. Make sure your broker supports the ability to have fast order. I seriously, I can tell you, mistakes made. We've been caught and made mistakes here at Real Trading Aftermarket. Sometimes I'm talking to them as well. You always got to be careful. But it should be fun tomorrow. More CES moving around the markets. SMR and Oklo, do not sleep on those nuclear names. They were beasts, and we'll see what happens again with the memory because it was SNDK's day. No questions asked. 23% is insane.
Good recovery for SMR. Good recovery for SoFi. Okay, man. Have a great night. It's Tuesday, so we're back tomorrow. Wednesday should be a good one. Obi will be back for Sharif, and we'll figure out what's for lunch. Today's beef was okay, better than yesterday's chicken, but
yeah, that's
a little bit. Well, don't ask Obi if the lunch was very good or not. I think Obi had a couple portions. I noticed. Yeah, he went back. No, he went back. Oh, back to reheat it. Okay, I saw him come with a huge plate, then he went back and reheated it. So he didn't have the 2 portions there, but I thought it was okay, tasty. Anyways, always seems to be a little overcooked, but not Leatherface chicken like it was yesterday. Okay, thank you everybody. We're out of here. Thanks, Adara, for another good day. We'll see everybody tomorrow.